try to hide, you can try to run. I caught the scent, I smell the blood. I'm coming for you. I'm coming for you.
Jungle out there. Everybody got a wild side. Yeah, you're probably about to see mine. Come on, don't you think it's about time to live it up, can't get it up, of your wild side. Everybody got a wild side. Yeah, you're probably about to see mine. Come on, don't you think it's about time to live it up, can't get it up, of your wild side. Wild side. Everybody got a wild side. Let's live it up, can't get it up, of your wild side.
like it here. Hey, it's nice to meet you. Hey, so good to see you. Hey, it's a brand new day, so much to share. Come take my hand, I'll take you there. I think you're gonna like it here. A little bit different atmosphere, like a brand new frontier. I think you're gonna like it here. Hey, it's nice to meet you. Hey, so good to see you.
Every time I take one step forward, seems like I fall 2 steps back. Every time I get my wheels moving, feels like they're coming off the tracks. There are times where I'd be lying if I said I did it all right. No regrets, never say die. Gonna give it all in this fight. This is my time. Won't quit, I've just begun. This is my time. Won't stop till the battle's won. Will this game tries to break me? You'll see what I'm made of. Sure as the sun will rise. This is my time. Right now my heart is beating to the sound of a battle drum. My pain is my survival, won't back down from what's to come. There are times where I'd be lying if I said I did it all right. No regrets, never say die, gonna give it all. This is my time, won't quit, I've just begun. This is my time, won't stop till the battle's won. Will this game tries to break me? You'll see what I'm made of. Sure as the sun will rise. This is my time. This is my time. This is my time. This is my time. Won't quit, I've just begun. This is my time. Won't stop till the battle's won.
Say you know legend when you see one. Watch me now, I roll like thunder, gonna shake the ground. Can't stop me now, I don't give up and I won't back down. I'm a force of nature, can't be contained. I got lightning running all through my veins. Watch me now, watch me now.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the PAX Arena Valorant Invitational presented by Seagate Gaming. I'm WTF Moses, and it is Championship Sunday. Grand Finals, Sentinels, Cloud9, trying to determine who is the best in North America. We've got a great matchup between Sinatra and Tens, and I have to say, it's going to be an absolute bloodbath. We were talking about it yesterday, about how both of these teams are on the rise, and we've seen a lot of the North American talent that was touted to be the best find their way out of the tournament very early on. So with everything that's going on, this is really going to shake up the North American discussion as to who is the best in North America. And I'm happy to be joined once again by Pansy and Puckett. How you guys doing? Happy to have you along. It is Championship Sunday, Pansy.
Certainly is, and the two teams, I'm so happy to see them here. Cloud9 was on the rise recently. I think everyone's noted they're looking better as that collective. It's not just the 10 show, we've got plenty of other good players now delivering. And for Sentinels, it's all coming together. Yes, you've got a couple of standouts, but it's all looking good.
Puckett, it's the Sinatra and 10 show, and this is going to be a high-powered matchup.
Yeah, I was calling it yesterday when asked what matchup do I want to see. I want the rematch from group stages because I feel like Cloud9 has taken their game to the next level throughout the playoffs. Will they be able to hang up with the Sentinels at the top tier that they were playing yesterday against TSM? That's the big question. But if you're looking for star power in this matchup, you got it on both sides of the field. I'm really excited to watch Sinatra, really excited to see Tens, but it's not just those two. Everyone has been chiming into their team success so far.
Well, let's take a look at how we got here. It's been a long journey over the last couple of days. So let's take a look at the playoff bracket as it was back on Friday. TSM did take down Envy, but ended up losing to Sentinels in a pretty resounding fashion in the semifinals. And the same thing happened to Homeless after they were able to take out T1. They did fall to Cloud9, and that leaves us where we are now. Sentinels and Cloud9 getting ready to face off. And realistically, I mean, looking back at the semifinals, there's a lot to talk about. Obviously, TSM did fall in 2, and it wasn't close. And for Homeless, they had a great story taking down T1, but Cloud9 just showed that experience, and with the help of some new faces, it's not just Tens and friends anymore. It is now a full team effort, which is something we've really wanted to see from Cloud9, and they've been showcasing that, especially through semis. Now the question is, can they do it against a team like Sentinels, a smart team, a team on the rise? And you know what? I don't know if they're gonna continue to improve, certainly, but they've definitely showcased themselves as one of the best. And some of the creativity we've seen from players like Sinatra Pansy has been really fun to watch.
Oh, it's been absolutely outstanding. I know that, again, if you guys at home are into this, the whole Valorant competitive scene, you've probably been on the subreddit. I think Sideshow did a full breakdown of that Sentinels TSM game, and so many moments are highlight moments, but you've got to highlight someone like Sinatra as being such a brilliant addition to this team. I think there's a lot of question marks about, can he keep up with, quote unquote, the old guard, the Counter-Strike gang. I think he's succeeded and then some at the moment. I love what he's bringing to the roster. I love what he's bringing to the meta. I think that's a big discussion for me going forward, and I think this tournament's the kind of pinnacle of that, or maybe the changing point. Maybe not the pinnacle, but certainly the right direction now. North America is looking far more structured in the time span of one tournament now.
I like how we're getting little glimpses of the trophy every couple of minutes here. And this is some of the action we saw from yesterday. Dapper with the pistol. I mean, that he really set Sentinels up for success in a couple of different situations, and multiple times as well. So Dapper, it's not just the Sinatra show. It's not just about Tens. We've been talking about the supporting cast. Puckett, let's talk about Mitch. Mitch was critical in these games.
Yeah, Mitch over for Cloud9 was looking so good on the operator yesterday. It's you see the aggressive Sage play coming out of the Sentinel sick. He was looking so good throughout group stages and again in the bracket. But if you looked at Mitch yesterday, the man was on fire. He was not missing shots. He was getting collaterals. I think they're a dangerous team to look out for. But I think you got to keep the eyes here on Sentinels because it's a more even spread for me, especially when you look at the way that Zoms is adding kills to the team. The man was doing it with, you saw him often with just an SMG, holding a site by himself, waiting in those rotations. He's playing the right angles. Everyone on this squad is chiming in with the key moments at the right time. I feel like the squad is just really showing us the best they have ever been, and clearly the favorite in this tournament.
Yeah, and I think I think I meant to say sick instead of Mitch, but you know what? They're all these one syllable guys have been absolutely nailing it. So I love to see the team play as well. And this was a head-to-head. Just looking at the Mitch versus Sick lineup, These are the tale of like the second man in the lineup. Not the LeBron, but the. Oh, I'm not even gonna go down that road again. Let's look at it here, Pansy. Why don't you walk us through this matchup here between Mitch and Sick?
I think for me right now, whenever I see Mitch, I see him as a safe pair of hands. Pretty heavy on the clutches too. I think specifically in their semi-final, you certainly saw that a fair amount coming through, and being still very relevant as a Sage, even though Sage has been slightly kind of leaned away from in certain compositions. Mitch still looks great on that, and I know Puckett's got a good little bit of an idea about Sick and Mitch as well, but for me, I just see Mitch as that safe pair of hands here.
He was playing aggressive, and I think that's the key. David P's been doing it over in Europe since the beginning. We saw it kind of early on with some of the big streamers in North America, but I feel like these guys are really finding their way to play. They're going back to their strength, which is catching opponents off guard, which is hitting those key headshots when you need to. I love the aggression from a Sage. You're not just a healer. You got a wall. You saw some sick aces coming out of the Sage yesterday, boosting herself up on Ascent. Will we see these creative plays again to get them in position to actually do damage, not just heal?
Absolutely. And the rise of the battle Sage, you can't just have, the slows and the res in the wall. I mean, critical abilities, but if you could add fragging power on top of that, the model right now globally is David P on G2. He's been the guy that I think has kind of awoken us to Sage is not just a backline support character. You got a gun in your hand, you might as well use it. And considering the shifting meta, it's not rapidly changing because we're not seeing a lot of changes to the game. But Pansy, the way that players are approaching certain characters and the traditional roles that those characters might play has really been evolving recently.
It certainly has been, and I think you've seen that in individual elements. I think for me, Scream was the first to look good on that Sage as just the pure combat medic, but you're right, David P then kind of polished it and made it apply throughout. But it goes beyond that. I mean, we're seeing how vital a Sova could be to potentially solo a site, whereas people were theorizing, oh, that's just going to be a Cypher role. No, Sova's information gathering can work just as viably in the right hands on a defensive side. Someone like Sinatra is showing you exactly how to do it. So there's plenty of these roles now being taken further ahead than just their initial theoried ideas of how to apply those agents. So I'm loving seeing what people are bringing now and the switch-ups we're seeing in these metas.
Absolutely. Well, we have a little bit of content to kind of buffer that as well. So let's bring that in and talk about some of the round-to-round stuff that we've been observing. Puckett, is there anyone else that's been standing out to you as far as a I don't know, an innovator, let's say?
Innovator, I think just the way Sinatra plays is weird. The way Tens plays is weird. You got innovators on both sides, and they're so unpredictable. You know they're coming for you. The question is when and how and what utility are their teammates going to be using to support them, or will they just try and do it raw? If you look at the average combat score, I don't think there's anyone better in this tournament than Tens right now. He is getting value every single round. Of course, you get that bonus for the multi-kills. Well, both he and Sinatra are constantly doubling up in the kill feed. Econ rating 75. That is pretty darn good. You look at the kills across the board, I think Sinatra was on fire yesterday, but Tens has been that way all tournament. So this is going to be such a tight matchup. And if you look at the first Bloods, Pansy, sorry to cut you off, I think the first Bloods may be the most impressive part of this. If you're considering that Tens is going to get first blood 26% of the time. Out of the 10 players, he is going to get first blood 26% of the time. That is ridiculous. 15 is a great number from Sinatra, but that is a ridiculous stat out of Tens.
I agree. This is no discredit to Tens. Of course, we got to see the Sentinels game a little bit more, and I think the variety that Sinatra has shown so far, on his defense, but then his offense is exemplary. I think there's a clip, we're going to show people at home a little bit in a moment's time, showing how good he is on that Phoenix and characterizing using utility now to get past that op meta that we saw coming in. Of course, someone like Wardell and Sabrosa falling foul to it is just a showcase that even against some of the best of using that op meta, even the double op meta, someone like Sinatra with the right utility and the right entry frags can definitely get past it.
So I believe this is going to be Sentinels and TSM on Ascent round 3. We've chosen a couple of rounds here to go over again. Sometimes these things can be lost. So let's lean on our casters here to walk us through this round.
So I picked this clip because I think it highlights, one, the economy that the Sentinels can run with. They are on the weaker buy, of course, as we know the economy swings this way, but someone like Sinatra's value, and I want to kind of keep that in mind when we go through this clip. So again, you're seeing how this kind of pans out for now. You've seen Dapper go down, so mid control has been won out by TSM, which is a huge kind of win condition in this map. Now, but keep eyes on Sinatra's positioning. Him in combination with Shazam is wonderful here. The way they try and control middle, and Sinatra was going to go around towards kind of defensive side spawn, but no, he doubled up, ensured there was no uncomfortable trading happening, and then he falls back towards the site. Look at that utility. Again, keeping that information building. Okay, have they lent back to B already? Not yet. Okay. Now going to fall back to a little bit more of a passive position, but continues to use this utility. Look at the clock now. We're down to 37 seconds. It's slowly being drilled away here, Puckett. And I mean, this play that he does on the site, look how much time he buys here.
It's kind of amazing. He plays this so safe, and the bait and trades from Shazam and Sinatra is something you're going to see on every map. When they played Bind, they were holding B long together. Here again on the B site on Ascent, Sinatra waiting for some help, peeks out just as Shazam gets the first pick. The distraction comes through, and that is an Ares versus Phantoms and a Bulldog versus an Operator. So this duo, they're baiting and trading, they're using utility, and they're constantly keeping their opponents guessing. When it comes to defense, if you see these two on the map, I'm just taking the spike the opposite direction because you have no chance of getting through without dropping at least one player.
It was so critical to see that recon bolt just land right in the group as well. And you could see, you almost felt the hesitation, just like, oh shit, like we're all exposed. And they just immediately got erased by Shazam and Sinatra. And you said a bucket on defense. It's really difficult to play against that type of cohesion. So there's a few other ones that we wanted to take a quick look at, but I want to talk about Zombs and Relics. These are kind of the guys that don't get a ton of play on their respective teams, but both have been playing a critical role. So let's see the head-to-head on those two. As you know, these are kind of the role play, the glue guys. I'm not sure if Relics is Shinobi calling on C9, so Relics is just out there fragging, trying to make sure that that everything's going the right way. Zombs is in the same position. So Pansy, what are these two players bringing to their respective teams?
I think that the more we see these guys, the more you get to see that value that they bring. It's easy for kind of at face value, you look at your highlight players, right? But again, it's as you said, it's the glue. It's okay, well, what do they actually bring to this roster? What do these agents bring to it? And it's I like to call them the kind of safe pair of hands or a rock. It's they get the kills that can potentially kind of swing the round back into your favor. They may not be the kind of pop-off fraggers, they're not be the ones that, commentators are going to be yelling about all day long, but the value they bring as a safe pair of hands to potentially buy that time, to potentially, cost those rotations, to keep control of middle, these small pieces that they can do to set up plays, to kind of create the environment to allow those fraggers to pop off, to allow these players the space to kind of create these moments is what they do. And I think that as the game evolves and the audience evolves as well, people will realize how valuable kind of more utility-based players are. For now, it's easy to kind of forget how much they bring to a roster.
Yeah, I really like them, especially on the Omen. We're showing you the Brimstone. They play that on a number of the maps. When you go to Ascent, both were on the Omen. The Paranoias, I feel like that's something that's really hard to track in the moment when watching live as a spectator, but they have been key to setting up their top fraggers. They're not always the first one peaking, but they're often on the other side of that wall, setting up the play before it even begins.
And that's been kind of the unsung hero role, is the Omen. Omen's got a little bit more, I think, in-your-face ability, obviously with the paranoia going out, that kind of thing. The smokes he brings to the table, also very key. But Brimstone, that ultimate, that is the one. Like, how many different rounds or situations have we seen swung on a Brimstone ultimate at place at the right time? Or sometimes rounds lost based on a failed Brimstone ultimate. So really, even though that they're not going to get the same flash as a op jet main, as we see it so often across the different metas, or across the different teams, I should say, in the current meta, and having these Brimstones that are a constant, let's say averaging one frag a round, or putting up their regular 15 a game, nothing too flashy. Those are the type of guys that win rounds. Those critical moments, those critical smokes, just the utility they bring, really huge. So now we have another round I wanted to take a quick look at. Since we've been talking about C9, this is C9 and Homeless on Ascent in round 11. This is late game situation. Again, we want to break down these rounds. We're trying to learn about these teams. So again, I'll lead on you guys to kind of walk us through it.
Yeah, I think it's just kind of building character to what to expect from these teams. And
guys, hopefully Pansy's got this.
Okay, I'll run this through for now. I think this one is just, to me, it's just kind of highlighting what to expect from these teams. And Homeless came in as a team that I didn't know what to expect, right? They were such a kind of, not a mix-up of a team. There's so much talent, but it's hard to predict, do they have the depth to go to yet? Whereas we've seen Cloud9 do have that. So for me, it was kind of wait and see what happens here, and we can watch this kind of round play out. I love the defaults coming from Cloud9. They're leaving nothing untended. They keep mid control. They keep A pressure. They're causing rotations, right? Look at the amount of rotations they've already caused here by just showing this presence over towards A. They've pulled 3-4 players dedicated towards A with a little bit of mid lean from the Sova. But the spike hasn't committed anywhere, and Relics is doing wonderful just keeping that mid pressure up, keeping control towards this. This double stack on short is really valuable to be able to retake mid, and those fast rotations that are kind of capitalized off the back of it. And that was, Homeless playing very well. They had very good reactionary games. You do get to see Brim having a little bit of a walkabout, looking for information, and that's what they're trying to find here is info. Because at the moment, Cloud9 have kept their cards quite close to their chest, but losing out on 10s, they're going to be forced into actually making something happen here. So it looks like, again, we've got to see where this spike goes. And I like what Omen tried to do there, but now you've got this pinch towards the site. So those rotations, that feign towards A earlier, was outstanding. Now look at this post-plant position from Mitch. This is what highlighted to me something incredible, and I love this individual piece to kind of complement the nice set play that just came in. So not only is this a nice little kind of quirky play, but off the back of the information just garnered from the dart, you're going to get to see Mitch just playing this out, and one by one they push in, and he capitalized on this individual play coming out from Homeless. They are not going together. Wow. You've got the slow coming through. Mitch individually made 0 threats happen towards his players on the site. He kept that so safe. That post plant was just phenomenal. I love that position, and that was kind of pulled up, not necessarily on the fly, but a quick kind of readjustment. As said, that feign towards the other side caused those heavy rotations. They kept mid presence, which allowed that quick dash back in towards the other side, spike down, perfect post plant, and that's just really good planning from Cloud9.
It seems, Puckett, that Cloud9 is the type of team that is just able to grab rounds from you, and you saw that happen just in the last one that we just reviewed there, where it just took one kill, and all of a sudden you have one by one walking through a slow orb into Mitch's crosshairs. So the ability for any of Cloud9 to kind of recognize a weakness or to pop off individually has been huge. And I mean, going back to the Sentinels conversation a little bit, do you think that there is a direct comparison for Cloud9's ability to kind of steal rounds out from under you in a quick fashion versus Sentinel's more, plotting, planned out strategy?
Yeah, I think throughout this tournament, both teams have showed you they can do work on an eco round. They have been so good with the Sheriffs, and if you are not going to respect them at short range, they will be able to punish you. So look out for the eco rounds. You can never get cocky, and I feel like that's something that Shazam kind of alluded to at the end of their quarterfinals matchups, is sometimes we get a little bit too confident. We ease off the gas pedal. Against TSM, they did not allow any mistakes to come from their gameplay. They did not give any room for TSM. You look at it, it was 26 rounds to 7 across 2 maps. That is a dominant performance against the team that everyone said was favored, or at least expected to be in this grand finals against T1. So Sentinels, I don't think it's any individual that you have to look out for. I just think it is the way they play. It doesn't matter the guns they have, whether it's an Ares, a Sheriff, they can get the job done for less than 2,000 credits.
Talk a little bit about multi-kills and the ability to get them in this game a little bit more difficult. At least that's kind of how it's perceived, and believe me, as the Iron 2 caster in the room, I can tell you it can be difficult. So let's talk a little bit about the other guys on the team. Vice and Dapper. There was a lot of moments for Dapper that I felt that he was able to really break open into almost entire halves. And you can see what kind of points he's putting up here. This is not too far off some of the top fraggers that we've seen as far as combat and econ ratings are concerned. But let's talk about this matchup, Pansy. Vice and Dapper, again, the Cypher matchup has been pretty incredible.
It has been, and honestly, watching Dapper yesterday, he just looked on point. As much as sometimes I like to kind of break down the more tactical side of things in those previous rounds, but honestly, in this aspect, Dapper just looked spot on. Off the back of that pistol round that he just kind of, so clean, so crisp, I just think he had a great game overall we just saw yesterday, which is a really nice highlight. Honestly, it's nice to see kind of what we'd classically think of Cypher, utility, kind of more passive on the site. They're becoming more proactive. You can't just be that passive player anymore. As much as, yes, you want to anchor that site pretty heavily, both of these players are proving that there has to be more levels to that. You can't just be that passive person anymore.
Absolutely.
I thought it was awesome to see the operator in Dapper's hands. That's something I'm looking forward to today. And then also, if you were listening with Tens earlier in the week, he was just kind of highlighting how the team can finally start to improve because they have made Vice that guy. Shinobi also said it again last night. Since he has come in and be the mainstay Cypher on this Cloud9 roster, the team is able to really gel. They now can work off of it. They have their timings down, and he's becoming really strong on the defensive end. You can trust Vice to trade out at least one kill, and multiple times yesterday against Homeless, he was punishing not just one, but up to 3 players over on that A-bomb site on Ascent.
I think we have time for one more quick round recap before we jump into the knife round. We're going to try and cut it a little tight here, but we have Sentinels and TSM going for it, round 9, late game. This was at the point now where we started to recognize just how well Sentinels was playing. You can see the score line here, and you can imagine what we were talking about. But this was another high level play from Sentinels.
That J1 kid is pretty good, Pansy.
It's the Sinatra moment. So I'm talking about utility constantly. I know people are going to get sick of it, but look at the importance of these flashes and these entries. This is why I value Sinatra so highly. So it's a 3-play stack towards B, but look how quickly he's in there. 2 flashes used, he's on the site, and he gets 2 picks instantaneously. Now he closes this round pretty strong as well. But what these highlights to me is how good this man is at running through teams who do not use their utility correctly. That's the thing to me. So Sinatra, off the back of 2 flashes and just, pure confidence, blinds the Brimstone close, carries this on to be able to isolate those 2 players who are trying to isolate towards B long. He takes them down, and he takes one down, but he sets up the others to succeed against the other. And look at this closer. I know you were enjoying this one, Puckett. The little jiggle.
Oh, yeah.
He's so aware that Wardell's going to be there.
Brings out the knife for that extra movement speed, and then just punishes Wardell. That was when I knew this map was over. Sinatra mentally boomed Wardell right there. That was a simple outplay, just playing with confidence. And this is something I've seen since the start of his career. As soon as he turned 18, was able to play at the professional level. The man has played with nothing but confidence because he knows he has the skill, because he's put in the time and the practice. And I think the whole team really follows up on what he's doing. If he goes down, Dapper was there to trade it out. If he goes down, you had Shazam and Sick pinching from long B. It's not just the individual play, but he is often going to be the first name you see on that scoreboard.
It was like an ankle breaker almost in a way. Just left him on his ass a little bit. But Pansy, let's talk about. Do you have any final thoughts on Sentinels before we move on?
Just very briefly, I think that round is kind of the highlight of what Shazam said in that post interview with you there, with us, is that they know how this meta's working right now. Multi-frags are very hard to collect like they would in other FPS titles. You can't just do the Counter-Strike approach. It doesn't work the same. They know that you can trade in very effectively, and you're seeing it off the back of that great utility usage. So look out for it. I'm going to see if they can be as potent against an incredibly skilled team like Cloud9, who will give them a run for their money. So I really want to see if that same theory applies here.
About quick reads and understand what your opponent's doing, and talking about quick reads and writes, let's talk about the 510 Firecuda from Seagate Gaming. 1 terabyte NVMe storage. If you're thinking about graphics cards, you're thinking about processors, about being the bedrock of a good gaming computer, you've never had an NVMe storage drive. These things are super quick. They write at multiple gigs a second. They read at multiple gigs a second. That means you're loading into the game faster. You're having better, smoother operating systems, and you need to get one of these bad boys, the NVMe drive, the Seagate Gaming Firecuda 510. It even gets bigger than this. You get 2 terabytes if you really want to, if you want to be real serious about NVMe storage. But shout out to Seagate Gaming, our title sponsor, for sending us all this cool stuff. And you know what? Make sure you're getting that good hard drive in there as well. So let's get ready. We're almost ready for game number 1 here. And now we can start to talk about the knife round. Puckett, you're the expert. Why don't you walk us through it?
Okay, so this is the first best of 5 we're going to be seeing in the tournament. Everything else was best of 3s throughout groups, and now the playoff bracket in the best of 5. If you win the knife round, you get to choose to be Team A or Team B. And the simplest way I can describe it is, if you're Team A, you're getting to pick 3 maps. If you're Team B, you get to pick side for 3 maps. Now, one interesting fact here is we only have 4 maps in Valorant right now. So in that best of 5, what is map 5? It's going to be the same one that Team A chooses to be their first map, will be played as map 2. So map 2 and map 5 are the same. In my opinion, I think I want to be Team B. I want to choose map 1 and I want to choose map 3. Otherwise, it may come down to the side picks, but I'm hoping we get to see all of the maps for the first time in this tournament. It would be awesome to see these teams play on Haven, something that we haven't seen much of. I believe Sentinels have only played it 1 time. Split, Sentinels are still undefeated. What will Cloud9 be able to do now that Vice has been on the roster and they've had more time? I think there's a lot of questions for me, because we've seen Bind and we've seen Ascent. That happened back in group stages. That was all Sentinels. What is going to happen when we go to the other maps in this matchup?
I think that we're gonna be featuring, or at least we'll probably see Split fairly early on in this series. It's one of Sentinel's strongest maps and one of Cloud9's weakest. But talking about the knife round, let's see if we can jump in and see what's going down in the knife round. These are always fun to watch. We are mid on Haven. It's C9 and Sentinels facing off for the first time today to determine who gets pick priority.
And should mention your blue team here on the right side of the map. That is going to be Sentinels. On the left side of the map, that's going to be Cloud9 to open this one up. And last time we watched TSM versus Sentinels, they got a little battle in the corner. This time around, Mitch and Vice lighting it up in the mid.
no.
Big sticks coming out.
Oh, that looks like this is going to be Cloud9. Oh, God.
Run.
Dapper, run.
Run. This poor Viper. She's using abilities. That's a forfeit.
Illegal maneuver.
Throw the flag.
So easily taking that one, the CS experience. Actually, no, they all have got CS experience. That's just a knife round going to Cloud9. What can you say? So that is going to be a pick priority going to Cloud9. We'll see what they do with it. Man, I'm excited to see all the maps. I hope we do have an opportunity to see all the map, or all the rounds, I should say. If we're going to have one series, I want it to go the distance. So let's see what we're looking at for map picks. We're going to be starting it off on Ascent with Cloud9 defending. So looking at the quick stats here, Puckett, this is going to be a good map choice for Sentinels. They got a 92% win rate. Cloud9's not too shabby. They're a little bit behind there as well. So I think this is going to be a good first round.
Yeah, you just beat Homeless on this map last night. You looked good as Cloud9, but Sentinels have been the best squad I've seen on the attack. And if you looked at their matchup as we went all the way back to group stages, it was a pretty good start for Cloud9. They were up 7-5 at the half, but then when it was their time, they gave up 8 attacking rounds in a row to the Sentinels. Their defense was obliterated over on the B-bomb site. So what can they do to strengthen their defense? That's where they're starting today, which is really interesting. And I think that's probably why we saw the Sentinels say, you know what, this is going to be our first map.
And looking down the rest of the map choices here, Pansy, anything stand out to you? We're not going to see Split until a potential 4th round. So realistically, where is Sentinels or Cloud9 going to be looking to make their mark here?
Honestly, Cloud9 did really well to get that knife. It was quite important, because I can imagine if you were Sentinels, you'd have probably put the double Ascent in if you had the option to, because as much as it is a good map, it's not a bad map for Cloud9, it's an exceedingly good map for Sentinels. So that not being able to be put into play, it's going to keep this affair a little bit more competitive, I feel. This plays a lot better for Cloud9, be able to kind of have Haven in there. I think it's going to be 2-1, and then Split and Haven are going to be the ones to potentially tilt this matchup either way. Of course, it being a best of 5, you've got to win a great deal more at this point. So yeah, I think this actually could be a long series, which is good.
So as we get ready to take a look at agent selections on Ascent, I was kind of hoping, or I was almost assuming that we would see Split a little bit earlier. Do you think that it's going to be an issue for Sentinels potentially to have their strongest map, at least statistically, come in so late in this best of 5?
I think, honestly, they weren't worried about it. They're trying to get this one done in 3. If it does go to a 4th, we'll see how they play it. But Split was the map that wasn't chosen by either team. Basically, you had Team A choosing map 1, Team B picked map 2, then Team A picked map 3. Then Split was, of course, just the last one left over. It had to be map 4. So I don't think either team are really excited to play Split, despite the numbers here.
Yeah.
Or maybe, Shazam is saying, hey, if we have to go to Split, we've never lost it. We beat TSM on it. We've beaten everyone else on this map. When we need to do it, we're going to do it again against C9.
Absolutely. So I'm not sure if we are ready to see agent select. I know someone said something in my earballs, but let's. Oh, we have it. There it is. So,
yeah.
Sentinels coming in with the classic, the Cypher, Breach, Sage, Sova, and Omen. Now we are on Ascent. And looking across the aisle there, we have Sage, Omen, Sova, Jet, and Cypher. So we'll start with you, Pansy. For Sentinels picks, anything standing out to you?
No, it's pretty solid. That's what I'd expect from them. Obviously, Sinatra on the Sova's good. I'm happy with this. Breach as well with Shazam. I like that. I like to see the utility. Obviously, he knows it's not the most exciting, but what it can create for your team is huge. So I'm happy with what Sentinels have run with here. I think it's good for their composition. I think it works well with them.
And Puckett, looking at Cloud. Sorry to interrupt you, Puckett, but I mean, this is something we've talked about a little bit. Is Mitch and Vice have 100% pick rates? They do not play other agents. Mitch is playing Sage, Vice is playing Cypher. Do you think that is going to be any level of an advantage against a team that sometimes like to switch it up a little bit?
You know, I think these are the general comps that we've seen from these teams throughout the tournament on this map. So I think everyone's going to be comfortable in their role. The question for me is, are you going to continue to have the Sage playing with Cypher over at the A site, or are you going to start to spread them out throughout this game? Because last time your defense got obliterated. You got to come up with a new plan. Do you start triple stacking B site and then give up mid? What is going to be coming out of C9 here? And will they be able to pull off the first bloods that we're able to do against Homeless in that matchup? It all comes down to slowing down the Sentinels, because TSM did not have an answer. They never had an economy. If you're Cloud9, you're starting on defense today, you got to make sure you got guns for multiple rounds here in the first half.
Absolutely. Well, we're getting ready for map number 1, and we are essentially almost moments away. I assume the Twitch chat's being ultra patient, complimenting us on our natural analysis abilities and talking about how great and short this pre-show has been. But it is now time to get into game number 1. It's all on the line. It's Championship Sunday. It's Sentinels and Cloud9 facing off. Game number 1 on Ascent. Pansy and Puckett, have fun. I'll be watching.
Thank you so much, Moses. Before we get this one going, happy birthday, Pansy. Can we spam that one in the chat? It's your best of 5, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go. It is time to party. We're kicking things off on Ascent. This, of course, is going to be the Sentinels map pick. They destroyed TSM on this. They've destroyed everyone they have gone up against, and it's mostly due to their success on the attack. 100% win rate in this tournament, but Cloud9, no slouches at 83. When it comes down to the pistol round, it's actually Cloud9 who has the advantage, and I think that's going to be the key to victory throughout this best of 5, because in that Sentinels TSM match, Sentinels were perfect, while Cloud9, they gave up a pistol round or 2 to Homeless last night.
Yeah, I'm just gonna, I honestly, as much as my job is to be more entertaining, I really want to see how this starts out for Cloud9. I think we're gonna be able to see the tempo of this game and the kind of the way it leans a great deal by how Cloud9 come out on this map. We know this is a stronghold for Sentinels. We know this is a good map for Sentinels. How does Cloud9 fare against that? Because you've got footage now. You can go over the VOD, you can watch this back, you can see what they do. I want them to have a bit of a plan in mind. So for me, I think the pressure a little bit does fall on Cloud9 to be able to handle the Sentinels on map 1. It's got to start now.
All right, you can see the early smokes coming out of the Omen for the Sentinels. That's Zombs laying it down at B, trying to draw everyone off. Meanwhile, Spike on your map, easing its way into the A site. They're just going to get some utility out early, but already seeing the defenders move shows you that Cloud9, they're ready to pounce, but they're also respecting the ability of Sentinels just to burst onto his site.
Now, this is pretty important. That was a bit of a feint towards B from 2 of the players there. They haven't fully committed towards A. This is a big stack from the defensive side. They were stacked up in middle. Now, Tens could be a game changer. He could slice this in half, or he gets the timing wrong and gets found by Sick. Imperative kill, and suddenly you can see how they're moving around the map on the attacking side has punished any of the information finding that Cloud9 wanted to do here.
Sick has not taken a bullet of damage and already racked up 2 kills on that Sage. We are highlighting him earlier, already living up to the hype. As we take a look at Dapper, he's going to be easing out to the A site. And with just 3 defenders left, you know the Sentinels can go wherever they want. Dapper's going to make it just 2 defenders left. The Spike's going to go down over at B. Dapper just drawing all the attention. And it's only a matter of time. It's going to be a 2v4 retake opportunity for Mitch. And we'll see what he can do with his Sova. It's going to be tough for Shinobi, the end-game leader, to make a call significant enough to get past all 4.
You just drop your spoon in the cereal bowl?
My wife just handed me a bowl of watermelon. Sorry, I was distracted, guys. Thank you.
God, now I want some of that.
It's
Jeez.
delicious.
All right. I'm jealous, but this retake is taking some time. They have no information. They were isolated over towards A, so retaking towards the site, they have to clear so much. I see this being very tricky, especially with the post-plant positioning coming out. They are dedicated towards the site, but they've got that swing of Omen over towards the halls, and they're going to have to isolate him first, but time, it's ticking, and Six having none of it. This is a lovely beginning here. Clean as well, 3 standing after the plant. Nicely handled by the Sentinels. Cloud9 wanting that information on the defensive side cost them a little bit there. It seems as though the Sentinels were quite ready for that. They seem to be ready to punish it. Sick, catching a couple in that regard was brilliant for them. Now for Cloud9 coming back in, let's do some damage, boys. I like that mid stack. I like that little idea they came up with there to try and make something happen. It did get picked apart, but I want to see more creativity in that regard. Show me a new way to look at this map now.
Sick, after picking up 3 kills, is able to buy up all the way to the Phantom. So this is a big purchase, a risky one if you run into the Sheriffs. But looking at the economy here for Cloud9, only TenZ is going to go with that big gun. The pistol, headshot or nothing. We'll see if TenZ can continue to work his magic. First opportunity, and he is instantly cut down by Zombs, who just charges up the gut.
They're so confident on these ghosts. It's ridiculous, Zombs. The nation's watching, and he does at least get 2. And Sick being the support. That's beautiful. Shazam, good utility work. Clean, crisp, nicely handled. I'm impressed so far by the Sentinels, but let's take stock for this. We weren't looking to see if Sentinels can play this map. We know they can. We were seeing if Cloud9 can go toe-to-toe on one of the best maps for the Sentinels. This is a longer series. It's not as, you know, cut and dry. It's not as short as it was before. This is a big round. And this is where some of the creativity we've seen from Sentinels can tip this in their favor. So I want to see that really valid fight back. But look how much they've been manhandling this economy bucket. Barely 3 kills made for the Cloud9 here. Their money's going to be very low, so going forward, that op is pretty far away from TenZ here, which is unfortunate because he's so talented on it.
He went with the Sheriff buy and didn't get any picks with it, so a costly round. Now going to the Vandal. We saw him playing with a Guardian, Vandal, Phantom, Operator. He pulls it all out throughout this tournament. But what can he get done? Playing from short A, he is going to be here to support, but it's just the 2 of them on the site. And this is going to be tough. Vice slowing them down, is going to back up as TenZ is looking for the first pick. Opportunity right here. Is he going to spray? Doesn't connect with anything yet, and the rotation is here. So middle of the map, still not watched really by anyone. But the attackers know we can't push through. There's too many guns on the other side right now.
So far, they've drawn a bit of utility. TenZ does only have that 1 smoke currently, but beyond that, they're trying to get the utility away from the defensive side. They're trying to make sure when they do go for the site hit that they want to, they'll be clear to do it. And also, they're trying to catch rotations. You can see the attacking side falling back to the attacking spawn, see if anyone's behind them. There isn't. So they're now going to fall back towards A. There is only 35 seconds here, Puckett. This is quite a risky hit. They might go for the dry peek once that smoke dissipates, or walk the smoke. It looks like that's going to be the case. This could catch off Cloud9, but no. TenZ is way too aware for that.
And that's the most important kill. You took out Sick, who had the resurrect. Sinatra's here to trade. Zombs is going to answer back on Vice, but it's Relics holding strong through short A, and it's a big defensive stand on the gun round from Cloud9. That is exactly what they needed. Now, looking at the money, I believe the Sentinels still could do some damage. It's going to be everyone but Zombs able to go all the way up to the Phantom. In fact, he is going to sacrifice the full armor for a Phantom himself. And that was a great performance by the defense, but you got to break him twice because it was such a great start from the Sentinels.
I like that answer back, though, from Cloud9. That crossfire held. They didn't go for over-rotations. They weren't caught off by that little bit of a feign back towards spawn. They didn't, you know, double or triple kind of guess what was going on. They held really, really solid. That is a great indicator for Cloud9 here. And again, this could be a pacier piece, but they're not afraid to show that they're over towards A right now, at least for the Sentinels. But they've again got that kind of 2-play split when you've got your Cypher and your Omen lingering a little bit more towards B in middle. But TenZ is actively trying to get the information on this, and so far so good until then. Shinobi going down opens up the site, and uh-oh, it's unraveling. TenZ has to try and hold on to this.
TenZ was able to get Shazam Sick there with the instant res. And now TenZ is deciding, do I go ahead and updraft? Do I tell my teammates I can? Well, the peak is coming from above, and TenZ somehow turns and punishes Sinatra. The first 1v1 we see, Sinatra had the first bullets in him, but TenZ gets the flick.
A retake time? What do we have here? We've got the Jet, we've got Omen's got a lot of utility too. They could try and base it off the back of maybe something coming in. Oh, the dry peek from TenZ. A little too early, going ahead of the smokes and the utility, but Sick's gonna punish him so quickly, and now they're all pouring in from the same angle, Puckett. This might be over. I don't know if they can do this one back now.
Yeah, this is tough. We have seen teams back away with the weapons at that point. This time they try and commit, and they are punished. So finally, the Sentinels are broke. Let's take a look at how TenZ just snaps. Love that. At the same time, Mitch was able to find Zombs, the top fraggers removed. And Sick tried to hold his own. 7-2, a great performance so far from the Sage, but I mean, you got to give it. Sentinels are rolling here. 3-1, and excuse me, guys. I just noticed the operators coming out for Mitch. I was a little thrown off in that last fight, but we'll see what they can do with a half buy. This is going to be messy, Lauren.
Yeah, it is, and well, I'm.
out of my way.
It's on Mitch, right? You got to be the game changer here. They're going to try and use their aggression to take map control and allow that op to come into play. Tens didn't have to go for the op because he can just pop the knives out. That's going to try and keep his economy building. So this is a really big investment actually for Cloud9. This is a huge investment of their utility and money, and it's a lot of pressures on someone like Mitch. So for him, a little bit paranoid about middle there, trying to focus towards those B halls, which, hey, is not the bad call for now. But we have to see what Sentinels do. Their attacking side hasn't been one-dimensional. They've been throwing a couple of curveballs here and there. So again, Mitch could get some play if they peel back away through mid. This could bode really well for him.
Let's see what they can do. Out comes the drone from the Sentinels. And there's often been middle presence from Tens. Where's the defender at on the map this time? Tens knives out, and this is where he's been at his best. When you look at their eco rounds, often it was Sheriffs and Tens getting the job done with this all. If he gets one, he will go flying through the air and often rack up a second. Playing the tight corner, he is going to hear some of the jumps
Mid-fight.
and make the call.
There it
Big
is.
pick
Mitch
from
does
Mitch.
well. That's exactly what you need. He doesn't need to overpeak now. He needs to hold the angle, maybe a deeper one, allow the play to come through from his teammates like Tens. He's waiting for the moment. Sova's baiting for him, tries to get the attention, but by now, look at where the T-side, attacking side of Sentinels is going. They've isolated off the Omen. Relics would have to walk through his own smoke here, which he's going to do. Catching off Sick, but the trade comes back in from Zoms, so the spike can be planted at B. We saw a very similar piece coming out on the attacking side from the Sentinels before, but it's retake time and it's very viable now.
Mitch just earned his res, and he is going to instantly use it. So they've got the numbers. What will they be able to do? All pushing through the middle together. It's just a Cypher and the Omen back on site. And no smokes up right now. Zom's going to try and be the one to help out his teammate here. The Cypher playing the tight corner, but it's going to be Zoms now isolated on the site as Dapper peeks. He's got the right timing, and that's all three lining up for him. I thought Zoms was going to be in trouble. I thought they would be watching their flank from B main. Instead, the punish is there.
You can't ask for anything more than that. That 3K at the end, the patience as well, the trigger discipline. Let him cross, bides his time. He knows where the other two are now. It's so well done. I love to see that. But that has now broken the back of Cloud9, and we saw that big investment into the op, the ultimate being popped by Tens. It was all looking good. That 3v2, I just, the individual power coming out from the opposition just outdid him. It is what it is. And now a weak buy for Cloud9.
Yeah, they're still spending. You saw a stinger coming out from Relics. They want to take the short-range fights, just pistols. The big one, though, on Tens. Will he find a Sheriff headshot? Not this time. Hits the shoulder, but Zoms is going to find his body multiple times here with the Phantom.
I know exactly
All five players stacked up in the mid as they're still working their way, getting utility out. And that ultimate is going to give them all the info they needed.
Gotta play this together, though. There's still threats with these pistols. You can't take them too lightly, especially in these players' hands. But for now, Zom's doing work. Nicely played. Sinatra clearing up. They're keeping it clean. They're not letting any of these potential threats come through. You want to keep your economy high and ensure the opponents don't steal a gun away. They don't, maybe make some money. Sinatra could be caught off. The cape gives it away, and Mitch is going to get that nicely. So you can see the instant trade wanted. Shazam going to shut it down before the gun can be recovered. And only one loss. This is a big round lead now. Let's kind of call it what it is. MR12, right? It's brutal. These sort of leads get tough because then again, your economy just doesn't get off those starting blocks. We finally see Tens with the op, but it's taken time to get here for sure. So this has to be the big swing round. They've got to put those rounds on the board now, Puckett.
Yeah, we mentioned it. They gave up 8 in a row as they lost in the group stages to the Sentinels, had no answer for the attack. What will they be able to do on defense? Where do they position Tens? Is he going to keep playing this catwalk? Will they ever send him mid? Mitch was opting from there earlier, so I guess they're trying to try a new angle. And Zoms got a smoke. Will he peek it aggressively? They were doing it in the early rounds, and here we go. Defense wants to take mid control, and they're going to get in the face of the Sentinels.
They've got to know what's up. These deep smokes, this pressure, they've got to know someone's pushed up middle. They've worked it out. Shazam feels the pressure now. Gonna get at least a little bit of a clear towards the corner, swings on it, but does he expect potentially 3 players? It doesn't matter. He isolates Shinobi. Oh dear, Cloud9, this was such a nice idea, but they worked it out so quickly.
And A is wide open. You can see already taken. Vice is holding up top, but there's 2 players already on the site. Now Shazam is gonna plant this safely by the generator, I assume. And we'll see if any ultimates will come through on a retake attempt. Relics in the back, waiting for the flank, and there is Zom. So at least one player down. Still have to get through the other four. Sick playing the site. Rest backing into main. And Sinatra still holding from hell.
Ooh, Sick on the angle there. Gonna punish Tens. A nice attempt, but Sick's now in trouble. Can't see too much. Shazam's got his back, trying to trade effectively. Cage goes down, and
No
Relic
way,
says
Relics.
hello. That's huge, but still, you've got Dapper alive, and after that last clutch, I ain't gonna doubt him. Sentinels continue again. Dapper. I was impressed yesterday, and it's just continuing to be impressed by this player. And I love the switch up from Cloud9. When things aren't going your way, throw a curveball in there. Try and do something different. The mid-aggression wasn't a bad idea, but it was a great response from the Sentinels. They felt that pressure. They saw those deeper smokes that maybe they weren't seeing before. And like, hey, that's a little different here. This isn't right. What's going on? And that pick from Shazam made everything worthwhile. Relics with a valiant attempt, but couldn't clutch it in the end.
All right, do that a little bit later in the game, and I will keep watching your screen, Relics. The man had a nasty transfer, all for naught as Dapper holds strong. Dapper on your screen to open things up, draws the attention as Sick is going to take down Mitch. And this could be a fast B, or we'll see Sentinels do what they do. Feint early, get a pick, back up, get a pick on the other side of the map, then finally commit with about 40 seconds left. As we take a look at the defenders, they're going to rotate 2 over to B. We're going to have some mid presence. No one on A at the moment.
A bit of info. That's not bad, but God, the economy is so bad. Man, this is hard for Cloud9. I actually feel kind of bad for them. They're struggling here. Nice work from Dapper again.
Pistols versus assault rifles all day. Vice had a sheriff, but it's not big enough. Sinatra is going to power his way through with Zoms. 1 HP, and he keeps his gun. That's frustrating as you look at the stats after the round. Vice not able to land the headshots, and it's going to cost him after getting just one. Sentinels able to win the easy ones. Will they be able to win a matchup against a double operator? Their first real test here in the first half.
I want to see if they switch up their approach, because obviously in this game you can see the other team's money, right? You get to see the opponent's cash, so they can theorize a double op could be invested into, and it's what someone like TSM went to when they were losing rounds like this, so surely they've got a bit of a plan in mind. I wonder what it is, though. Let's see if they can pull off something quick, maybe. We'll find out. I'm looking at what that Omen's going to do, because they're going to be lurking in middle here. It looks like the smoke comes in to block off short on A. It isolates the 2 players on the site, and I think they're going to go off the back of this, but look at Jet. Tucked away in that cubby, could do some work.
And Zom's maybe popping the ultimate here as the Omen trying to just distract, but it's going to be his teammates getting run down in the middle. Sinatra's able to trade out one and pops the ultimate. He saw multiple players on the site. Can he finish these kills? Both the Omen and Cypher weak, and Relics will go down. Now the counter ult from Shinobi. Got him pinned in wide, but unable to connect. So Sinatra surviving, and that is going to be enough to break onto A. Mitch, operator, in hand, finds Zoms as they try and retreat. So I thought just as Sinatra was going to push through, Mitch gets an angle, and now this is a way more interesting 1v1 with plenty of time left on the clock for the attacker Sinatra.
All right, let's see what Sinatra does. A 1v1. For HP is pretty decent. He's still got a little bit of utility. And on the other side, they still... I wonder if they stick with the op. And of course, if you are Mitch, you can't be the first one to rotate on this. You got to wait out patiently until you hear that spike being planted. So for now, Sinatra hasn't been called upon this game, I feel. Instantly on towards the owl drone, see if the player did rotate early, if they were close. This should give them a little bit of time to feel safer in these post plants. Look for that early information. Does he spot him? Might have seen him towards CT. I think he has. And Sinatra going through all that utility bucket. This is going to be tough for the play back in from Cloud9.
All right, Mitch has got the operator, though. 1 bullet to the body is going to give you the kill, and he actually swapped it out to a Phantom on the rotation. So Sinatra caught peek in the wrong direction, didn't want to play the expected deep position on the site. In case that sniper came into play, Mitch with a nice clutch in the 1v2 makes it 2-7. Sentinels still have an opportunity to bring this back to a 7-5 half. Excuse me, the C9 still has an opportunity to make it a 7-5 half, but we'll see if they can make it back-to-back rounds. They haven't been able to do so yet. Double ops are gone, though. Will they buy up again? Tens is going to get it, right? Nope, going with the rifle.
No. Okay, fair enough. And again, this is a best of 5, so the big thing here is you don't want to get a blowout on the first game. Morally, it's going to be pretty rough. So you want to try and do some damage. As much as it sounds very self-explanatory, the mental sort of toll that you're going to get if you lose in such a dramatic fashion could definitely echo on. But for now, Cloud9 with that little bit of a stabilizing moment in that last round is a really good look. So hopefully they roll this back, and it looks like the Sentinels might have considered some mid-aggression coming out again, but it wasn't the case this time around.
Blocking sight.
Tenz is going to know at least the location of one, and here's the jumping from Sick on the outside. So mid has been taken by the Sentinels. Cloud9 aware of it. Will they be able to trade? One of the issues with this comp is you really just have the paranoia to flash. And a good tripwire is going to slow the push. Rogue's getting aggressive, goes up over the wall from Sick. They're not going to see this coming, but Shazam is there to punish. Spike has been located, and here comes the rotation.
Yeah, it's down to Vice to try and buy some time. He just about takes down Sinatra. Nice pop on the ult. Maybe gets that last bit of info. How much time does he have? Not enough. Dapper there on the swing. Tenz and Shinobi, though, know what's coming on. And now we're down to Shazam to try and do the damage. A 1v2 ain't going to be easy trying to bait it away. Tries to do what he can. Shinobi, he's having none of it. It's stabilization time for Cloud9. They've got a couple of rounds now. This is enough of breathing room to come through, but that kind of late game hold coming out was excellent. I was so worried. Once that trade came in, I was like, oh no, they're going to tear away. But Vice just about bought enough time there to allow those rotations. Look at CT on the minimap there, or the defensive side approach to B. It was a second away from getting that support system there in place. So nicely played to buy the time on that B site.
All right, these are two big rounds for me because if you watch the group stages, I was watching Tenz's stream and they were having so much success on the attack. It was their defense that is the expected weakness. Here comes an aggressive paranoia, and Tenz is going to work on top of it. 3K to kick that round off. A big start here for C9. Now they're starting to build that confidence.
Tenz is nuts. Where's that guy been the whole time? I guess you can't throw it out every round, but that sort of play... Oh, it makes me smile. You love to see that sort of stuff. And this is going to break the Sentinels this round. They have no play back towards the spike, so they've got to try and approach from another angle. And maybe Tenz just wants it all for himself. That's his fourth this round. And he might just find the final player. He knows that the Dapper's been playing on this side. He's going for it. He can't quite connect on that shot he needed. But that's the power of Tenz.
And also credit to Relics there. Everyone was paranoid. Hey, everybody. Here comes Dapper. Okay. Taking 2-3 guns off. This round is not done yet. 1v1. Vice versus Dapper. And of course, it's going to be up to Dapper to go for the plan.
This is going to be a timing moment, isn't it? Oh god, who turns at the right time? Oh, they've gone around each other here for now. And retrieval of the spike. It's going to be the fight, right? As soon as they hear that they're there, he'll swing on it. Surely. Surely.
Yeah, Vice can just bait this one out. He's seen the spike. He's holding the angle. And now you're peeking with a Spectre. That is confidence right there. You expect him to be coming for it. And against a Phantom, that is a big win. Cloud9 pulls it out, but that was a little bit messy in the middle after a fantastic start from Tenz.
A little sick piece there. Just to throw it in every now and then. Do that sort of play. So nice. And it just keeps you on your toes when the attack inside. You can never rest on your laurels. I love to see that. That makes me so happy that Tenz can just throw that in as a curveball. It's perfect. Those 3 kills were huge. Bear in mind, that round was almost clutched back. It came down to a 1v1, even after 4 kills from Tenz. So God only knows what would have happened if that didn't come through. But for now, let's see what the Sentinels bring out this round, because it looks like a little bit more of a lean towards B this time.
Sinatra with those recon bolts is going to get the information. They're definitely in B main. And now the shock darts will be coming down. Shock dart. Mitch from the door. He's been so good with the headshots. You saw him with the ace as an attacker last night. What can he do on defense? As it's still going to be 3, make it 4 stacked up at B main. I think this is going to be a commitment from the Sentinels.
Nowhere to run!
Oh, that's definitely going to be a goer, isn't it? You get a pick like that, you're going to want more. But you know that this has been a pretty well-predicted piece by now. But the paranoia is setting in for the defensive team, and they're going for maybe a mid retake? So they've left the B site completely. They've stacked up in middle, and surely Shazam has just seen all of that. So this should spur on the hit. It does. Here comes Dapper leading the way, trying to clear out the site. Sinatra does find Vice, but by now the revive comes back in as the trade was there for Mitch, and Mitch is just on patrol here, not allowing people to cross cleanly towards the site.
It's the final round of the half. Could be playing this one slow to go for the resurrect, but Tens isn't slowing down by any means. Out comes the jet ult, and the daggers come flying. Mitch looking for more. It's Tens who's gonna get his second, and there we go. 3 kills for each players and the defuse. Cloud9, after looking so sloppy, what was it, 7-1 at the start? They come back and make this a 7-5 score.
Okay, Tens has just won them 2 rounds. I'm gonna put it for free. Tens has just won 2 rounds there for them. That was insane work from him in that final moment there. Like, I don't know what to say about that. I mean, Dapper's moment here was beautiful as well. Very nicely played. I think there's something to be said about Cloud9 not checking on that corner deep enough. Obviously, if you do check deep into that corner, you are open up to short. So I get it, but obviously it did create a bit of a problem. But belting start from the Sentinels. We know their defense is good as well, but it was a wake-up call, and it looked like it did awaken Tens the Beast. He did come alive in the later stages of this. So looking at this one, just beautiful synergy with the Omen blind coming in. Just everything you wanted off the back of that.
Pretty solid stuff from the Sentinels this time around on their attacking side. Not as good against TSM comparatively, but we'll see what they're able to do now on the defense. Cloud9, remember, 7-5 in the group stages on their attack. Will they get that early momentum and win the pistol game? 6 says no, and how good has this man been in the pistol rounds? Last time he opened up with the first 2 picks, same thing here in round 13.
Bit of defensive-sided aggression on the pistol off the back of that contact, leaving the last 2 players for the newly appointed attacking side in all kinds of trouble. Relics, oh, the timing couldn't have been worse. Vice there, trying to do what he can, finds Zoms. Relics goes back in, finds Shazam. Ooh, Sinatra does go down as well. This is suddenly very, very possible. What a messy start here, but Vice, can you clutch this up in a 1v2 now?
Mitch was able to pull off a 1v2 earlier. It's now Vice's turn. Just a classic. And you got Sick playing around the corner with Dapper. Sick's gonna make some noise picking up that Sheriff, and he's gonna make it count. 4 kills for Sick. The man is gonna have a Phantom in the second round again. Expect that one coming up. Here's how it all started. The double peek. You saw it on B long, on Bind from Sinatra playing with Shazam. This time it's Sick and Shazam with the peek. Relics, pretty good against multiple targets. I want to give it to the Omen for Cloud9 so far. He's been playing strong. But if you're looking at stars of this game, I think we definitely got to highlight Sage, especially in the early rounds here from the Sentinels.
100%. I mean, I'm so used to singing Sinatra's praise on this map. It's great seeing everyone else showing exactly what they can bring to this. And this is one of those moments where you get the slow in combination to the, you know, information piece coming out from Sinatra, the spam. It's known. We all know it. But it works very well. It's a very diligent play, and it's going to buy time. For now, though, on the opposing side, you got to look at what Cloud9 can bring here. We've got Ghosts. We don't have any armor, of course. They're going to be very low on the econ, so they're going to have to just kind of be somewhat quiet in this round. If they can get maybe a spike plant, that'd be great. Maybe a gun away, even better. But it's not a huge investment either from the Sentinels. Of course, their purchase is going to be relatively quiet too.
I'm trying to figure out how you get through this defense right now. And there's one of the keys, is to make sure that Shazam doesn't know where you're headed. Shazam has been known to play deep back at the spawn, watching mid. While it's Sinatra playing the B site. Will they know that there's 3 this direction, though? It looks like we're going to see Vice calling it out. Guys, I think we can press the action at A. Cameras are out on both sides.
They've drawn the additional man, the float player towards B. So there's those 3 players on B. They get the 5v2 potentially. The camera can act as almost an additional man for information for free. So here we go. Going to spot the first, but can they control the hit now coming through? Tens is right there, but Tens goes down. Nice control from Zoms. 3 is exemplary. But there are still players around that could cause problems. 15 HP ain't a great deal.
Vice is able to pick up 2. Round's not over yet. Now it's going to be so tough. Last man standing, Relics is going to fall. Expected loss when you look at the weaponry, as it's going to be Sentinels holding strong on the defensive end. And so far, I think the difference between this matchup versus what you saw against Homeless last night, Tens is not getting success on these entries. He was constantly flying in and getting the first pick yesterday, and of course the day before in the quarterfinals. Sentinels not giving them the opportunity. They're outgunning them. They've got the better weaponry, and of course playing safer positions.
Right here. Right here.
Okay. Let's see what Cloud9 has in store. I always like to watch the attacking teams. It's a heavy lean towards A. They've got a little bit of mid control coming out from their Sage to keep an eye on it, but no pressure, no presence towards that B side. So if they do go for this hit, it's going to have to be pretty swift. I'm wondering if Tens goes in with utility or goes for the kind of contact play.
He's going to go right into his smoke.
Yeah,
he was doing
exactly
this all
that.
yesterday. Spike's already going down, but Dapper will find Vice. Spike planted. 4 attackers left. What can Tens do from the top? There's his first. Sick is pushing through the smoke, and he's just dropped down. So they're going to force the pressure from the top. Instantly, the Owl drone is going to be cut down. And Shinobi holds strong. On the flank, though, it's Zombs. Tens answers back. Good round so far for the attackers, and with just Sinatra left, Mitch is going to eliminate him with the Vandal. And it is Cloud9 back on the board, 6-9 after giving up the early rounds. They win the big one, the important one with guns. But here come the Sentinels back on a buy of their own.
That was just a really big individual play from Tens. For you to get onto the site for free like that, I guess with the investment of 2 of his own smokes, very well handled, opens it up perfectly for his teammates, and it seems like maybe a bit of a miscommunication there, because Shazam seemed very unaware that there was a potential that Tens could get to the site. He walked through that Omen smoke completely unawares, so a little bit of a misplay there, misread, and an excellent outplay from Tens. So again, as you said, still able to get a buy here for the Sentinels, but they're going to be put through their paces. It looks like Cloud9 is bringing a really nice attacking side now.
And I want to give credit to Mitch there. He saw how much money Sinatra had. He instantly shot the dart, and then, of course, you hear the Odin just a few seconds later. Without the recon dart hitting anything, you're not going to get that vision. He won't be able to punish as well. Odin is just constantly spraying over at the B-bomb site while Shazam snuck his way up to the middle and is going to find the first pick on Relic's catwalk. Shinobi has him in the corner, but won't be able to finish him with the shot.
This looks like another A hit, right? Like this is they've played it to absolute perfection. They're playing him like a fiddle here. No one's actively able to defend on the site by now. If they just walk this, they're going to get in for free. They don't know that, of course, but now they're going to find out as Tens just walks in.
Mitch still holding mid while everyone else is pushing through, and there's the first stinger removed in the hands of Zombs. Shinobi about to get a lot more information. They'll be able to shut the door, and they know all 3 are going to be pushing from the same direction. One player up top, though, is it's Sinatra on the rotation with the Odin, finds 10. Shazam now gets his 3rd and 4th kill. What a play. The duo of Shazam and Sinatra getting the job done for Sick in the mix as well.
I love that, though. The retake, excellent. Nice to see Shazam finding that form there, but this retake was scary for a good couple of seconds. You could see them trying to trade on that. Shinobi and Vice trying to combine to shut down Shazam, but didn't happen. The money's a bit of a mismatch as well for Cloud9 looking at that one. I want to see what buy they get off the back of this. It might be a little bit weird. An answer back, I think, is the main thing coming in for the Sentinels. I kind of isolate those first 2 rounds because they were pistol rounds. I look at the gun rounds as a different entity. That was a good retake. It's the first time we've seen that really nice, successful retake coming off the back of it because, you know, we saw that great sight hit from Tens. And again, that proving how good they are on these A hits. So it's going to definitely get in the minds of the Sentinels that, oh, okay, they've shown this real prowess towards taking A. We can't over-rotate. They could hit it late in the round. So this isn't a bad idea. This is a good look so far, and Relics again with that mid-pressure building so quickly, trying to clear out as they go in combination with the Owl drone. He gets some good mid-pressure. And honestly, this round, the Sentinels have absconded playing middle, really. They're very tucked in on the sides. They want some aggression towards A. There's a player on the other side. They outdo him, though, and Sinatra outplays Mitch, and that's unfortunate. That's a little bit Almost unfair the way he plays it, but he's
It's
good
like
at what
his
he does.
150th bullet that finally kills Mitch there. Mitch was dodging, he was healing early in the round, but you got to keep your eyes on tens. Anytime he has this jet alt up, he is able to do damage. There's the first, gets the instant reload, down goes the second, and finds the third. Tens. 3 means that he will be able to get this plant off, and with just 2 defenders left, they're going to be in trouble going up against one of the best jets in the game, but a single bullet will cut him down.
No pressure, tens. Watching this cross. He gets one more. It's got to be done. They've got to be so aware of this angle. There it is. Execution towards Dapper. And you can see Zom's trying to bait it out, but Tens isn't falling for anything. As an individual, even on no HP, he is still operating at such a high level. Zoms does find him. How much time was bought? A great deal. I think Zoms knows it's now or never. Good random choice towards Shinobi, but he's got to move fast here, fuck it.
Has no idea where this player is, and Shinobi's paranoia is going to wear off. What a big round from Cloud9. After losing 2 players to start it off, it is one of the best players in the game, if not the best. Tens making a statement again with the right clicks and then finding Shazam with the lefties. The best part of this, though, was we talked about it, Lauren, off camera, was just how Sinatra and Tens are so good at reacting off of sound cues, off of the info from other players using utility, using their kit. As soon as he hears that Omen, he saw the tip of the gun from the Cypher, peeks out knowing the Omen won't be able to help him out, gets the 1v1, and is able to clutch up. Here we go, though. Sentinels know the pressure is coming at B. At least Sick is going to hear some footsteps early. And now we'll see a full rotation. Will they get there in time? Or is it going to be Tens and crew pushing through?
It's got to be. Tens is aggressive. He knows he can outdo him on the site, and he's done just that. Trying to play this back in is going to be beyond difficult. Shazam with just the ghost, though, going to shut down Tens. That's a gun recovered and then some. Now, Spike should be able to be planted. It is. It's down. It's retake time again for the Sentinels, but Cloud9, decent post plants it.
We've been talking about ultimates. The Jet ult was so good last round, but Shazam has been on point with his Breach ultimate. The Rolling Thunder could totally throw off everyone on site. Going to force a player out. Perfect cage timing, though, as you're going to see Vice buying time. And I think it's all going to be based off of how Shazam plays. Here it comes.
That's huge. That's really big. Sinatra in compliment as well. Find Shinobi. Vice doing what he can, but it's down to 1. Mitch tucked in the corner, but time is ticking. He just has to buy time, but they're trying to stick the defuse here. Dapper is on patrol, but he's got no HP. Mitch is good for 1. He comes off the defuse. Is there time?
You gotta have.
I don't know if there is. It's going to be so close. No! Beautifully played by Mitch to buy just enough time to swing at the right moments. And that comes down to the wire here. What a great round from both teams. Honestly, this is such a great matchup.
This is going to be a fun series, and this is just the beginning. If you guys are joining us for the first time, this is the PAX Arena VALORANT Invitational powered by Seagate Gaming. We are in the grand finals as Cloud9 and Sentinels matched up in Group D together. It was Sentinels taking the series 2-0, but since then, they have proven that they are some of the best squads in NA, taking down teams like TSM. You saw C9 taking down Homeless last night, who had upset T1 earlier in the bracket. It's been a fun tournament to watch, and definitely one of the most exciting finals we could ask for.
Why am I seeing ghosts in the kill feed? Excuse me? There we go. Thank you. Thanks for... Don't make me nervous. Don't make me nervous. Sinatra, stop it. Don't do this.
They're not going to do it,
Cloud9,
are
don't
they?
throw this one. We don't throw these. We do not throw these rounds.
There's the res. They still got the guns against just a sheriff and a ghost. Smoke out from Tens. Perfect placement there, as Dapper won't be able to get any sights. A quick peek, though, from Sinatra finds Tens, and all of a sudden, this is trouble again. They have Spike. They can go anywhere on the map they want. Instead, they're trying to force this one into B. Sinatra down to 2 HP. And he is so good at delaying. Does he know the Sage is directly above him, though? Mitch has his location and has him dead to rights. All right,
But look
2v1.
at this flank. Oof, I'm nervous. I'm nervous this has come down this far. It should be fine. It should be Cloud9's round. I think Mitch might have a good idea. Just backs away from the timing. So both of them know what's up. Dapper just about evading detection. Creeping back in. He's found Shinobi. Oh my word. 8 bullets to play with unless he hits that reload. And the Sage cowering at the back, trying to play the time. Mitch has to be smart, on point, and he is. Dedicated towards the angle. Mitch, don't let it slip, but
That was against pistols.
Shouldn't have been that close.
Yeah, we should remind everybody that was against 3 Ghosts, a Sheriff, and I think a Classic that round. Big hold to start things off. Sick is so good with that Ghost at short range, but it is going to be Cloud9 taking their 9th round, about to tie it up potentially if they're able to get through Sinatra's Odin at the B site, or will they just lean over to A?
I'm just waiting to see what happens. You know, Ten's 1 away from his ult now. He gets 1 more pick. He's looking for it early too. If he gets that, pops the knives maybe, or saves it for if the economy dips a little bit. But what a turn back here from Cloud9. That first half, I was like, okay, Sentinels, all right, we're looking good. But this is the perfect response. Cloud9, yeah, they're leaning a bit on Tens to pull off some big moments, but you know what? He can repeat these. He seems to be able to pull off some repetition. So this attacking side's looking pretty deadly. Sinatra trying to find the info. Gets a little, not a lot. And again, a bit of a default from Cloud9, not trying to be, you know, too obvious in where they want to head, but with the spike coming back around towards B potentially, it looks like that might be the final destination.
It's been their best site. Whenever you watch their footage, Cloud9's success is always over here at B. Unless Tens is able to smoke out and rush his way deep on the A site. Here we go. The stack's coming in. It's going to be the double peek. Every corner is going to be checked. And of course, Sinatra on the other side, you heard him using his shock bolts. Trying to lay down some early damage, but he misses wide.
Okay, patience being shown here.
Now you know. And this is where the Odin is so good.
What is that aim from Sinatra? Flicks
just-
everywhere, but the site, it's Cloud9's. And as much as, yes, we're seeing a couple of individuals here and there, this is good from Cloud9. That's a nice site take. Yes, the retake's still very deadly, but they have the players in the right positions. But they're going to have to bank on Tens maybe being good for 1 or 2 here, because even with the low HP, they need to tilt these odds in their favor.
You got the man advantage, and you also have a Resurrect still on stick if needed here for the Sentinels. And he's going to go for a quick heal on Shazam, so everyone brought back to full health. Tens, just 24 HP. 1 bolt will take him down. Sentinels are stacking up. Everyone pushing from the same side, and Dapper and Shazam are going to power their way through the first 2. Final player in the back, it's Relics. It's a Bulldog. It's a Dream versus 4. He's stalled, but not long enough, as it will be Sentinels taking their 11th round here. A strong defense after giving up a few to Cloud9.
That's fine margins, though. Is Sinatra going to do this? Ridiculous. Like, what is that? What is that? Yeah, I mean, it's ridiculous, man. It works.
He snaps.
You know, if you'd only got 1 there, that post plan would have been substantially harder. That retake probably wouldn't have been, you know, working so well. The damage that you got towards Tens was pretty imperative too. But they found a way forward. So for me, I want more of that from Cloud9. They're getting the flow right. They're getting these vibes, but look at the money. It's been broken off the back of this.
It's all Tens. It's all Tens again. So anytime they get in this situation, you are banking on the double kill from Tens to kick things open, take the opponent's gun, and then hold the site. That's how they've been able to pull off their eco rounds in the past. They did it yesterday against Homeless. They did it against every team they've played on this map from the streams I was watching in Tens' point of view.
Blocking sight.
All right, Tens, we've seen this before. The smoke, 1 more comes in. He gets up close and personal. This time just pops it straight up and down. Looking around, looks towards heaven. He finds
He's clean.
1. Tens is looking good on this. And there's another victim. Tens is so damn good in these rounds. But Spike's not gone down here, Pocket. There's still dangers aplenty.
I don't know how he does it. He is so consistent. Definitely the most efficient player with a Jet ultimate. Now, he may have to bait a teammate or 2 here, but expect him to be good for the right click. And down goes the wall. Tens is going to punish Zombs. Don't you reload at me, boy. Doesn't have his updraft, so he's going to have to play low ground here. But what should have been a round for the Sentinels, the Jet, a superhero, is going to keep 4 up for the attackers with 2 defenders probably keeping their guns.
Tens is just a goddamn game changer.
Okay,
This guy.
Sinatra.
He's okay. Sinatra's he's not out of it, but the time's not going to allow much more. They can cost him,
Right.
but the round's theirs, no matter which way you want to cut this. And Tens' value, unbelievable. His economy management is good too. Remember that. His team, money was shot, but he kept his ult, he kept that in mind, he didn't pop it any earlier, and he's been able to garner them around that technically shouldn't have been theirs. You know, again, I don't have to explain economy to most people, but it's a factor. You shouldn't necessarily win with just pistols when you're broken off the back of it, but him being able to do that gets them right back on this great purchase, right back on the right track. Look at how these rounds have gone. It's bits and pieces for Sentinels, but when you have so many rounds from that first half, it doesn't take too long to close, but we are almost on level pegging here.
Shazam and Sinatra combining for 43 kills. Tens on the other side with 22 kills of his own. Star players all over this grand finals, and it has been a joy to watch, especially with plays like we just saw in the previous round. But what will Tens and friends be able to pull off here as Cloud9 are trying to ease their way back into this map? Remember, down 7-5 at the half. This has been way more successful than I expected.
I think this is just your every day of the week 3-2 split for now. There goes Omen's utility, trying to set up the plays through short, and now let's see what Shazam can do. Plenty of utility, but it's Zoms to succeed against Mitch and Shinobi, but 10 still stands, and that means there's always a threat around.
I know exactly.
Out comes the Cypher ult. Good recon dart coming in from Sinatra, though, is going to give some information to the defenders. Now, Shazam is trying to set this one up with some bursts through the wall, force players into his teammate. As Sinatra is pinching from the opposite side, Shazam is doing the damage himself. Tens versus Shazam, and the duo again holding it down as Sick is going to get the defuse. That may be the game winner for the Sentinels. Will they be able to lock this one up?
It's a nice edge. You get this site, you take the site, get the spike down, you got 10s looking good, looking ready to go, but then the retake, you can't allow Shazam to do this to you. You could see they wanted to try and take that short control back so they could hold the site a little bit more comfortably, but this has broken the economy again. And at this point, they have to just all invest. There's nothing more to be done. They can't hold back anything. It's time to buy in because it's map point. Of course, this is a long series. It is a best of 5, and also, you will get your golden boy and Gaskin pretty soon as well.
They're
They'll be
coming.
taking over the end game. Don't you worry. You aren't going to miss it. Speaking of not missing it, this has been an excellent game thus far. This is probably the more biased map, I'd say, in favor of the Sentinels, and we still have a 10-12 scoreline. That's very telling for a damn good series.
Sinatra has used his full kit. Out comes the Owl drone from Shinobi. And Mitch is going to make a little bit of noise. Let him know, hey, you're only going to see me, bro. Sentinels also holding their positions much stronger now. Previously, they were biting kind of early in the rounds. Now they're taking their time. The Omen ultimate coming out, trying to distract. And it looks like just some early mid pressure. They'll try and work their way in, rush through the B door, and execute full as we've seen in the past.
Okay, good info. Sinatra now out of util. This is going to be a 3-2 split again towards B, though, and they've been getting these spikes down, Puckett, but it's holding those post plants, but this time there's 3 players here to defend. This might be trickier to take.
And do you remember last time with the Rolling Thunder? That is the attempt again on the retake, but this time Shazam cut down. Sinatra did find 10s. And with the Sheriff, he could have had a second one here. Nice trade as his teammate was backing him up. That was sick, but both players now down on site. Spike is going to go down any moment. This is going to be up to Dapper working with his Omen. And what can they get done? Dapper taking down 10s as the res comes in from Mitch. Dapper's so clean so far. And that's a great paranoid.
This is not looking too good if you're Cloud9. These post plants have to hold, and Zoms
1v1.
finds Shinobi. There's still one standing. And around the world we go. Look, who's buying time? It's the other Omen. They've readjusted. Zoms is none the wiser, but can they do... He's holding it. He just gets off the defuse. Relics, well played to Relics there. So well handled. He took himself away from the site when he felt that retake coming in. Yeah, he kind of left his teammate to die, but he was playing for the bigger picture. He was playing for the plant. He goes around the world, comes back in, spots the defuse, dealt with. Nicely controlled in a high pressure moment.
Man, Shazam is kicking himself for that Rolling Thunder. It was short on multiple players and then getting instantly picked as he peeks through the smoke, just assuming everyone was going to be rocked by it. Sentinels could have finished it right there. Now we see an overtime opportunity for Cloud9. If they win this, it'll be the first to 2 as we go into OT.
Get out of my way!
One more to go. Mid-aggression being shown by the defensive side. They've got 2 players waiting on the other side of that smoke. They're going to burst through this one. There is an Omen on the other side. Tens is right there as well. Oh, everyone's going for these crazy plays. Tens pops the ult. They're all looking for those opening picks, but no one's giving it away just yet. Redix finds Shazam, and suddenly it's looking pretty good for OT if they keep going this way.
Dapper on your screen with a terrible weapon for this range, but he is going to make it work. That is Stinger taking down Relics. Out comes the knives, though. Tens finds one. Can't finish off Sick, and Sick is going to make that one count.
It's a 2v3. It's not over yet. Sick needs to do more, and he's done just that. One towards Mitch.
Wow.
The second again. This is 3 now for him. He finds a third on Vice. And it all falls down to the final man standing, Shinobi. In the 1v2, he's full HP, decent armor. They've got the good read here, Puckett. They know where he is. He won't. Surely he doesn't get a free spike plant, or do they play purely for this retake? They're getting close. They want to end this one now.
In-game leader for Cloud9 will be outgunned by Zombs, and that will do it. Sentinels lock up map number 1, 13-11, way closer than we saw in the group stages. And if this first map is any indicator, this grand finals is gonna be so tight.
That's huge. Again, most people coming into this would argue, yeah, this is the Sentinels map. It's a really good map for them. If they got the right side of the knife, they would have probably doubled up on it. They would have probably wanted this twice. But a 13-11, you can't ask for anything more. Sure, OT, maybe, but what a great, great map to start this one off with.
They're going to look at the numbers. Tens, of course, impressing, especially when they don't have any weapons. 25 and 23 on the other side. Sinatra, Shazam holding strong. Zombs gets to 22. 21 from Dapper. Everyone chiming in with kills. As it was Cloud9 outgunned, but they had some huge rounds, especially when they're down multiple players. And I think that's the scariest part of the C9 team moving forward, is you can never count them out in a round. Even if they lose 2 players in the first 10 seconds, the round isn't over until all 5 are dead.
Every single player has shown value in that game. You know, there've been individual moments galore. I'm so happy this is a best of 5. We get to see basically the full map pool here.
What an absolute banger of a game. From the very beginning, I was like, oh geez, this is maybe we're gonna get one of these series. But then all of a sudden you got the X factor, the man that can win rounds all by himself, just grabbing a hold of some of those things and just converting them into victories. But looking at the stats, Puckett, I think Sentinels across the board had a better team effort. And if Cloud9, maybe if Tens has a bad game, that could turn into a 2-0 really quickly.
Yeah, it's one way of looking at it. Definitely saw strong individual performances from the Sentinels today. And I think that was kind of the strength for me coming into this tournament. When we made our predictions last night, I said, oh, it's got to be 65% in favor of Sentinels, regardless of who they match up against. Everyone is chiming in. Whereas, as you hit on, Cloud9, they had a star player. TSM, in theory, they have a star player. Everyone trying to play around that star player. Sentinels don't need that. Everyone bait and trades for each other, and they can all stand up and win a gunfight in a 1v1, as Zombs just showed you in that final fight going up against Shinobi.
Anzi, I think the cerebral play and the strategy of Sentinels ultimately edged the match in their favor. Do you think that for Cloud9, those 11 rounds, is that reflective of a full team effort, or do you think that was 10 stealing a couple of rounds?
I'm going to be honest, normally I don't like having to depend on one teammate to always pop off.
Unless
if I'm honest though, Tens can kind of do it. There's a reason most teams don't succeed when you need those, you know, individuals to go crazy, but Tens seems to find this on a regular basis, you know, and again, that just kind of disproves the theory. If he can keep doing it, if he can dig him out of those rounds, more power to him. Keep doing it.
It doesn't matter how you win, really, does it? I mean, if the round goes in your favor, it doesn't really matter how you get there.
Exactly.
And Tens has been is insane to watch. I mean, the jet ults, the updraft floating over top of the Omen smoke to go for the shotgun headshot. You know, it's well, a shotgun knife headshot anyway. But I mean, it was impressive to see, and I'm super happy that we now get to move into Haven and see it all again, because now we have our second match coming up. And looking at the breakdown on the stats as we have been, it's an even 60%. Sorry, excuse me. Let me try and make that intelligible. 60% on Sentinels and 60% on Cloud9. So there's no real map advantage statistically for either side. And Haven, I think, is probably one of the most creative environments where you can see both teams kind of flex and learn about each other. Pansy, what do you think that Cloud9 has taken away from such a close loss?
I don't know, dude. What Cloth? What do you? How you can't take anything away from those games in a weird way, because it was so close. 1 or 2 round swings here or there, and it's a different outcome. It was repeat that game, a couple more times, I don't know who wins it. You know, the Sentinels, yes, they did have a great half, but as did Cloud9. I think coming into Haven, though, I'd say it does, in my mind, it does suit Cloud9 more. I think because of their previous history on this map. But as of late, seeing Sinatra on that Phoenix has been a very big point for them, and it has been a big game changer. He didn't have the best early game, but late game, he definitely picked up. He definitely found his own late game. But again, to me, Haven should go Cloud9's way. Should.
I think what's
so
crazy
too.
about this one, Moses, also is you look at the numbers of times this map has been played. Cloud9's only played it twice, but they made sure this was the map that they're going to see game 2 and game 5. That shows me that they have confidence that this is the map they feel they can seal the deal against the Sentinels. For the Sentinels, they've only played it once in this tournament, so unless they have been practicing after their matches, they've only played Haven once since Wednesday. So we'll see. Are they rusty at all? Will there be any weaknesses early in the game? Because the Sentinels came out hot last time around.
Well, not only that, but they haven't faced off on this map yet. They haven't played each other on this map in this tournament yet. So this is going to be a new look at each other, at least in the most recent possible matter, is they haven't actually fought on it yet. So I wonder, and the question is you know, you never want to lose, but do you think Cloud9's how close they came in that last round, do you think that's going to leave them feeling more positive coming out of that loss than they otherwise would, Puckett?
100%. As soon as you won that eco round with 10s flying through with knives, you were back in this matchup. It didn't matter where your head was at after halftime. You know, an individual round like that can turn everyone's mood. And I think this team is feeling, okay, last time was 13-9. This time we took them to 11 rounds. We are playing this team tight. Just wait for it to be our turn to pick the maps.
I just saw, and I catch a glimpse every once in a while. Before we throw it to the break, there's just something I wanted to address. Someone just said in the chat that TenZ is overhyped. He is not overhyped, sir.
Just get him out.
Or ma'am. He is not. He's not overhyped. If you want to talk about TenZ's ability to affect rounds, just watch that last game back again and ask yourself if he's overhyped. The man can turn the game on a dime. And if you have a lot of players in the top echelon like Mixwell and Wardell pointing to him as the best player, you better believe the hype is real.
Yep.
And we're going to keep going with that hype through the break. We're going to watch the highlights. You can see if he's overhyped based on the highlights alone. You got something for me, Puckett, or you want to throw it to the break?
I was just showing the pens. Spam these pens. How are my 10s?
Help 10s.
Let's go.
Yeah, I love it. I love it. Let's see some highlights. Let's watch some of that action back again. We've got Game 2, Sentinels and Cloud9 Grand Final here at the PAX VALORANT Invitational powered by Seagate Gaming. We'll be right back.
Recognition
Running from my future, never knew what I was meant for. Scared to take a step, cause if I left, then it would mean war. If I go to battle, will I make it back? And if I never do, will I wish I had? Cause now there's something calling me to jump into the deep end. Feels like my whole life until the second I've been dreaming. If I ask, would you come and fight with me? It's not just a moment, it's a destiny. We could be the warriors, warriors. They don't know who they're messing with.
Welcome back to the PAX Arena Valorant Invitational powered by Seagate Gaming. I'm WTF Moses, joined by Pansy and Puckett, and we've just seen Sentinels go up 1-0 to nothing over Cloud9 in a very, very close match. We're getting ready for the next map on Haven. And now, Lauren, we saw a lot of the same from Tens in the sense that he was owning, but also Puckett on the side of Sentinels, the even pressure, all pistons firing at once. I'm hoping we get another close game. Lauren, do you think that Haven is going to be an advantage either way here for any reason?
I'm trying to keep in mind that the Sentinels look better as of late, especially on Haven. The switch up seeing Sinatra on that Phoenix is looking wonderful. However, classically in my mind, I'd say this does suit Cloud9 a little better. Of course, they picked it in the map, veto system. So that makes sense. I think this should classically sit with Cloud9. But with Sentinels in their new look, I'm waiting to see. I think there's a world in which they come out and they surprise a couple of people here.
Puckett, first of all, I think we both need to address the man in the room, the Soldier Boy in the chat, by the way. We did do a cursory overview to see if any lyrics were safe for broadcast, and unfortunately, due to many factors, including my, I don't want to say it, but we can't repeat anything that he does on the broadcast.
We can say that, right?
I think that's it. But and that's roughly as that song is right in my boomer wheelhouse. But I'm just gonna leave that for another day.
I interviewed Soldier Boy back in 2009. What's up, man? Welcome back to the chat.
He definitely remembers you, I bet, guaranteed. He's like, oh yeah, I remember
that kid
him
at the
for
video
sure.
game tournament in Toronto. Oh yeah, I was there.
So shout out to Soldier Boy coming in to say hi. I know he's been having fun in VR chat. We've been having fun in this chat. Speaking of chats, our in-house statistical team has again gone to the API. We've got some great stats here. We've been going off our spreadsheet, custom made for this event. So shout out to all the PAX staff who have been helping us out. And we actually did a quick analysis of all the ranks in the chat, and the aggregate rating for everyone averaged out across almost 40,000+ people. I didn't think it was going to go this way, but actually has gone down a rank to Iron 1. Or is that up a rank to Iron 1? I don't know, but it depends on where you are in the world. But Iron 1 is the average rank in the chat. Shout out to you guys for being here, supporting everyone. I thought it'd be a little bit better, but I say the same thing about myself constantly and every time I fire up Valorant. Let's talk about Haven again. More. Let's talk about the matchup.
Phoenix.
Actually, let's see the matchup.
Phoenix.
Yeah, we want to see some more Phoenix play, and I also want to talk about Shazam and Tens. Let's see the head-to-head on the stats for that last map. This was huge, and Shazam was popping off. He's actually been very consistent through this weekend, and well, I guess we're looking at the agents here, but we'll talk about that in a little bit. Dapper is going to be playing the Cypher, Shazam on Jet, as expected, Sick on Sage, Sinatra on Phoenix, and Zombs on Brimstone. Okay, walk us through the Cloud9 lineup, and Pansy, we can maybe commentate on the Sentinels choices here in a second.
All right, so no surprise to see Mitch on the Sage, Vice on the Cypher. That's about 100% choice across the board for this tournament. Relics is going to stick on the Omen, which he had a lot of success on last map. And then, of course, Shinobi is going to stay on Sova. So the exact same lineup that you saw on Ascent is coming in for Cloud9. This is their comfort pick, but they're so good at getting the information and working around Tens on the Jet. For me, it's going to be a question of what is Shazam going to be able to do on the Jet versus Tens in that same position.
It's a good one. It's a damn good question. I don't know if there is an answer when you have such a specialist in that regard. But for me, I think, again, if someone's been paying close attention to the Valorant subreddit, I think most people did probably spot out one of the very choreographed pieces that Cloud9 do on their attacking side and how they kind of split in towards a couple of sites, how they approach taking map control, some very creative approaches, and I'm hoping we see that. I think this map really does suit them quite nicely. I think this one you'll get to see their creativity on the attacking side, and not just the Sentinels leading the way in that.
So this is the head-to-head matchup I was just talking about. This is Tens and Shazam, and I mean, every time you're leading off with a like a 300+ combat score, you know you're pretty insane. But on the other side, Shazam has been very economical. I'm not going to pretend to know what the econ rating means, but why don't you tell me about it, Pansy?
I
have
got you
no
guys
idea,
here.
dude.
It's actually
I don't pay attention.
the damage you do
All right, set
per
you up.
1,000 credits here, guys. That's what the econ rating is, and you can see Shazam is one of the best because he is able to keep his weapons. He stays alive. He knows when to go all in on the site for a retake or defuse, or when to just back away and get the exit kill. So Shazam, I feel like he has been playing extremely smart throughout this tournament. He got caught just one time on the last map using his ultimate a little bit too short, but other than that, he has been super clean on the breach. Now moving over to the Jet though, I wonder, will he be able to play that same play style, or how is he going to approach things differently with a hero with way more movement abilities?
I think as much as that is a great rating, and to keep in mind what it can entail, let's also remember for the economy what Tens can do. He can pretty much be on a zero buy or have very limited money, pop his ult, and have more value than anyone else. So it doesn't obviously show the full picture, but it's something nice to look at that obviously Shazam does still make it work as well.
Absolutely. I mean, and realistically, I think the story here for me, as again the Iron Caster in the room, the stats aren't that far off. I mean, Tens is the superstar. Not a lot of people are giving Shazam the same credit, but at least in that last map, they were performing quite close to each other, which if you're Sentinels and you've already got one superstar on your team, that's got to be feeling real good. Also, shout out to all the dedicated viewers out there who've been joining us through the weekend. We're happy to have you, and especially those who are now recognizing that I recycle my jokes basically every day. So, fuck it. I mean, let's get maybe into a bit of the predictions here. I know it's really difficult to do so, but we've already seen one game. So, what are you thinking for Haven? Who's taking this one?
Ooh, I hope it's Cloud9, right? Everyone's hoping for that game 5. You either want a CEO and Sentinels just proving we're the best team in NA right now. We crush through everybody, or you're hoping we go the distance. This is Cloud9's pick, and remember, they get to see this map played twice, not just map 2, but also map 5 a little bit later. So that shows me that they are confident in their selection. Their attack has been their best part of all the maps that I have seen from them. So what can they do on a 3-bomb site map? That's going to be the key for me. I want to see them have a very successful starting round, assuming that it is going to be Sentinels on defense to kick things off. So you got to start off hot here, and you're looking at the man Tens. He's on fire right now. Get the man going early. Get that op in his hand before Shazam can get one on the other side.
Anzi, I know you love predictions and making predictions, especially as a caster. So why don't you give me yours? Who's taking this one?
Moses, I'm biased to everyone apparently, so
right.
You know,
Don't
it's quite
pick a
tricky.
side.
Exactly. But in that, screw it. I think this map does suit Cloud9 better. I've been impressed with what they do on their attacking side. I actually really like it, and I hope we get to see that today. But if there is a follow-on from what we saw on Ascent, Sentinels should be able to press this. But there is a reason that Cloud9 have put this as their pick.
Absolutely. I'm going to take Sentinels in this one. I want to see a full 5-game series, but Sentinels just has the magic today. I'm feeling it. It's an even stat split. You guys, I'm ready for map number 2. I hope you are as well. Pansy Puckett, take it away.
Thank you so much, Moses. This is map 2 of the best of 5 grand finals. $10,000 going to first place. The biggest chunk of our 25K grand prize pool here. As we take a look at the trophy, that is also something awesome that everyone is going to be fighting for here. PAX Arena doing it right. As we get a look at the guns to kick things off, it's going to be relics on the Ghost, just 2 Ghost, as it's a lot of classics and armor coming out of your attackers.
Okay. You see this mid-pressure Sinatra already getting things started with a bang. Contact made towards short as well. Dapper knows what's up, but commits to the second. Tens trades it, and suddenly this A-hit looks a little bit more scary. They could definitely get the spike down. I want to see what that Omen does. Maybe trying to hold the back flank for now, but kind of irrelevant to how this round plays out. They kind of need to speed up here and support the rest of their team. As this retake, it's got bodies to it.
Does Sinatra have any more curveballs, or did he use them both to break his way out of garage? That's going to be the question for me on the retake. Tens is going to punch a stick through the smoke, and Shazam will answer back on Rox, who's holding down long A. So it's just 2 players on the site. Tens about to have his hands full, trying to do work with the classic, and now he's got help. Mitch is going to go down, so it's only Tens, and finally they will be outgunned. Shazam going to pick up that defuse, and he is going to be working his way towards an ultimate early in this one.
That was really quite a nice little retake off the back, but I love this bit of aggression. Very well handled in the end. It's crazy seeing so much variety on someone like Sinatra, that kind of switch onto the Frenzy, onto, you know, Phoenix, and showing some real versatility there. But Sentinels with the first is a good beginning. But it wasn't a bad first round either for Cloud9. It was quite close getting towards those post plants, so not too bad.
Let's see what they can do. Sheriff on Tens is going to be the player to watch for me. Shinobi also could do a lot of work getting the information for his Key Slayer at the start. They're going to make some noise over at A, then look for the push from Sinatra through mid. Tens, you can see just holding at head height. Is Sinatra going to peek again? And this is just going to be a slow round, I feel like. At this point, you're just trying to punish the guns that you've seen every single time. When the Sentinels win their gun round, the pistol round, they're always investing at least a Bulldog, sometimes a Phantom, as we saw Sick in the previous round. Shazam, giving up his position. He's been called out, but he's got Mitch pinned to the right of that window.
Yeah, he's being aware that he's going to get swung on. Full play face towards mid window. I love that. Well, from mid window to kind of B spike side. I think that's great. I think that's a really nice way to utilize those pistols. You kind of want to take those superior number fights to try and capitalize on, well, sadly, any small advantage you can get, because obviously the opponents are on a substantially better buy, but Tens, always a threat. So crossfire in middle might be undone if they're not careful.
Big wall going up. Is there a hole? Nope, it's going to be clean. As I say it, it's actually Dapper who's going to rotate around and get the triple there. The Spectre is clean, but Ten's still alive. He took that early damage. He's surviving, spike in hand, and he's got his Cypher to work with. So the two are going to make their way over to the C site as it's Zombs, last man standing. Remember, this was guns versus pistols. And again, it is Cloud9 with the man advantage. Final 10 seconds. Spike is planted. Will we see the 1v2 clutch from Zombs this time around?
I actually loved everything that Cloud9 just did. I talked about their creativity on the attacking side. You're seeing it now. Zombs has to play this. He does have good armor, but, well, you've got Tens with good aim, so that does become a bit of a problem. Yeah, there it is. Tens with 3, but the theory was right. That four-play face towards middle was just so perfect to punish those peaks from Shazam. They then play up towards B, put up the wall to isolate that crossfire so they could overwhelm the isolated player, and they don't overcommit to it. They take their time with that as well. They peel towards C to get the spike down safely, and again, keep those pistols in areas where they can succeed. This is going to be a bit of a warning signal to the Sentinels that, hey, these guys have got plans on this attacking side.
And now it's the defenders who are going to be outgunned. Zombs is going to go with the Frenzy as well as a half armor, and a Ghost on 6. So these are going to be the key players over on the C site, looking to do the damage. Sinatra also holding a Frenzy to follow up his curveballs if they decide to push him. But they have heavily stacked over at CB, Lauren, and it's only going to be Dapper running into the whole C9 squad in just a moment.
Dapper, how much time can be bought? He's actually pushing this one. You can slot it. Oh, he's been spotted. Just that shoulder peek from Mitch. He sees him, and that's more than enough. And suddenly the C stack just feels almost silly if you're on the other side to it, but maybe they could still get something out of it. The Relics is still showing a little here. He's keeping utility building. He's going to keep them dedicated towards this, but let's watch where that spike goes. They still seem a little hesitant. They're trying to take their time, and oh, are they going right back into this stack here, Puckett? Okay.
They've bust through smokes in the past, with Tens leading the charge. Will Relics set them up for it? You take a look, everyone is stacking up C long. This could be a hugely punished. Good paranoia, but it's going to be Sick holding strong on the back of the site. Kill score back, left, and right. It's just Shazam left now in the 1 versus 2. Mitch. Will he be able to get the pick? Shazam with some nice jump peeks is continuing to do the damage, and that spike is still not planted, but the res comes in, and Vice holds strong. Pretty solid defense, though. They went with the gamble stack at C. They eventually get the pressure there, and they took off 3 guns.
That's beautiful. Nice. Let's talk about silver linings for Sentinels here. Obviously, good deals of damage, but they forced the res early out of Mitch. Now, that's obviously because you're respecting your opponent. You got to take it seriously. You can't let that round go to waste, but that was nice. That was a nice bit of play from Shazam, but obviously a better round from Cloud9, even though it got a little bit dangerous. Double ops out on the defensive side. Now, I want to see if we see the kind of set piece that I've known them for. We should start watching the Sova and the Cypher for Cloud9 and the way they use utility. It's an impressive piece, but look at Phoenix, look at Sinatra. He's just pushed straight up middle, and no one's seen it.
And Shazam walks out the front door with everyone worrying about what's going down over at the B mid. It's Shazam peeking from the door and taking down 10. So Operator is down. And remember, this is a double op setup on defense for the Sentinels. Relics sees the wall up at C. Going to be backing up. rejoining the rest of the squad. Where is Cloud9 going with this spike? Still plenty of time, 1 minute 4 seconds on the clock. And they're just going to try and figure out the locations of these defenders.
That's the nice element of having that camera on A short. It means that you don't have to be worried about anyone pushing up, so they're going to work this out. But how do you get past Dapper here with this op? That I don't know if they've got any utility to do it. A little bit of a shoulder peek, a little bit of a jiggle peek, and it's done it. Mitch is there, he takes down Dapper, and suddenly the site's open.
It was Mitch with the jiggle, it was Mitch with the punish. Nice work here as they go in dry. And Mitch is going to wall up as the power position here for anyone trying to rotate through the defender spawn. There's going to be 2 players up in heaven, but with the spike planted here, it is going to be so tough to get onto this site without taking damage. Zoms picked from the middle of the map. That was a lurking Relics, and that is a big one. With Relics now behind the defenders, they are so nervous. You can see they're just going to try and back away, potentially save these weapons.
Yeah, Relics is great on this map for his readjustment. You're seeing it here again. He is a little low on 11 HP, so maybe not wanting to lose out on that, but the chance to take away the op was probably more important to him. For me, I love what Relics does on this map just because he can be such a constant threat with those B pieces. If they do their full set execution towards A down the line for Cloud9, you're going to see a great deal of success off the back of what Relics can do as well. But that entry on the site was everything. Just getting that one pick towards the op, up towards heaven there, that opened up the site. It's going to force, you know, a little bit more of the economy damage to be done towards the Sentinels. They're going to have to kind of keep in mind they're a little bit light on cash. They've got to be careful. They can fashion a nice purchase though. Double op still out. But of course, on the other side, you got some money building up now, 5.5 with Vice. Mitch sitting on a decent chunk of cash too. But let's see if Shazam can show some presence. We saw that mid-aggression not work out that time for Sinatra.
And once Mitch gets rolling, I feel like the man was sitting on AK, all 8K. The entire match against Homa. Shazam is going to get the first pick on 10s. And that's a big one. Aggressive peek from the Jet. And Shazam is going to punish it now. Knows there's going to be more mid-pressure and definitely knows the location of at least the Sova. Does he know there's more? So far, playing it safe. Remember, Shazam, no armor this round. He's a glass cannon. You hit him, you're going to chunk the man. Slow smokes going out, blocking off the window as they're starting to work their way down to C long. And this is going to be sick, holding it with Zoms once again.
Smoke's down.
Dom's feeling out the pressure here. Puts the smoke down towards middle now. Probably gonna be a little bit worried. They're up on the site. That was a beautiful blind coming out from the Omen. Spike gonna be planted, and suddenly this defensive side is pretty cut off. Now, they're going in individually. I'm a little worried they're not waiting on those rotations, but maybe feeling they can make it count while they can, while the players are close by, but it's not worked out. It's trading effectively for the attacking team.
3 attackers left. None of them playing tight on the spike. They've all dropped back. Forcing movement here out of Shazam, and he is going to get peeked by Vice as he is going to make it now just 1 player left. Dapper, can he work the miracle? I'd expect him to save the op, but they're going to be coming hunting for him. Now he's been spotted by Relics. Will he loop around in time?
I think just about going to be okay. You're going to have Relics trying for it. He can tuck himself in the corner. He shouldn't repeat this. Don't repeat that. Yeah. Don't.
Just make noise.
Need to. Don't lose it.
Be scary. All right.
Okay.
So it's again these Relics paranoias. Every time they are pushing C, he's hitting the player on lumber. As soon as they get that pick, they're able to get the spike planted and then just fall back. Excellent execution by Cloud9 on the attack. I like what they're doing. And this could be way messier, but that second round, that's what set the tone. And now, finally, the Sentinels are broke outside of that operator. Will they buy up, or are they going to be saving here for round 6? It looks like, let's just save a little bit, go with a very, very light buy.
An early stack on short A. For the defensive team, you're going to see aggression kind of throughout here. They're trying to play in Dapper. They're trying to give him a little bit of room to play. And as much as they did remove some of those 50-50 angles before, there's still some that remain, so Dapper better be on point. Relics again proving his value in droves. This man's nuts so far in this game. His value is insurmountable. Does he check the corner? Of course he does, but he loses it. So now there's a chance, but it's a thin one, and it gets put to bed instantly. Ken's instantly on the aggress as well. Not going to slow down. Not going to hinder him for a second. Shazam outdone already.
Shazam only hit one of those blades, and he was expecting the kill. That's going to be costly. Sinatra investing his run it back as well. Out come the curveballs, but he's slowed down. Great Cypher play from Vice as he locks it up, keeps his teammate alive, and they will take the round 5-1.
And again, this is where I just want to... I can't hype him up enough today. Relics on this map is great. Now, it's only a 1-for-1 trade, but his ability to take away that op at the start was massive. And reading the aggressive play potential was great. They have a really good idea of how they like to see this map play out for Cloud9. I like what they're doing. So far, so good. We haven't seen a solid answer back yet for the Sentinels. They're okay, but they haven't got it working. And it looks like we could see a bit of fun over towards A long at the start, playing in Phoenix early. They aren't going to cross through towards short, but Sinatra's going to be close by this time.
Shinobi trying to get the information, and now Sinatra is making the noise. Saw the tip of the gun, and he's going to punish Vice. Able to get some help from Shazam just in time. The duo doing work at long, and Zombson's going to cut down Tens. It's just the two attackers left, but Mitch, he's been on fire.
Mitch
There are
playing.
two more for him.
My God, that was good. That flank just kept it safe. That just flying up short. They need to get the spike towards site, and they've done just that. Switching over to Mitch, and now suddenly Relics is on patrol. Gonna try and keep Sick humble. Might buy him some time on the rear. Just no! Overly confident that it was gonna work out to blind Sick, and he's had none of that. Gonna get them back, keep the economy strong, keep their players up. And again, time for the defuse to come in. It's recovery, but it was I'm gonna say it for what I feel it was, and maybe I'm wrong there. I think that was just a slight misplay off the back of the Omen there. That's all it was, and it's unfortunate. But Sick gets away with it. He gets 2 free kills. He's probably happy as hell with that.
10 kills already on Mitch. 10 sitting at 7 and 5 on the other side. It's been Shazam doing the early work. But a quiet game out of Sinatra so far, and I was actually really excited to see him on the Phoenix again, because last tournament I watched him, he was so good at rotating out of garage, getting aggressive through mid, rotating over to C and catching players off guard on the retakes. He has been slowed down, and that's a bit uncharacteristic of the young man. Let's see what he's going to do, though, as we have a triple stack down long. They go for the instant peek as Shazam is going to see Tens in the air. Now, instant punish. The Resurrect is going to come out, but what a start here from Shazam. Great read.
Just got outplayed, didn't you, a little bit there? Now, they have noted both players, so this is a bit worrying now. This commitment towards A-Long is pretty isolated. Tens is going to find Shazam. Sinatra's very much on his own. He's going to try and buy as much time as he can. He's trying to survive, and he's done so well to do just that. Takes down Tens from the grave, and this should allow time for rotations, but it's just Zombs here.
Just Zombs, and he doesn't use the maul. He didn't want to pull it out. Thought they could be coming up faster, and instead he is going to be found in the body. Great shots coming through by Shinobi. Now it's the retake. Can they pull off the 2v3? It's going to be Sick working with Dapper. Sick already pushed up as Dapper is distracting from Heaven, was able to find the first, and now actually is behind him at CT, it looks like. So both players trying to watch each other's back. Down goes Dapper. Sick is going to be found as well. Good crossfire from Vice and Mitch as they hold down the post plant. Sick reactions, though. Shazam just shows you he can still whip it.
It's the fact he knew that's what he was going to probably try and do. Just that prediction. Sinatra's value there on long, considering they got spotted early on, tried to make the best of a bad spot. But I'm going to be honest, I haven't seen a solid answer yet for some of these site hits coming out. The Sentinels don't seem to have a full grip on it. I would say this map is still pretty strong on the attacking side. I think that's pretty fair right now. But the way Cloud9's playing it is very good. They're getting, they're getting the spike down, they're getting everything they need working the right direction. Defensive side aggression, though, is always going to be a big thing to watch for, and they're trying to exude some of that now, trying to get that early information to allow those rotations to get towards the right site.
Did Dapper see that cloud going out, the dark cover from Relics in the corner? With the orb being taken, being baited out, that paranoia hit them both. Great wall going up. That is going to save them, at least for now. Relics gets the high ground, though, and Sick is going to fall over to the other side of the wall. He's got support. Tens trying to hit the crack shot. And a rare miss with the Jet ultimate, but Tens pulls out the big boy toy, and that sniper is going to be good. Already 2 defenders down, and this is going to be tough for the Sentinels. They're on the retake, but their positions have just been given up to the Cypher ultimate.
Nice site execution. You can see all the smokes up, trying to clear out the corners safely. Spike now planted. Let's look at those post plants, but look at that Sage. Look who's lurking towards B. That's going to be a big factor. It's going to keep these players busy, and it's Mitch this time towards Zoms. Beautifully handled. I love seeing a little bit of alert coming in, especially with favorable numbers. Why not try it? They can fall away now. They can try and catch anyone desperate to save, knowing that maybe with that jet still up, you want to take away whatever gun Shazam has, and, well, he's going to keep hold of it for now, but it's worth it to try and do the damage. The economy, the defensive side, is looking pretty shattered here.
Shazam wins his. Vice is going to take down Sinatra, though. Only a stinger, so not the best weapon to try and save for the next round. As Shazam looks for exits, able to get his second of the round. Shinobi?
Worth it.
Yeah, I was going to say it's actually Vice who's going to peek again. Relics, though, at the start, I mean, how impressive has he been? Lauren, you highlighted him earlier. I love his paranoias. That was a second one. You're going to bait the orb? I'm going to punish you, he says. Shazam almost working his magic, but Vice making sure no guns staying on board with the Sentinel. 7-2. This is a dominant attacking side.
And just in case people are kind of wondering, well, why did they try and feed to those guns? Was it worth it? Of course it's worth it. Look at the money difference. On, obviously, the attacking side, Cloud9, they can re-afford to buy pretty much all of these guns. They're fine. But if you take away the guns from the opposition, they can't really afford to reinvest into it. So they're going to be struggling for cash. But we are seeing how they're going to try and get around that. The little kind of tens play around. It's not the only Jet to do it, but he's had good success with it. Is pop the ult on Jet. You basically get a free damn good gun. So, good ground gain from Shazam. Free info being garnered here. There is going to be the traps in the way, so got to be careful how he does it, but B's being taken as we speak.
Yeah, Shazam's going to be on a nice flank, though, and if Tens is looking forward, he could be the first one to fall. Relics is on the other side of the wall. Zoms is actually going to hold true with the Ghost as he gets the first pick on Mitch. That is going to delay the spike plant, and the spike is having to rotate out. Shazam on the flank doing huge damage as he finds his third, looking for a fourth. Shinobi able to answer back with one, but the damage was already done. Dapper cleans it up, and that is a huge eco round coming out of Sentinels.
It was massive. The flank coming out from Shazam was great. The early info and obviously the reactionary play. This was nice. No trade. Vice turned as quick as he could, but by the time it was done, you know, the damage was there. No one able to shut him down. Shazam able to isolate so many individual fights. And saving the ult for the right time. We saw Tens do it well, and now we've seen Shazam do it well. It's obviously a great addition to being Jet. You can kind of depend on that ultimate so much. And now I see a pretty even purchase, but 3-7 is a very commanding scoreline still for Cloud9, especially after that loss they suffered in the previous map. This is probably going to feel good for them. This has got to put them in a good position. Maybe get a little bit of that confidence back with them, because it's so far looking pretty nice.
I was expecting an 8-4, maybe even a 10-2. Sentinels now could finish with 5 rounds. Trying to hold true over on A. That's where the hit is coming, and it's Dapper working through the smoke, able to take out Vice and gets the info, spotted at least 2 players.
I want to see what the response is here, though, from the opposition, because they're going to try and lean towards A. That's the normal response, and that's where Cloud9's attacking hit can be great, because they kind of cut off half of B, and they split towards those back calls, you know, the connector between B and A, but at the moment, I don't think they're going to fall towards it because they simply don't have everyone up that they'd need to be able to create that opportunity to happen. They've lost out on their Cypher, which can be very important. However, they are potentially feigning it. They put a smoke down towards B to keep the defensive side pretty much guessing, and this is a perfect read on the rotations. This heavy stack towards A from the defensive team is going to be completely countered by this great hit towards C. It does mean you're going to be instantly in a retake, and you've got to know that if you're on the defense. So they need to take this clean, and when they play these retakes, do not go one by one. Let's get those nice trades coming back in.
Maybe wondering why they took their time like that. Well, they were waiting on the second smoke there to recharge from Relics. Paranoia goes out to make sure no one was at Lumber, and now with Garage blocked off, they really know, well, they only have one angle to break in on us. Tens is going to try and hold the door as everyone is rotating through the defender spawn. Sinatra leading the charge, caught with a curveball in hand, but he's traded out as Sick is able to pick up the kill. Now Shazam trying to work magic, but the Brimstone late smokes coming into play.
They're holding it. I'm pretty sure they're still on this one. Shazam's going to re-smoke it. Double dips on it. He's still going, and he's still got it. Nicely done from Shazam. Bros just simply don't fake, Mitch. You got to know this now.
Zoms with a late round smoke gives him the opportunity, and then Shazam double smoking himself on the defuse is clean. I thought this was all Cloud9, but props to the retake coming out of the Sentinels. Back-to-back round wins, 7-4. So we're going into the final round of the first half.
It was a nice round, but this has been a really good approach so far from Cloud9. The last couple have tipped towards the Sentinel side, but it's not been a clean run. It's definitely not the team we saw before. Sinatra struggling to find that aggressive play that I really liked from him on that Phoenix. It will apply better on the attacking side, of course. But let's see what we have here. A little bit of a different look. This looks like more of their standard approach, that kind of play up towards short, but this double stack on long. Shazam tries to get the opener. Also going to play in the Cypher, who's sat just in that little cubby, so it's not a bad idea. For now, no harm, no foul, no losses here.
No one falling at the start. Silva using a little bit of utility, but that's about it. And of course, you have your camera set up at short A watching your flank. That's where they got punished last time. Shazam was able to loop around through when they tried to go for the B plant. This time, Ten's going up and above, but Zoms was playing way deep. Is going to use his ultimate, the orbital strike. Going to force everyone out, stops the plant attempt.
A spike. Oh, he just cancels it. Nice work from Sinatra to push in on that timing. Loses out to Vice in the end, but the spike now down is going to be on the attacking side to try and make it back up. But Vice is being just a real threat here, and Shazam, can you go big again? This time a little bit trickier, but with that spike being where it is, there's a chance for a bit of play here.
Great timing by Vice. As soon as Dapper goes to throw the ult, the peek comes in and makes this a 1v2. Operator inside a bubble on B site, pinched between two players. Good luck, Shazam. That's going to be the half. 8-4, Cloud9. They picked Haven. They're feeling confident on it. Their attacks have been pure. And an 8-4 half is exactly what they were looking for.
Man, that peek still, Mitch on that little jiggle peek towards heaven. So well done. So this is a really good half. But let's remember we had a good half on that first map, and it still became a really close game. We need to kind of keep in stock. Things do switch and change when we switch halves. But to me, this is a big win condition for the Cloud9 side. They had to bounce back, and they've done just that, which I really, really like for them. I'm glad to see them looking very competent. We had some great rounds from Shazam. Obviously, this is just... that's just cheeky, right? You love to see that. But overall, this is a really good sign for Cloud9. They needed this one. This is a nice kind of response of, hey, this is our map pick. We want to get that buffer.
Here we go. Big pistol round coming up. Will Cloud9 be able to take the early advantage again and hopefully seal a quick finish to game 2? Or is it Sentinels? We can totally flip the script and win 3 in a row off of some big plays. Sinatra has been pure with the frenzy and the pistol rounds. This time, though, a great paranoid comes in as it's Relics and Shinobi holding down C. Relic still surviving, finds another one on Zoms, and once again, it is now a 1v4 for the Sentinels. This time, it's Dapper.
Cloud9 knew what was up. They 100% got to have known what was up there. Not getting away with it this time. Oh, even being checked on over towards the defensive side spawn. Dapper. Oh dearie me, it's all looking a bit rough, right? This is not the dream. This is not how you want to start the second half. Great beginning for Cloud9 though. I think Dapper knows his days are numbered. He can try and do what he can, but nice positioning, nice hold. It feels like they did their homework on that. How many times did we, go off about Sinatra on the frenzy, aggressive, blah, blah, blah. It didn't work that time. They were prepared. Nice utility. Well held. Dapper trying to do damage. Got to try and do something, but the round might be a little bit too far away. As look where that spike is. They can just sit in this crossfire. They shouldn't let him get an individual 1v1. They don't. They're ready on the swing. Vice there to shut it down. And the perfect start in the second half for Cloud9 now.
Shinobi got it all started. I do want to give credit to the in-game leader because he was the Sova playing deep, peeking long C. While I gave a lot of credit to Relics, though, and I'll continue doing it, his blinds have been on point. Another great paranoia, catching Sinatra, who is the player rotating to do the heavy damage. Looking at the buy, Lauren, we got a little fun in the hands of Tens. You ready to see it? Can we get a judge camera?
I'll leave you to it. I'm going to turn my fan off because it's really loud. So you get this round. Enjoy.
I like that. All right. Tens wants to get aggro. If you've been watching him before, he can punish a full push or he can go hunting. And it may not be the round. You can go ahead, observers, and swap it over if you want. He's not going to see anybody early. Cameras are going up in mid, and I think that is a great sign that is going to be an all-in. Will the wall go up? Sick. Down to about 10 HP. The Paranoia is going to find at least 2, and the Bulldog will find more. Relics doing the damage. 6 still alive in the middle for now. But he's got an Ares and 2 pistols looking his way. Everyone's going to fall for the Sentinels, and another big hold from Cloud9.
Clean. Okay. Okay, this is it. This is the map we expected to see. Now, imagine the veto went differently. Remember how the knife round worked, how it kind of influenced a couple of the other elements down the line?
Yep.
Now, imagine we had Ascent twice rather than Haven twice. Cloud9 did pretty good to get this.
Yes.
This is really good news for them. We'll probably come back to that, I'm sure. When Golden Boy and Gaskin come on, they will definitely be paying attention to how the map will sit later down the line in this best of 5. But for now, this is the big one. This has to be quite a statement piece coming back in from the Sentinels. They've got to make it count right about now, otherwise they are in trouble. And it looks like their approach is a somewhat standardized A-hit. Not too much pressure around the map otherwise. You've got Brim holding mid, but other than that, you've got a 2-2 split, and it's 10s with the Judge keeping really quite the keen eye towards short. They're all filtering up towards long, though, and no one's playing proactively at this point. But when they feel that pressure, 10s could definitely become a big element here.
Cage triggered.
And here comes the push up long. Cage is up at the perfect time. Tens is going to be flashed out of position, but comes running in. Will be found with a headshot as kills are going back and forth. It's 2 down from each side. Spike still not planted. Shazam has it in hands as the Sentinels are going to be backing away. Shazam, half health. Long A controlled by Dapper. Operator on site. Again, tight angles from Shazam, but he thrives here.
He should try and stick to this angle. See if any utility throws him off. So far, so good. He can hold this. He can commit. You can see they're lining up, and here we go. First is good. Is there going to be a second peek from him? That's a bit bold. A little bit too bold for me. And oh, it suddenly opened up an avenue in which this retake is looking worse. But Dapper, oh, he's good for one, but not the second. Mitch is there. And it's all gone terribly wrong for the Sentinels. An over-peek potentially from Shazam. Did you need to re-peek it? I don't think you should have done. You maybe had to bank on your teammates to help you out, because look what it's done. It's put Cloud9 just a couple of rounds away now from picking up map 2.
You know, I love seeing players with confidence just trying to make the most out of their plays, feeling his shot. Unfortunately, you're going up against Mitch. The man is 16-9. He has been one of the fiercest sages in this playoff bracket. If you watched him last night, he was absolutely on fire, especially with the weapon he's got now, the Operator. You go towards Mitch, expect to find one to the face down long C. We'll see what the Sentinels decide to do. They're investing in 2 Phantoms, got a Bulldog, and 2 Spectres. They're going to try and play this fast and at short range. Here comes Sinatra flying through.
They're having none of it. They've got him red every day of the week. He has had no success, and on the other side, the other player, his counterpart, his counterpiece is 10s. And count to 3, the man's racking up the bodies. He wants to get to 12 rounds. He wants to look at the third map. He's thinking about bind already. He's a map ahead. This guy's having a great time, and these kills are paramount to the success of his team. Zoms may find Shinobi, but how the hell do they break in beyond that? I don't know.
Mitch, the top fragger, stacked up with 10s, the most electric player in this matchup. Good luck, Mr. Brimstone. Meanwhile, though, Sick is easing in with his Bulldog, and he is going to make this now a 2 versus 3, a little bit more manageable, and he's going to try and get back to his Brimstone Zoms for some heals. But Zoms, tucked away in that cubby, is in a very, very tough spot, especially with that Operator looking down long.
Where do they take this? Let's look at the spike. Let's look who's got that spike. Let's have a look at Sage. It's Sick. Sick has to kind of be the commander of this play and how he wants to approach it. Them hitting the brakes causes the defensive team to be a little bit paranoid. They're going to go, okay, we still have to keep some presence on A. They could rotate, and it's pulled 2 players away. So it's on to Mitch on the other side, gets contact, falls away. I love this from Mitch. Very safe play.
He's going to get a res
try and
here.
make a one-man thing. He's going to fall away. He can now hold the angle, so they're locked on the site. Very smart from Mitch and safe, allowing time for these rotations. Jet's there now. Relics is there now. It's time to try and play this retake back in. They're doubling up towards CT. This is going to be a tough one to play back through, but that's the beginning. And 10s. Is he going to do it all himself? No. Sick is still trying to hold on.
Sick has a resurrect if he's able to pull it off, but there's 2 players on the sites. He's just going to stick with his guns here. That's a 3rd. Sick makes the 2v4. A round in favor of the Sentinels, finding 4 kills after the plant, and is going to get the op as well.
Unreal. 10s did so much for his team then, but that clutch at the end, that reposition around the site. That was some timing on that. He just about somehow evaded both of those players to get the nice solid kind of piece at the end. But yeah, look at this. How he got over towards this side was great. And then predicting that little swing back in from the Omen, maybe hearing Relics was about to run around. Beautifully done. It's a lifeline. It's not much though. It's still a long way back, and there's still so much danger because, you know, if Cloud9 just have one crazy round, you're in all kinds of trouble again. And speaking of it...
Oh, he has been so fun to watch. Every time he brings out the Blade Storm, the Jet Ultimate devastating in his hands. Turns one kill into a flying second. But he won't be peaked quite yet. Meanwhile, just a shorty in the hands of Vice. And a little early noise, and they're just going to back this one out. See what the plan is here from Relics and crew. As the Omen is just holding his own in mid. Here comes the push. And that Paranoia is ready once again. Last time he connected with 3. As soon as contact is made, there he is. Spot Shazam. Times it.
Good
it's at least Sinatra. But a peek is still clean from Sick. Lit up, but Shinobi can't punish with the Sheriff in time. Does massive damage, but not enough to finish.
So far, so good. Spike is down, though. So they've got to keep this clean. You don't want those threats to arise. We've said it before. These rounds are scary because you can lose out to those pistols, those, you know, lighter purchases, potentially. Nice work from Sinatra. There's a little bit of a threat here, but no, it's been handled.
Yeah, as soon as Tens goes down, I'm like, okay, you guys can breathe again. Let's take a look at how Sinatra got the job done. It was Sick running through the back, and then Sinatra with the Spectre up against the Sheriff. Able to just move a little too fast for Shinobi there. 16 at 13 is Shazam. He's got his sniper in hand. All assault rifles for the Sentinels. On the other side, what buys will come in? It's going to be a Phantom War.
Okay. It's got to be every round, though. I'm going to be honest. If Cloud9 were on 12, I'd just call it a straight-up GG anyway. I think that they can pull around that, you know what I mean? Just like one of those rounds where they just do Cloud9 things. But we do have Tens going aggressive again, but this time I think he might have been maybe seen by the camera. I'm not sure if he peeked around. They saw a leg, but they're going to use utility to clear him out. He's going to have to make his mind up here. He tries to stick it out, but no. Sinatra's success might spur on the hit, and suddenly A's looking vulnerable, and Vice might be nervous, and I don't blame him. Suddenly, here comes the attack. As utility goes up, though, they're trying to slow down this progression.
Ooh, and Shinobi almost hit 5 players with that one. They were all retreating through the tunnels as he aims just a little bit left, expecting them to continue pushing up short. Mitch still with his wall. Still with the revive. Could be used later in the round. No problem so far for the defenders, despite losing 10s early.
You will not kill my allies.
Res towards middle. They've got everyone back up now, so player advantage at least towards the Sentinels. But you do have Cypher working out. Okay, A is clear to my assumption. We got to kind of focus on where we just heard that res. It might be a safer bet to put Omen towards window room or the back of it. So Relics, being that Omen, going to sit around here, and here comes the hit. It's going to be towards C. Nice slow from Mitch. He's going to hinder their progress. And again, we're down to 20 seconds here, Puckett. This is going to be late in the day now.
Got to get onto this site. Got to get this plant down, or at least pick up all of the kills. Mitch holding strong as Relics chimes in with 2 of his own. That is already 3 down. Make it 4, and once again, Dapper is going to fall for the second time as Relics picks up the 4K in the 12th round. Cloud9, a map point.
And look at that utility usage from Mitch. Buys so much time. The slow, the wall. Omen comes in, throws down his work. This is nice counter utility. This is great work. It allows these individuals to shine like they are. Relics just being that safe pair of hands. Big game changer here. Going to put Cloud9 on 12, which is map point. 1-1 would be the scoreline if this does go Cloud9's way. Of course, it's a best of 5, though. This goes all the way through.
And you got to question what everyone in the chat who is spamming 13-11 is thinking. You got your 12th round, Cloud9. I think they end it here, Warren. Do they?
We're going to find out. It's all in piece 10.
Was that a collat to start? I'll take it.
It's the double. It's a straight-up double, and you've taken out some of your big hitters straight away. There's no better way to do it, and no better man to be at the helm of it. Tens can fall away going, I've done my work this round. The rest of you can pick up the pieces. I'm good. And what heartbreak for the Sentinels. That is the least ideal beginning. They've got to try and work something out here. And Tens, well, he's going to be feeling it now. A little jump peek, able to re-peek on the angle. show, hey, Shazam, this is how you repeat an angle, maybe. But we still see this commitment towards A here, Puckett.
Yeah, Dapper making some noise in the cages. Tens, of course, on the other side. And that res, of course, was used in the previous round, so they are nowhere near bringing back the numbers. This is fully a 3 versus 5 with 50 seconds and a Tens in your face. He's going to find his third. Get the eighth, Tens. I'm ready for another highlight clip. Let's put this game away and move forward. Now, the ultimate is still available for Zops. That's the only thing that I can see in their favor, and I'm just going to shut up and watch Tens for a little bit.
Okay. Let's watch Tens in his natural environment here, prowling and destroying Sentinels one by one. Unfazed by anyone. I don't know what Zoms does, man. What can you do in these buckets?
Okay, all right, they're giving them the opportunity for the ace, and there it is.
Oh.
Tens and Cloud9 will tie up this series 1-1 after a fantastic attacking half. They hold it down on defense and tie this one up.
The series is good, Puckett. It's going to be so damn good. Okay, so in now we have to look at the next map being Bind. This will change things up. But in recap, I think if anyone's watched previous tournaments, previous games, Haven was always a stronghold specifically for Tens, but also as a collective for Cloud9. It's been an excellent approach for them. It's been a great map to kind of personify and amplify the way they like to approach the game, specifically on their attack as well, but you saw their strength then come through on the defensive side.
Sinatra totally neutralized. The Phoenix couldn't get anything rolling. Shazam had some nice rounds and then had some tough ones. Sick has been kind of their star player for me so far, the most consistent man in this matchup for the Sentinels. And on the other side, I think there's no doubt, Tens is definitely the player to watch from Cloud9 at the moment.
Absolutely. A great performance from him. I think I just saw a 331 combat score for that one. So that's the number's only going up. If we can get to a 350 combat score in one of these games, I think that would probably be an all-time record for quite some time. I mean, it's pretty insane to watch, and I'm super happy now that you know, we got a series here, ladies and gentlemen. We got ourselves a series.
And
so
if it goes to that map 5, are you nervous, Moses? Sorry to cut you off there, but I was just thinking about it. If this goes to map 5, what can the Sentinels do differently on Haven? Because that was rough.
Yeah, I mean, it's, man, I don't know. It's hard for me to kind of unpack things. It's when you have again, it's the Tens factor, you know, or even in some cases, you know, Sick obviously had his massive clutch as well. Either side has it, so I'm not really sure if we played Haven 10 times in a row if Cloud9's going to win, you know, 50% or more. Really not sure. But I will say, Pansy, it was quite a different story on Haven. What stood out to you from Cloud9?
Oh, I mean, there was so much good work from them. It's not just Tens. Like, Tens is always going to be the first and foremost thing that comes to mind, but the rest of the team plays that map really well. It plays to every single one of their strengths. Exactly, like, the lurks through middle were exemplary. They made it constantly hard to play off retakes or feel safe on sites. It's just, even the utility usage, I think that last round that I'm trying to think about when they had like 10, 20 seconds left on the clock, and they still kept their utility usage so paramount, so prime, and they just denied any start from Sinatra. I mean, he was gone in this game, and his Phoenix has been very good on this map. Bear in mind.
Okay, do you think that maybe one of the understated aspects of Cloud9's game is their ability to adapt? Now, we talk often about, you know, obviously Tens being a highlight player. You know, they have some streaky moments and stuff like that. But that conversation has really been dwindling down. So let's now talk about them as a team that can adapt. Looking back on some of these highlights from Tens, obviously that collat was huge. I mean, those are the types of plays that you can kind of lean on him for. And sometimes that, you know, the players and the stars will align for you to get those collats. But I mean, he can affect rounds. But going back to my original question, Puckett, do you think Cloud9 is adapting to Sentinels rapidly here?
I don't know if it's just about the Sentinels, but it's great to see everyone playing their role properly. I thought Relic's, again, another fantastic game out of him. Mitch, anytime I see him with his full kit in less than 45 seconds on the clock, I'm like, he's good. He's going to stall this one out. He played that round perfectly earlier in the 4 versus 5. So I feel like you're seeing everyone showing up for the team today, and that's exactly what they needed if they wanted to win the grand final. You couldn't count on one player, and so far for me, there's at least 3 that are shining at any time for the squad.
Absolutely. So, I mean, we're 1-1, and I believe we're headed into Bind next, correct? If I remember correctly. So Bind is going to be really exciting for me because this is one of those maps that doesn't really seem to have a particular cadence to it. It's really difficult to predict how these things will go, but we can at least attempt to do so. And before I let you guys ride off into the sunset, let's talk a little bit about the matchup on Bind. What are you looking for, Puckett, for this upcoming map?
Okay, long B control from Sinatra and Shazam was so good. But did Cloud9 watch that VOD? Did they go back and analyze the gameplay? I assume they did at this point. So will they be attacking from those same angles? Are they going to be ready for the flash pushes from Sinatra when it's Sentinels on the attack? I feel like Cloud9 has had time to watch their opponents, where maybe Sentinels may be overlooking their opponents on this map in particular. I think it's still Sentinels with the advantage. They looked really weak against Gen G, but then the very next day, they had cleaned up all of those mistakes. So I think it's going to come down to some big pistol rounds again. That has kind of been the name of the game for the early momentum, and whoever has the early momentum seems to be walking away with the high hand.
Pansy, thoughts on the other side for Sentinels? They have a 71% win rate on bind, which is better, obviously, than the 60% from Cloud9. And the last time they have played each other on this map already once this tournament, at least in the group stages. It was 13-9 for Sentinels. So what are your thoughts on the other side for them?
Honestly, I think if you looked at the map pool, Ascent was going to be Sentinels pick. Cloud9 was going to get Haven. And this is the 50-50. Both of these two teams have bind as one of the higher picks out of every single map. So for me, this is the 50-50. It's going to be a true decisive look at who's in better form. I honestly think whoever picks up this map wins the series overall.
I think so too. I think this is going to be a very crucial round, and 1-1, it's all tied up. Puckett, any closing thoughts going into bind?
Hey man, I think this is the end of it for Pansy and I, so happy birthday to Pansy in the chat if we could spam that one more time. Thank you, Sentinels. Thank you, Cloud9, for giving us one of the most exciting grand finals to watch so far. And honestly, I don't know what's going to go down in bind, but it's not just bind. We are going to split after that. You have an undefeated Sentinels roster on that map. You have a Cloud9 squad who has had some troubles. So I feel like there's a lot of pressure right now for Cloud9 to lock up bind. They want to force that Game 5 on Haven to steal this series away.
Pansy, final thoughts going into bind?
Good luck to both teams on this one, because it's going to be a bloodbath between these two. Yeah, Sentinels did win the last time they met, but this is, Cloud9 looking a little different here after that last game. You're going to get a fired up Tens, you're going to get a fired up squad. This could be the best map, I think, of the series, honestly.
Absolutely. So I'll leave you guys with this. We are going to be swapping up to Golden Boy and Gaskin after this one. So Pansy and Puckett, thank you so much, and a special happy birthday to you, Pansy. And you know what? It is going to be a special night for her. We've got actually a 6-foot-tall birthday cake arriving in Germany, where she resides. We're going to need a special elevator to take up to the attic in which she resides, but hopefully she can fit it through her tiny little cubby doorway, as she is living like Harry Potter up there. So let's make sure that we say a special thank you to Pansy and Puckett in the chat. We're going to go to a quick break, and when we come back, we're headed into match number 3. It's Sentinels and Cloud9 grand finals at the PAX Arena Valorant Invitational. We'll be right back.
is the heat. Farther, faster, higher, stronger. What seemed impossible to beat, someone is bound to make it look easy. Inch by inch we raise the bar. With sweat and blood we're gonna conquer. No backing down from who we are. Nothing great has ever come easy. How far can we go? No limit. How far can we go? So push it harder, push it farther, slower. Can we break the ceiling? There's only one way to find out. There is no limit.
Welcome back to the PAX Arena Valor Invitational presented by Seagate Gaming, and I've got the double GOG triple G with me once again, Golden Boy and Gaskin. Gentlemen, we are in a tied series. We're headed into Bind, one of the most pivotal maps I think we've ever had in Valorant's short history, and it's between two teams that are really slapping each other every chance they get. Golden Boy, I'm excited. How you feeling?
Oh, I'm pumped, man. I was really nervous because yesterday we kind of had some games that I thought were going to give us a little bit more, especially considering, who was competing, right? Sentinels, TSM, right? There was just some great matches, or at least we would hope that would have been the case. But this is exactly what you want to see in a grand final. These are two teams that are slugging it out. They're getting everything they got, and that is the beauty of competitive Valorant right now. And I feel like we're at a point here, fellas, where this is just the tip of the iceberg. It truly is, because these players are doing things that are mind-blowing with the utility on these agents.
And I think, Gaskin, both teams are kind of they bring two different skill sets to the table. Obviously, they're two different teams from an identity standpoint, but they've been matching up really nicely, and it's been making for some exciting games. Headed into Bind, I asked this to Puck and Npans before they departed. What are you looking for from either side? Is there any X factors here that we haven't covered yet?
I think it's just the fact that they're both such aggressive squads. Bind is such a small map that allows for very quick executions and very fast play, which means it's going to be pretty hectic. So it's not really going to come down to how well they execute onto sites, but also how quickly they can respond to rotations, who's going to make the better calls by the in-game leader. Like, there's so much different things that come into the equation when Bind's being played that gets me very excited. And it's going to be about who clutches up, who hits those shots. Like, Tens has been popping off as expected, but there's plenty of players on Sentinels that can match up to him, and if they can shut him down, that does take quite a lot away, I think, from C9.
Absolutely. Golden Boy, I'll take the same question to you. What are we missing here? What is the Golden Boy factor to watch here? I just coined a new thing for you. You're welcome.
It is. That should be a new segment. The
Golden
rolls
Boy
off the tongue.
factor to watch.
The Golden Boy factor to watch.
Nice, nailed it. It's like a movie trailer. I think that when it comes to how this Sentinels team plays around some of their agents, Haven to me was a little weird because I was looking at, and I don't think that, and I think Shazam played really well. But I would kind of like to see them put the jet away and maybe get a little bit more information, right? So for me, what I'm looking out for is what they're going to be doing composition wise on Bind. What is Sentinels going to be doing? Now, as far as the stats go and where we are right now, Bind is actually, I would say, is a bit of a toss up for both of these teams. And currently speaking, Sentinels, they're at 71% win percentage on this with a 10-4 score line there. Then on the other side, C9, they're at a 59% win percentage, but it's 10-7 on that end. So these guys are, Bind's one of the most popular maps in the game. There's only 4, lol. But
it's 25% the most popular map in the game.
25% of the time, it's there every time. The element to look out for is that Sentinels need to get through this, and they need to take this to split. Which, you know, if they are able to get this game and they take it to split, I fear for how Cloud9's going to respond.
You know, I feel bad, you know, giving Golden Boy a tagline, new thing to do. So we gotta have one for Gaskin too. Let's do the Dan Gaskin agent breakdown. Let's take a look at the at the agent selection here. If we have it ready, I'm interested to see what the agent selection is. Maybe we'll have something interesting to talk about. So Dan Gaskin, go for it.
You could say anything in a deep voice and it automatically makes it interesting. I'd say the biggest difference here is just having TenZ back on Raze. What we saw him do yesterday on Raze was nothing short of incredible. Just being able to utilize those blast packs to get aggressive with the op and also get out of dodge if he was in a difficult situation. Obviously, Jet has become the main op kind of agent, but Raze can offer so much more in terms of her fragging power outside of the op ability. If you're not able to get the op because of the economy is not great, you still got grenades, you still got the boombot to give you so much information. So I think that's going to be the key difference here, is just watching TenZ on Cloud9 with Raze. I know that we've been speaking about TenZ a lot and everyone's kind of saying, oh, is he overhyped? Is he not overhyped? The main difference, you can see it. There is no Raze on Sentinels, but we've got it here for C9. So I think this is going to be something we have to look out for.
Absolutely. Well, I'm going to talk like this all the time now, so hopefully the chat stops calling me bald. Let's talk a little bit now about the. I can't do it. I can't do it. They're not going to stop. Oh, damn it! Well,
they're not going to stop. No, you can keep doing it, but they're not going to stop. I mean, that's just a fact of life, bro. You know.
Oh, my entire personality has been boiled down to the fact that I lost my hair at the tender age of 16. So let's, you know, let's talk about TenZ. You know, I don't know if we've done it enough. You know, maybe we haven't really covered this player at all. Maybe, you know, he's one of the unsung heroes of Cloud9. He just really doesn't get the shine that you expect. Let's look back and see some of these highlights from the last game. I mean, we were sitting in the green room, the proverbial green room, talking about TenZ, and there were so many moments in this game where, you know, between the collaterals with the op, you know, spamming people through smoke, just ends things. What else? What haven't we said? What haven't we said about this guy?
This guy he's absurd. He really is. He's the best player in the game. This is not hyperbole. You see what he's doing. He picks apart teams. There was one round on Ascent where, for goodness sake, the man just by himself, Bladestorm. That's all he had, just the knives, and was able to get a 3K and won the team the round. Like that. That's just ridiculous. Like that is just. How do you even do that? And it's not that Sentinels did anything particularly wrong there. It was simply that TenZ is that damn good. And it's even scarier when you consider that he has so many tools that are really benefiting him now versus the way it was before when they were kind of this hodgepodge of a team. Mitch has stepped it up. Mitch is a beast. He is exactly what this team needed. Relics is always going to be that reliable hand that gets the job done. And I really feels like this team, even Shinobi and Vice, right? Shinobi with his in-game calling, but also Vice is always there to lurk. He's always there to have his teammates back. Like, they're clicking. And even though they, you know, it's kind of been a little bit of a topsy-turvy game, they're playing very well right now.
Absolutely. Well, you know what else is really reliable, Golden Boy, is this Seagate Gaming external hard drive, specifically for the PlayStation 4. Now, we were talking about this before the show.
Drop a mug.
Okay, don't break anything. Just try not to upset the wife this time around. So the game drive here, Last of Us 2 limited edition. Tell me, Golden Boy, if I have a console, is it important to have an external drive? Gaskin, hold yours up.
Yes, and look, you guys are always going to be like, why are you doing this? Why are you talking about this? Well, for one, because without Seagate Gaming, this event wouldn't be possible. So we have to thank them for their continued support of competitive Valorant. But also, if you own yourself a console, I cannot stress this enough, guys. Having an external hard drive, especially with the size that games are coming out nowadays, is imperative. You have to have one, okay? This thing is clocking in at a solid 2 terabyte. Not only that, you're gonna get the amazing design. You got Ellie from The Last of Us 2 right on the box here. This thing looks awesome. This whole design is awesome. It's a nice set piece that will go right next to your PlayStation 4. And the reality is nowadays, all of us gamers, we're all just trying to have some dope setups. So what way to level up your setup than to have yourself a special edition Seagate Gaming hard drive on your PlayStation 4. 2 terabytes, great read and write. This thing's a beast. And with the way that games are these days, you're gonna want one. Trust me, I'm a doctor.
Absolutely. Well, you know, again, shout out to Seagate Gaming for making it all possible. And you know, I've decided personally, since I am in control of when the games start, to allow the game to start now. So chat, do me a favor, fire up those couple of brain cells, say something positive for once, and let's get into match number 3. Golden Boy Gaskin, take it away.
How are we supposed to take it away from that? You just told them to fire up their brain cells. Okay, anyway. What's up, everyone? Welcome. This is going to be game 3 of the grand finals at the PAX Arena. $25,000. I mean, crazy just the level of competition that we're seeing between these two teams. It is, I feel like we're starting to get to this, I don't want to say meta, but because that may be the wrong word to use here, Gaskin. But I do believe we're starting to see a bit of a turn as far as how utility is used and then how you play around said utility. These teams are really showing up big time, and they're putting on one hell of a show.
I mean, it is meta. It's meta developing, and that's always going to happen in a game like this that is constantly changing and constantly evolving with patches and whatnot, and also people realizing what certain agents
just made
can
such
do.
a broad claim when TSM was dominating, and I was like, they're the meta. And now I'm just like, I don't even know what to do with my hands.
Well, luckily for you, the meta can change daily, depending on who's playing and who's being kind of there or thereabouts. You can see a couple of statistics there on the screen as well. Pistol win percentage is something that hasn't gone too well for Cloud9 across this tournament, and I'd like to see them continue to pick that up. I know every time I mention it, they actually do start to win pistol rounds, so fair play to them. Certainly in the latter stages of this tournament, we've seen more pistol victories, and that evidently has led them to winning more rounds. So we'll see whether they can do the same here, as we are going to kick off map number 3 in this grand final.
Sentinel on the attack. Shinobi getting some intel. Did get some information. Zoms is going to be pushed up all the way in shower here. And needs to be careful. Going to be really banged up. Needs to get out of dodge. And look at the pressure to start to come in here. But if there's one person that could hold this thing off, absurdly enough, it is TenZ. Has a blast pack. Also has some paint shells to work with. Will back away. So good job there. Just to pick up that slow orb. Always can rely on Mitch to have your teammates back. These are two players that are a force to have on one side as well. But they got some utility out of that, Gaskin. They're going to just pretty much go right back over and work this A site now. They have some time.
Yeah, Sentinels think they've done the job there by like kind of sussing out B site, getting out some utility from the side of Cloud9, but it's not quite worked out because Cloud9 are all here on A site. They very much are expecting this push.
And the timing of the wall was so clutch, it does not prevent them to move with the molly. The kills are starting to come in fast and furious. Sinatra, he's going to get picked off by Shinobi. The in-game leader has himself 3 kills. Last player left alive, it's going to be Sick. Can Sick live up to his name? Looking for another, but he can't quite get the shot off. His teammate is going to stick it. Sick goes through the smoke. He goes through the smoke, but Relix is right there. And they manage to get this one. I thought that it was looking like Sick might have been able to clutch that one. A smart play there from both players, really just playing within the smoke. And hey, foggy eyes, no problem. You're going to get the job done if you're Relix.
Decent defense, though, from Cloud9. Very good at reading what Sentinels were trying to do on that pistol round, and it's going to be a pistol victory for Cloud9. Exactly the way they would like to start this game, but they just need to be careful going into this round 2 now, because we have seen them throughout this tournament sometimes throw away this round. Potentially, it's because they've been a little bit too aggressive at times, and I think they've learned across the tournament that they don't need to be that aggressive on this round. They can kind of sit back, they can wait. You're going to see TenZ on the judge, just holding out Hookah, and that is terrifying as well, because he can do some disgusting things with blast packs and get up in the face of opponents.
Mitch is going to engage here in just a little bit. Does come around the corner. Relix gets that first blood on Dapper. What a shot there from Mitch. Looking for another. Does land it. That's going to be a triple for Mitch. What a play there as well. Holding down on the Hookah and not allowing them to get through there. You shall not pass.
And Mitch has done this time and time again, just hasn't been buying up on that second round to give himself enough money. There you go. Wham bam, thank you, ma'am. Gets himself an op. And this is one of the best ways to kind of try and fix this third round stalemate that we see so often. You don't usually have the rifles. You instead you have the SMGs, you have the judges, whatever. But if you just have one op, this early pick that Mitch is gonna go for could be huge, could be vital for potentially getting this third round. We'll see whether he's able to grab it or not, but again, we're seeing an aggressive Sage from Mitch.
Yeah, look at Mitch. Oh, misses the shot. That's a little bit off brand there for the Battle Sage, but will back away there for the time being. TenZ. Judge in hand. Judgment Day is upon us. He does throw out 2 blast packs, also some paint shells to boot. Go ahead and send Gary to get the job done here. Maybe a scout out, but I think Gary's just going to go on a wayward adventure by himself. For now, though, Vice does some dirty work inside of the showers. Oh no, what a play. I love that. Just giving their the guns. Now Vice, he was already dead to rights in that corner. Dapper gets the kill, but the gun switch was there. Tens couldn't cross to get it, so he tosses that one over to him, and Tens is going to live to fight another day. 3v3 as Shazam's going to look to gain some knowledge through a short.
But it is still a 3 versus 2 on site. Mitch still firmly plonked himself on B site, and to be fair, he's done his job. He's kept the op, and he has scared them away from B. Now, one reason why he might not be rotating towards A too quickly here is because he doesn't want to give the possibility of this op actually transitioning to the hands of Sentinels. He wants to make sure that whatever happens here, he survives. He either rotates late to help a couple of kills coming from his team, or he just survives as Relics gets 2. Dapper at least will reply, but there's no time, and Mitch is going to be in prime position to get the snipe from Hookah here. This is going to be the round. There it is from Mitch. 3-0 to C9, and boy, are they turning up today.
Man, Mitch did the thing that, one, his name is Mitch, so it just cracks me up because it's just like the most unassuming name you could, like, Shinobi, Relics, Sinatra, Mitch. But it works, man. Freaking Mitch. Love this dude. He is dynamic for this team. What he's capable of doing, the way that he gets aggressive. Sages, please just take note. This is like a new wave practically. I'm really big on this guy because he's been performing round after round after round for C9.
To be aggressive here on Hookah. He's going to back off just because he didn't fire that shot. He had the tightest angle, but he's gained the information, and that's all he needed to do that. The rest of the team now can rotate if they'd like, but they don't want to over-rotate and force anything too quickly. But now with the Owl Drone coming out, I think that's a heavy suggestion of a B push. It is going to be an eco round for Sentinels, so they're probably going to want to do something fairly fast here if they don't see any aggression coming out of Cloud9.
There will be some protection if they do want to get into Hookah, but Mitch has eyes on that one. Also, I mean, you can make the case that they're just booming them.
Yes, they are. They are booming them indeed, if that is a word we want to use to try and describe this. I think the scary factor for Sentinels is if they drop another map here, they're probably going to be heading to a Game 5. And Game 5 is going to be Haven, and they just got slapped around on Haven. So that is going to be in the back of their minds. We need to be winning this. We need to take this only as far as a Game 4, so we have to win on Bind. They have beaten Cloud9 on Bind before. It was 13-9 in the group stages, but this is a different Cloud9 than we saw in the group stages. We witnessed that on Ascent. It was so close, even though realistically, Sentinels should have walked that compared to how they played in the group stages. So I think we're seeing a different beast as we get further in this tournament. Cloud9 are just clicking more and more. They're gelling a lot better. And of course, Tens is doing Tens things.
Wild to imagine that a while ago we were, I mean, I hate to use this word so sparingly, but we were kind of like memeing on C9, right? It was just like the 10 show, and he was the only one that was doing anything, and it was just a constant debate about, this team, they just need to find like either some coaching or they need to get some kind of management to decide what they're going to do. But now this team seems to be popping on all cylinders. While that's going on, though, Sinatra, he's going to try and see if he can get a little aggro on the back with the run it back. It ends up working out for them because they are able to get one kill. Now, Spike is down. Relics on the opposite side of this wall. Hasn't made a lot of noise quite yet. Mitch is playing back on defense. You see him with that op just looking for an angle, but they have this locked down now.
And the last thing they want to do here is kind of sacrifice their economy and give away weapons if they don't feel like this is doable. Time is ticking away, so they have to go soon. The orbital strike does force one out, and that's going to be
beautiful.
As quick as that. Zoms gets a 3K, and they were able to just get all of the rats out of the gutter there, utilizing the orbital strike. And Sentinels finally on the board.
They needed it, Dan.
Inevitably going to be coming down B long here, I feel. One of the easiest places to get any sort of action out of Hunter's Fury is going down B long, but he doesn't see anyone because of the smoke, so instead he goes across, tries to get info, but Mitch has already provided him with that same information, gets the opener onto Zoms, and yet again, Mitch finding that first frag, finding that first blood, and being so impressive for the team.
Shinobi with a defensive Hunter's Fury just to kind of stave them off here. Relics heard the orb getting picked up and is going to make Sick pay for his hubris.
Shot dark.
Relics, look at just the confidence from him as he pushes out. Does do some damage. Shinobi's there to back him up. Some more kills starting to come in, and the defenders once again would hold this one off, courtesy the final kill, a headshot from Vice onto Dapper. They look to flood outside of that hookah, and it has not been working out for them. But that round really started when Mitch got that shot off in the showers and stopped whatever kind of information that they could attempt to gather, because it was just, at that point, they were playing that man down and they just didn't have much of a choice.
Yeah, these early picks from Mitch are just providing so much information and just giving them so much confidence going into the rest of the round. It allows other players on the team to get slightly more aggressive in other areas because they think that there aren't going to be players there, or if they are, they can try and take a 2 versus 1 man advantage into it because they know they have the ability to lose one of those men and then still have that advantage as long as they get the trade. And last time these two played each other in the group stage, it was only 6 rounds that Cloud9 were able to get defensively on bind. They've already got 5 here after the 6, so they're putting themselves in such a better position. If they can get 7, 8 rounds, I think they'll be very confident going into their attacking half.
Strong start for Cloud9 and a strong tournament for them, without a doubt. I don't know if a lot of people had factored in whether or not they can get up to this point. Not a lot of utility used to get onto this, just one of those smokes to give them vision, and Sentinels will manage to get that spike down. Mitch is hanging out by the teleporter and will actually get bodied by Shazam in turn. I don't think they will be able to obtain that op, so they'll just have to worry about that for another day. They're going to need to burst out of this one. Hunter's Fury is going to come out. Shazam has him lined up. Did actually tag one, looking for an angle on the other side. But while that's going on, you have teammates continuing to clear out some more kills. Sick and Dapper are certainly going to be good for it. Vice was in a bit of a pickle there. And Sentinels will get themselves their second round win.
And I wonder if this is how Sentinels need to approach this game now. They know that Mitch is going to be holding certain angles with op. He has been flip-flapping from A to B, so it's very difficult to try and predict where you're going to go. And you can't really avoid the op because he's going to be there or thereabouts. But if they go fast and furious onto a site, then they give themselves a chance of, like, at least getting that trade if there is going to be op there earlier. They just need to make sure they're not peeking this op individually. The amount of times I've seen Cyphers get taken out in the early stages where they're lurking and then suddenly there's the man advantage. Instead, do what they did just in that round. They almost just walked onto the site with confidence, just trusted their aim. They didn't give away any indication they were pushing the site with any utility, any smokes, so there wasn't any rotations. Cloud9 had to fall back. They had to just rely on the after plant, and it didn't really work out for them. Their retake wasn't that great.
Fast, furious, and confident, like the 15th Vin Diesel movie.
Was Dwayne Johnson rumored to be in that one? I don't know. You guys are you're friends now, so I thought I'd just ask.
Best friends. Someone in chat said though that I should stop talking about myself and talk more about the game, so I'm just going to focus on that.
It is.
Thank you so much.
It is great advice. I'm going to be completely honest with you, Alex.
Shut up. Tenz is going to get called out. There goes a showstopper. Things go boom. Doesn't connect for it, though. He's going to back them away. On the other side of the site, though, Spike is going to get placed down courtesy of that wall that will be protecting Tenz inside of the cubby. Dapper's going to be on the opposite side, and there was just a little too much for Tenz to worry about there. So now that this wall is going to go down, this is where Sinatra can actually go a little crazy. Locates one, tries to get the second, but Relics is going to be up on heaven and try and protect himself there.
Right here.
These players are going to be dangerously weak, Askin.
He got some big damage done there. He does have Orbital Strike as well. Opts not to go for showers. Instead, he sends it towards Lance, but here comes Shinobi now. He has prime position. And there is going to be a very weak player in Lance. He gets the tags. Now he just needs to hold this.
Oh, winnable, winnable, winnable. Oh, my word. Shinobi. I mean, Dapper had just 3 HP, man. I thought that if he was able to just rip away from that, all you had to do was just breathe on him. No social distancing necessary. He would have just easily been able to get that kill. That said, though, they're able to pick up that win. Now winning 2 in a row. Perhaps Sentinels can start to put something together here, Gasket.
Yeah, now money is going to be pretty sparse for Cloud9, and they're going to be heading over to the Sheriffs. Although I do think Cloud9 are a pretty scary team when they have the Sheriffs, because what we've seen, Tenz, Mitch, and Shinobi, actually, I could name all 5 of the players. Their ability to hit single headshots with the Sheriff means it's terrifying to push onto a site. So you need to make sure you're holding a default, making sure no one's going to be pushing behind you, no one's going to get any easy shots by flanking, and then you all need to group up together and push a site to make sure there's no trades from these sheriffs.
It's like they have this delusional confidence with the sheriff, and in certain rounds they're just tapping people. It's bananas. Tenzo's gonna be in a bit of a pickle. World of Hurt, 68 HP does go down. Off screen, Relics gets a kill against Dapper. Shazam though, going deep into the market here. And here's all this movement.
Were they able to recover a gun? They were. Relics has been able to pick up a Phantom, and it's just going to be a case of him saving that one now, and the rest of the two just trying to do a little bit of damage on the other side, see if they can get any exit frags, and then move on into the 10th round with a 5-4 advantage, which I still think is not so bad, but at 5-1, they were probably thinking this was going to be heading a little bit more in their favor. But this is how detrimental it can be.
Relics has the gun.
Lose it.
Watch out, because, sorry, but if Relics wins this, it'll be pretty big for them. That spoke too soon. Little caster curse there. So the objective, trying to gun Gaskin, not going to work.
Not going to work out indeed. Sinatra is going to be there just as the final failsafe to ensure no one is going to be able to have a little sneaky ninja defuse, which is not really something we see anyway. I do wonder whether there'll ever be a change in meta where ninja defuses become a possible thing. It might need a new agent, because sitting in smoke doesn't really work, because you just get spammed down, and there's so much like ways to actually see where that person's going to be with the vision you can gain from certain agents. I guess that's what's exciting really about Valorant, is there is so much changes that are going to happen, and that's why I say the meta is constantly going to change and constantly going to develop. But as we go into round 10, 5-4 then, money yet again for Cloud9. We'll see whether this op can make a little bit of a difference in the early stages. But it sounded like it was a whiffed shot, and Tens is caught, unfortunately, in the orbital strike of Zoms. And that's not how they wanted to start.
Microwave 10 served up for dinner. That is unfortunate. But Vice is going to try and even the odds here. Sinatra, connection on the Vice as he went back for the peek again. Shinobi going to be way back in sight. Will be good for the kill against Shazam. Sinatra, while that was going on, actually pushed forward. Relics is there to back his buddy up, and he is actually going to get out of there, Shinobi, because he was a little weak. And then Mitch from heaven with another shot, and he backs away because he was weak, but also wanted to use that Hunter's Fury. This has been an amazing defensive hold here for Cloud9.
I mean, especially considering they lost the first player in Tens, but now they've got all the info that Sick is going to be on site, and Sick has to go Sick here if he's going to be able to win this round. It's a 1 versus 2 at the moment, because old Sova went for the big old flankaroonie. We'll get the first. Nice little headshot onto Relics. Now he knows that there's one player in heaven. Will be able to heal himself up. Can have a little look. He is going to look towards short here as well. He gets the second, and this could be the third. He does go for the spray down. Now will we see the possible clutch here from Sick?
Sick is going to be dancing around the truck here. Mitch is going to be creeping around the corner cold with this op, and the connection's not there, and Sick clutches it after the plant. Oh, you let him know. Let him know. Oh, my. Give him the business. It's warm.
I mean, Sick have no right winning that round. Shinobi even went for the full-on flank to try and surprise him coming from short, but he was wise to it, checking all those angles, hitting all those shots. And for all we talk about Mitch and how impressive he's been, there was a couple of opportunities to get the kill with the op there, but he just wasn't able to find it. And now in the 11th round, money again is going to be bad for Cloud9, so we're probably looking at a 6-5 bar anything crazy. And maybe it's going to be history repeating itself. Maybe we get something like a 6-6 that we saw in the group stages.
That looks like it hurts a lot. C9 have been great in the past with these sheriffs, but you know that Sentinels are prepared for that. Aggressive hold from Mitch too, if actually Dapper goes for that cross. And Sick will have the read on Mitch as soon as he comes through here. Makes him rather weak as well. So Mitch on this flank, and Dapper is actually going to be hanging back here while the rest of the team's going to be working on the A site. Freely get onto this. No utility all that necessary, given that they have had this advantage. And Sinatra, don't you dare try and hit him with an LMG. That's his job.
It's Sinatra and Shinobi, both of them, what they've done when they've been playing Sova with the Ares and the Odin has been disgusting. Shazam takes down Relics, and this round is going to be just a formality at this point, as Mitch is going to be the last remaining player just to try and damage the economy. But I imagine they are going to opt to try and go the same way. Now they've got the information, they're not going to be going to the defender spawn. They don't need to hunt him, really. Although, as I say, that Dapper does what he likes, doesn't he? He's going to say, hey, I can get an extra kill on the scoreboard.
This isn't good. Oh, it's basically a tag team maneuver. And sick headshot. It was worth it, though. For him, it was worth it.
And then Sick goes down, he takes an extra death. Doesn't really matter in terms of their money because we're going into the last round of the half. And we've not seen TenZ step up as much as I thought he would on the Raze. But I think that's more a testament to how well Sentinels have been kind of pushing together and ensuring that there hasn't been any easy peaks for TenZ with the op. Like,
True.
TenZ was flying out of hookah yesterday, like blast packing out. But maybe this is also him respecting Sentinels a little bit more than how Cloud9 played against Homeless. It felt like a matchmaking game yesterday when we watched Cloud9 versus Homeless. I'm going to be completely honest. Like, C9 just looked so comfortable, confident, and they were like, yeah, let's just push these guys. Let's get aggressive. Let's take them down. It's a lot more thought process going into these pushes now and these defensive strategies from Cloud9 because they know how good Sentinels are and because they've already lost to Sentinels once this tournament.
Next map after this will be Split, which, according to the stats, Sentinels are at 100% win rate on that map. 5-0. C9, 38%. So remember that as this matchup continues here. Sinatra pushes onto the site. He's sending everything out to see what he can get out of this one. He will be backed away. Sent back with the run it back. They are safe, though, onto the site. Dapper will be getting this down. Orbital Strike's now going to come down here, but Sinatra around the corner. Relics does get the kill. Spike is planted. Mission is done. Sick brings Dapper back into the fold here, but it's going to be short-lived because Relics is there for 2. Mitch picks him up.
You will not kill my ally.
And now we're starting to see here as a half is looking, well, mighty fine for Sentinels, given how it started. But I think Cloud9, they're going to be more than okay with the 6-6.
Did he just res him in Orbital Strike and then die because of it as well? I think that just happened. Relics just got given a free kill. That was bizarre. But I can understand the reasoning for Sick trying to get him up instantly and trying to get the man advantage because their post plants weren't that great. That's the trouble with Orbital Strike. It kind of forces you into such horrible positions that the retaking team can take advantage of that because they know you're not going to be in a certain radius, so they know which angles to check. So trying to get out of those angles, trying to get that res so that you've got at least more firepower, I understand why he went for the res. But 6-6 for the half. Again, history has repeated itself. And again, Cloud9 being that swingy team that we've spoken about, GB. I mean, like you said it yesterday in the interview. What is it about them winning 4 in a row and then losing 5 in a row or vice versa?
Just in their DNA, bro. That's it. Just how it is. All right, well, TenZ is going to get a little aggro here, as I should say on the other side, Sinatra got a little aggro, backing him away. TenZ was just doing the job of an attacking player, but ends up getting sent back. Tail tucked between his legs. Zoms could get a nice molly against this wall here if he banks it. I think they knew that as well.
And we really
with
need
this
to
lineup,
see...
if they push, he'll be okay.
But we need to see TenZ stepping up on this race here, because if you look how important Phoenix was on Sentinel's side, he had 3 run it backs during that half. We need to see Showstopper being popped that much so that they can force their way onto site. Because in a way, Showstopper and Run It Back work quite similarly. It's just about clearing that site and giving the ability for your teammate to push for free, because everyone should hide away from it. At least they do more so for Showstopper. Sometimes they do it for Run in the Back. Sometimes they'll be a little bit more confident, as here comes the pistol round.
And Sick from the distance on top of Heaven gets the first blood. Mitch is going to fall down to that one. Not sure around this corner. Look at that flash off there, Relics. He was just caught off guard. Sinatra's waiting for the support on Heaven, which 2 players are going to be there to back him up. TenZ, though, isn't going to give him the time to be able to settle. And while that goes down, Dapper does get the final 2 kill along with Sick. And that's basically going to do it there. So they will be able to go up in this series, or in this game, I should say, rather. And So far, Gaskin, I think that they played that one. They waited, they bided their time. C9, and then they went right for the attack. Not many options that they would possibly have. Sinatra, though, holding the other side of the truck there, and the kill on Relics, that was just great. It's good timing, really threw everyone off there, and a good use of his utility.
There's so many good headshot angles on A site, so on a pistol round, if you've all got ghosts, it can be very difficult for people to push on and get into those post-plant positions, and Sentinels just played that one perfectly, and they hit their shots, which is what they've been doing kind of all tournament long, really. That's why they're here in the grand final. This round is probably going to be a little bit of a throwaway round for Cloud9, but maybe they can do something on the eco. I think what's important here is they try and get these ultimate orbs. They try and pick up the ability to get their ultimates a little bit later on in this half. That's something that Sentinels did so successfully on their attacking half. They were controlling these areas to make sure they got the ult orbs so that they could use those ultimates in more important rounds when they knew that the rounds were duds.
I remember when I was first shown the ultimate orbs, and I was thinking to myself, I don't think people are going to care about that too much. And boy, how I was wrong. There's just so much value that you get out of this. Oh. Dapper was just looking around. Zom's going to slow them off with a molly. Look at all those players banged up on short.
Smoke's down.
All bruised and bloodied. They're still going to have to commit to this, and Zoms has a great angle. Can get some shots off, but will be backed away. Sinatra with 3. Looking for another one, but there's Shinobi. He had his back, his teammates back. Does get that kill. 17 HP, though. They think they know where he is.
Just important he gets the extra 300 here by getting the spike down. He's done his job there. He's survived. He's got onto site. Spike planted. He's not going to win this round unless he's, well, anything short of a miracle. But there you go. He goes down to Shazam. Just bangs him through the wall. And it is going to be 8-6 then, as expected. But now Cloud9 get their buy up. Now I'm going to be keeping a keen eye on what happens here. Are we going to see an op come out on round 3 like we so often see defensively for Cloud9? Or for their offensive style, are they going to go just for the kind of 5 pure rifles here and try and go for some sort of quick execute? But I think realistically they should go for a default just because there could be something a little bit tricky coming out of Sentinels now as they have a couple of Bulldogs and an SMG you still see there.
Sinatra has run it back this round.
Already?
Yeah, already. I could see him...
That's his 4th of the game.
Yeah, I could see him holding this because it appears that he's going to be playing further back on B site. And then once they push in, that's when he's going to look to run it back. He's not going to just do one of those basic run it backs where you go through hookah and you try and catch him off guard with your flashes. You know, like that's just not going to happen. That's not what Sinatra would do there. And heck, I mean, there's a possibility he just saves it. Saves it for a rainy day.
I mean, with how he's been playing, I don't see him saving it, mainly because he's getting it back so quickly. As Tens gets the opener onto Shazam, and that's the Tens that we're used to seeing, just having that ability to get those opening frags. And now maybe with the man disadvantage, we might not see run it back popped. Because you're completely right. You don't want to use it in a round where you think you're going to lose. You want to use it in a round where you think you can actually benefit the team and give them the chance of winning. And yes, okay, sometimes that can be a round like this where you are short of weaponry and you want to give yourself a little bit of a better chance. But at the same time, if you throw it away wastelessly, I mean, the rest of the team is going to say, hey, well, why didn't you save that, bro?
Hey, bro. Would have been a better idea if you saved it, right? No? Don't agree with that? Okay, great. Thanks, bud. Typical Phoenix, man.
I'm glad we've had the same matchmaking experience.
Yep. And the same. Zom's going to do the tried and true. A stall molly to try and throw things off as they look to jump up. But Tens is having none of those shenanigans. Sends him a blast pack, tells him to hold that. A site's available to them. They're freely going to be able to put this spike down. They waited. They got to look over at B. Tons of value. A kill. Some utility. And Zoms keeps on playing that lamps play, and it's crucial, it's necessary, but they're really just ending him before he has an opportunity to have any kind of effectiveness, you know?
Relics 18 and 12 as well. And keep an eye on Relics during this attacking half, because when we spoke to him yesterday, I asked him about what's the decision making behind being a Brimstone and when you decide to get off site and when you decide to stay on site to help your team, or you look for some post-plant mollies. He does have post-plant mollies up his sleeve. We don't see loads of them. We haven't seen loads of them during this tournament, but he certainly has been popping them off. Not every single round they plant, because of course it's stupid. You don't want to just let your team die. But if he can get off site, if he is going to be watching that flank, which he was in that round, he does have that ability to have the post-plant molly if he has saved that Molotov, because he doesn't always. Sometimes he uses it a little bit earlier just to try and suss out where people are, and that's good. I think having that ability to decipher when you're going to use the molly, whether it's early round or late round, just makes a brilliant Brimstone.
Yeah, the decision on utility has grown to become more and more prevalent as this game has evolved. Players were always sending out, util like, I double Reyna Leers, right, for like no apparent reason, or 2 flashes with no follow-up and no value out of this. Now, Sinatra runs it back down through B long and forced them all the way back. So that I would say actually was a job well done with that ultimate, because now they have like an idea that they're not really going to be looking to commit too much. And now they're grouped up at A. This is exactly what they did before. These smokes are going to come down, and expect this rotation from B to happen immediately.
They are walled off in showers, though, so that makes things a little bit more difficult, but they're not going to hesitate. They're not going to slow down. Hunter's Fury gets popped, and Shinobi says, you know what, screw your wall. I'm just going to blast through it. Hunter's Fury doesn't catch anyone. They're going to have to be a little bit more patient.
Credit there to Zoms, man. He did that play yet again, and it worked out. But the difference here is that he had Dapper to help him. Last player, it's going to be Shinobi and Zoms. A Bulldog and a Dream will get the job done. He'll upgrade that one to that nice Oni Phantom.
I think that was just a shame that Shinobi didn't really gain any information from the Hunter's Fury. Something that he's been doing so successfully throughout this tournament is not just using it when he gets a tag, and not just using it when he knows when someone is to try and get the kill, but instead scouting out the kind of known areas where people stand, whether that be lamps, whether that be cubby, and just trying to give as much info to those players who are pushing through short. He wasn't really able to get that info, which meant they were pushing in a little bit blind. And unfortunately, they pushed to their demise, but Tens gets the opener onto Sinatra. And that's twice now where Sinatra hasn't been able to get these pushes.
A few sweet first bloods there for Tens. Kind of looking like the round that they won just 2 rounds ago. Also, Tens does have Showstopper, only ult that is going to be online. Expect, though, the res actually coming through, and then they will be playing for this retake potentially. Tens is going to hang out still. Be short, committed to this. He's waiting for the res. He's waiting for the res. They're playing this one out. Oh, man, I actually think that was pretty clever. Waiting for the res, because at that point, right, you might as well take advantage and use it. Site's going to be wide open. So they got the knowledge that the Cypher was there, the Sage was there. Go ahead, put this spike down. They're going to have to retake this one from defender's side.
I mean, what was more clever, waiting for the res, or the fact that Sentinels sent 2 to ensure they were able to get the res? Because sometimes you're not going to have the wall available to get the safe res, because they used the wall so early on in the round. But here comes 6 straight onto the site, gets one onto Mitch, bursts straight through the cyber cage to try and find a second, but he doesn't. Relics and Shinobi will clean things up, leaving just the lone Shazam on his own, and this is going to be a save, I'm sure.
But they invested 2 players to go pick up 1. And now look at what's happened. Their options became severely limited. Just simple mathematics after they got the kill on A site let them know like they were safe. They were fine to go for this plant. And the retake was going to be challenging. Shazam got no value out of that Hunter's Fury, or at least none that would have been helpful.
This was what I was talking about when Moses asked us, like, what should we expect from Bind? Like, it's fast-paced. It is a lot about the IGL and how quick they are with their decision-making. They saw the res there, Tens has gone down, and suddenly you need that call to say, okay, quick maths, where are we going here? We need to go A because it is going to be more free. Where has Sage been playing? Where have we seen 6? 6 usually at A. We haven't seen the wall there, or we saw the wall already, and now she's over there. So a quick decision-making round for Cloud9 finds them 9-8 here, and again we've just got such a close encounter between these two teams, and it has been the perfect grand final. No one wanted to see a sweep, no one wanted to see just one team dominate here. Instead, we've got 2 of North America's best teams dueling it out on every single map that we have to offer. It's only 4 at the moment, but still, that's cool.
Little asterisk there, 4 at the moment. But imagine when we get a 5th though.
I mean, it's gonna come.
Alex is looking for that camera. All right, so they slow this down. They're going to just back up here. Some warning shots being fired by Sentinels. Vice has taken advantage of showers here. Will be pushed up far. And thus his teammates are going to go and back him up. 10 still has that showstopper at a short. Look for him to potentially be the initiator here. He doesn't have a lot of options, unfortunately, for him, but he's going to have to fly over this one. Rockets down. Boom. Does get the kill. But his teammates, they just get shredded like Swiss cheese inside of the showers. Relics, though, he's going to be good for one. Does come out. And this spike now should be able to go down here. Oh, no.
Careful now.
He's burning him. He's burning him. He burns him. Sinatra gets cooked relics. But now it's the two aces here. Sinatra versus Tens, but Tens comes out on top. Ties it up 9-9.
How often do you have Swiss cheese in a shower is my real question. I know it made sense because of the call out, but in my head, I'm just thinking of you, Swiss cheese in the shower, and it...
Well, actually, Dan, I'm a cheese connoisseur, so I consume cheese in all areas of my home.
All right, well, that's good to know, and it was... At the first thought, it wasn't a nice picture in my mind, but now as we go further, it's not so bad. But 9-9 now, and that was a really important clutch.
I'll tell that to my wife.
Tens. The fact that he's been able to clutch that one up, just nice little spray down to heaven, means that they get advantage, and they send the economy quite far down here for Sentinels, where they're going to be on a little bit of a half buy, but here comes the push right on through the teleporter. And Sinatra has done some real damage with the Stinger here. Now everyone's wise to it. They know where he is, but he's still doing damage. Oh my goodness, there are a few weak players now.
Yeah, they are. They are rolling deep here. I love it. Me and my posse. Well, posse's kind of weak, but it's okay. They're kind of weakened. Not the best weaponry. B site's available, so they'll just place that spike down. Get this next round win. Gaskin, what a game this has been. Truly, like, top to bottom, I've just been floored by what we've been witnessing today.
I mean, there's sometimes, like, as a commentator, where I appreciate what I'm watching just because of, like, the analytical point of view, and sometimes I just appreciate it from the entertainment value, right? Like, these games and this entire series has been fun to watch, and it makes you want to play. It makes you want to get straight into Valorant and try out some of these things we're seeing players do on their end, and I know that a lot of us probably can't do the things that some of these players do, but the fact that it makes you want to play, in my eyes, is always a sign of a good esport, as this round is just going to play out slowly but surely. Six going to see if he can get any exit frags here, but it's going to be 10-9, and Cloud9 are going to take advantage here and take the lead in this game. They, of course, had a very early lead in the first half, but Sentinels then brought things back with quite a solid attacking side. Now for Sentinels, this is a very important round, GB, because they're going to buy up yet again. If they lose this round, there's suddenly... They are right back down to the bottom of the gutter with their economy.
Economy could be in shambles, Gaskin. Critical round for the defense. Let's see what they do. Pressure's on. They lost their last game on Haven 13-6. Just got shellacked.
Goes there. This goes here.
I try not to use the word slapped after the meme of Homeless and T1 when I said that, You
don't need another video made after you.
Yeah, I became a meme, which is okay. I mean, that's always a sign of success, I feel, when you finally become a living meme. Yeah, you are literally a living meme, which I think is great. Like, well done. You've been able to succeed in life.
Chat, spam what face right now. Just do me that favor. Get my numbers up. Twitch has to recognize me eventually.
FYI, he gets $1 every time you put that face on Twitch, so if you want to help Golden Boy, spam him. If you don't spam it. It's great. It's okay.
All right, so Tens would push through this with the nade, but he doesn't check behind him. So he's done that play so many times where he goes forward because no one's been hanging out back there. But they downloaded him. They knew exactly what he was going to do. He's done that at least 3 times in this game because it's worked for them so much. He's cleared out hookah. They got ownership of that. And now they know exactly where they're going to be because of the neural theft.
Typical Cypher, just changing up sights, being a little creeper, and taking down tens that could be so important for this round. But there's still an idea of heading towards A here, and the res is possible as well, mind. Here comes Orbital Strike, which might just be the perfect distraction. You can see, yeah, there is the res, but there's the opposition Orbital Strike. You don't see it on camera, but in the minimap it was there. Shinobi goes onto site to take down Sick, but the res does not count for anything. Straight away, the Orbital Strike shuts it down.
Oh boy, I did not see that one coming. Vice stuffed by Zoms. Zoms still hugging this wall. Shinobi's going to push up with all the confidence in the world. This was such a critical round for them. Only player left alive is Mitch. Zoms 3 kills that round, no problem. The critical round for Cloud9, they come out on top. 10-10 is the score.
I mean, Zoms has done so well there. I love that. He knew exactly where Tens had died. He knew that the res was available on the side of Mitch. So he's just positioned himself between A and B sites, or at least close enough to B site where he can use Orbital Strike onto Hookah. As soon as he heard that audio cue, wham bam, thank you ma'am. And that is an easy kill to deny the res. And that is a big loss, I feel, because if you don't have tens as an entry, then you're losing quite a lot as Cloud9, because that's what Razor's for, right? Like, you get so much out of her, you blast back your way onto the site. But we're all tied up at 10-10, and I can barely breathe with this series. I really don't know which way it's going to go. Usually I have an idea, whether it be based on statistics, based on how both teams are playing, but they're so evenly matched right now. It's coming down to those clutch moments, the decision making, like the ultimate decisions as well. When are we going to use them? Which round should I save them for? It's been great.
Dan, do you think that the possibilities are endless?
Like, the possibilities with this series are endless. Golden boy.
I like that. It's good. Good stuff.
Revealing area.
Shazam just sending a few shock bolts forward. Pushing back a bit. The recon as well. Ten's a rare situation. Misses the shot, misses another one as well. And that was his target too. Had he gotten that kill, he wouldn't have killed Shinobi, and then they would have some shower presence. Sinatra's going to be lurking in the smoke like a creeper, but Mitch stops that one right in its tracks. A short wall is up now. Spike is down. Zoms has just been on fire thus far, and to think that he was on the sights of Tens. Tenzo does find the target and said it's going to be Sick who goes down. There goes Tens, and he finally will do the job against Zoms. One player left alive. It's Dapper. He's clutched out these a few times. These players are going to be very weak. Sage, super weak, but it's Mitch. Mitch, ladies and gentlemen. 4 kills there for the 3rd officially signed player of Cloud9. Brings them one step closer to winning this game.
Mitch is so good, he almost makes me swear on broadcast, and that is something I have never done. I get so close when Mitch is playing, because he is unreal. Like, he should not have realistically won that fight. You saw that Dapper knew where he was, he knew he was in lamps, he had more health, he had the advantage there, but Mitch still wins the fight, still clutches out and gets the 4K. Cloud9 take the lead yet again, and money not great for Sentinels. They've got a stinger to work with here. So if they lose this round, Cloud9 are at 12-10. And that final round, well, Sentinels will be just working with pennies.
Probably the most important first blood that will happen here. Shazam going for a cheeky peek here down long. We'll back away. Few ults are going to be online. Sinatra will have his run it back available. The stack is going to start to come here right by B Fountain. Or I should say Vice. Just being ever the lurker with Cypher. Might as well collect this orb.
Yeah, just give a couple of audio cues and just try and scare Sentinels a little bit into thinking it could be an A push, even though it's very heavily going to be a B push right now.
Shinobi, Hunter's Fury is out. Vice gets the first blood. Oh, that's big. That is big because he's been lurking there for a hot minute, and it finally paid off. Sinatra now run it back state. They're all going to teleport forward. They teleport back over to the A site. They're going to go right over to their buddy. That's going to leave Zoms here to be the LMS to hold this thing down. He needs his teammates to get there soon. Has to stay alive as well. Playing the cubby right by A lamps. Spike is down now. The retake begins. Shazam gets that first pick. It's going to bring things up to 4-4. Shazam is also going to be dangerously low as well. Tens nails the shot. Shinobi. Oh no, Shinobi has to be careful not to take this over to his teammates. And Shazam gets another kill. 2 players left alive. 6 around the corner. Shinobi goes down. It's just down to Relics, and Relics can't do it. A tied game. Relics cannot do it. 4 kills for Shazam. He was a superhero at the end of that one.
I mean, that Hunter's Fury was just massive, just being able to tag that first player, and unfortunately they were all just caught in a very tight space, and it allowed him to get that pick onto Vice. And then it was the confidence where they all walked on site together. Because Cloud9 had gone through the teleporter, it meant that their post plans were all very different than you would be if you usually pushed onto a site. Usually you'd wall off, you'd be able to kind of take cover, you'd be able to maybe take lamps, but instead of, they've gone through that teleporter, they're avoiding lamps. Instead, they're taking post plants in showers, which just meant that they were very subjectable to an easy push from the Sentinels. They knew exactly where they were going to be, and they were able to squeeze them on that site.
And also, Vice had no movement options too. It was either move away, or you end up getting yourself and your teammate killed. So Shazam got 1 kill with that Hunter's Fury, which ended up being just a death knell for them. And then they freely got on site. Yeah, it was just everything that Sentinels needed to work that round did.
Well, now Cloud9, their buy isn't going to be amazing here, but there is going to be an op for Tens. But of course, if they lose this round, again, their economy isn't going to be great. We were saying how the last round was crucial, but I think every round in this game has been crucial because there's so much to be gained from it. The tracking dot will be removed, so a little bit of information has been had here on short. But what a nade that is. Dapper has to push because of it. Tens gets the frag, and he gets a second. But there are trades from Sick and Zombs, so it's a 3 versus 3 now, GB.
Tens gonna hold the angle here, and he hits the shot. Orbital Strike is down. He tries to fly away from there and will manage to do so with 77 HP. The spike, luckily, was actually going to be further away from them. Tens has managed to obtain it.
And he gets Showstopper.
He has Showstopper, man. This is huge. Ooh, oh, he doesn't have a blast pack. He doesn't have a blast pack. He's gonna have to shoot through it. He's hopping around. Just jump in here. Relics is holding this angle. Oh, but Shazam connects. Only player left alive is Tens, and he just has an op, 77 HP. They know exactly where he's going to be here as well. Shock Dart is out, but Tens, if he holds this angle, but Zombs is there and connects it. Oh boy, we got ourselves a bit of a nail biter here, Gaskin, as Sentinels will get match point. Can Cloud9 respond?
Oh, and that's just one of those moments where instinct is kicked in for Tens at just the wrong time. He's got the Showstopper, he's gone for the jump peek, he's seen that 1 player lamp.
You saw him do it too.
His brain goes, yeah, I've got Showstopper. This is an easy, guaranteed kill.
I got a blast pack.
But no blast packs there because he's already used it to get away from the orbital strike. It means Sentinels go 12-11 up here, 1 away from map. Well, they've got map point now, 1 away from winning this map. And well, 2 rifles to work with on the side of Cloud9, an Ares, a Ghost, and a Sheriff. This is a very, very shoddy buy, but I have seen them win these. This game is not over just yet.
Not at all. If you are a Sentinels fan, which let's be real, there are a whole heck of you in the chat right now, you are very happy. Why? Because not only is your team up match point, but your team also has a 100% win percentage on map 4 split. The math is on your side. But Cloud9, they sometimes like to defy mathematics with the way that they play. I don't think they were big fans of the subject in high school.
A couple of jump peeks just to try and gain information to see if Shazam is going to be offing here, but they've got enough info now as all the utility is going to be spammed from Sova, but
Dapper
he
gets
spots out 2, but Dapper gets 2 openers of his own, and now this could be the end is nigh. Sinatra is there to get a 3rd, and surely Sentinels win from this point. At least Vice has done something, but he's in a 1 versus 4 GB, and I don't think this is going to go well.
Yeah, as I heard in an old Halo match all these years ago, push because you can't lose. That's basically where it's at right now, and they do it just like that. Sick gets the final kill, and Sentinels pick up the win here in game number 3. But what a match it was, a nail biter till the end.
just think how different that game could have gone with just minute decisions, little things, ultimates being popped at the wrong times, at the right times, reses trying to be used maybe in the wrong situations. And we look at this score, but I mean, Relics, we have to give him a shout out. 22 and 19 on a Brimstone. Like, he was just here, there, or everywhere. Like, wherever it mattered, didn't matter if it was A or B site, he was rotating perfectly. Shout out to Sick as well, 23 and 16 on the Sage. But in the end, I mean, what a game it was, Alex. I don't think it really mattered who won in terms of a viewer's perspective, because we had an incredible game on Bind. But what it does mean is we head into Split with Sentinels having the advantage.
We're in an incredible moment here, boys. I mean, that was probably this series so far has not disappointed. We've got 75,000 plus people in the chat, and we're all hyped, man. We're all hyped. I was losing my mind there, man. Especially like the panic of I don't have a blast pack and I've got this rocket in my hands. You know, it's there's nothing worse than a rocket you can't fire off.
He had all this power in the palm of his hands.
He's
the
just
only
jumping
thing
like
he needed was to get over a wall, and all he was doing was jumping like a toddler. Oh, mommy, pick me up!
I need to use this. Oh God, yeah, that was incredible, man. And there was a couple of moments there just where both sides, I think, felt the weight of the match. You could see it just in like the proverbial body language of them moving around. Just incredible. Just absolutely blessed to be able to watch this stuff live, and obviously you guys did a great job on the cast as well. But wow, we are now in a game point situation for Sentinels, and we are headed into a very pivotal map once again, and it's a little bit different this time. It's not because it's a tied win rate percentage, but Sentinels is going into their strongest map, 100% win rate on Split against Cloud9. And honestly, it's not a great map for Cloud9. At least if you want to go off the stats we have, it's only a 38% win rate for Cloud9 versus the 100% win rate for Sentinels. So they're gonna have to dig really, really deep here, Golden Boy.
And they're starting on defense as well. So that old chestnut. That old debate that we have on Split all the time about how it's a map that looks good for the defensive side, and there's been debates about whether or not it maybe have changed with the latest updates.
I think it has.
Maybe, but they're still going to be able to defend first, which is very nice for them, comforting, if you will. Riding momentum from that last game. Moses, I have no idea what to expect. I don't want to be made into a video that someone posts on Twitter, so I shall not predict anything. But my goodness gracious, if this has not been one of the best matches we've ever seen in competitive Valorant's very short history. I said this tweet earlier. Really think about this, guys. Let this settle with you for a moment. If this is what we're getting, mere months into the game.
3 months in.
What in the world are we going to get a year into this thing? Because I don't think I'm physically capable of handling it. I really don't.
We're gonna, Gaskin, I hope your personal fitness is there, because I'm sweating sitting here watching. You guys are casting. It's tough out here when the host is like not even on camera, sitting out here sweating watching these matches. So it's been really fun to watch. I hope that the next one is just as fun. You know what? I want to go to 5 games. Let's go Cloud9. I'm on your side. I'm like Twitch chat. I flip flop. I'm back and forth between who my favorite team is depending on who's winning. And right now, I want to go the other way. I want to say Cloud9, let's take it to 5. Let's go one more. Gaskin, what are your thoughts? What are you thinking for Split?
Well, I think the one takeaway is that Sentinels had the choice of choosing 2 maps, right? And they didn't opt to choose Split, even if it is their best map statistically, and even if it is the weakest map on the other side. I'm doing these, by the way, just to ensure I don't get memed, because I'm saying
Quit being afraid. Lean into it.
We are very scared, okay?
We are very terrified.
The fear of the chat is there.
Okay, here, I'll take one for you. There is no way Sentinels loses this series. I'll do another one for the other side.
There we go.
There is no way that Cloud9 loses this series.
Safe.
There we go. There we go.
Now we've got 2 videos that can be made. But the fact they didn't choose Split, I think, says a lot. Maybe they're not as confident on it as we think they are. I don't think anyone really likes Split at the moment. I'm going to be completely honest. I know there's a few teams. I think Homeless probably liked it because they play Viper, and Sam is just a beast on Viper on Split. But I think everyone else is kind of like, yeah, we don't really like this map. We don't want to play this map. So now we've got
Is this why everyone's been calling me Split in the chat? What's going on here?
Well, I'm looking here at the Spike GG right now.
Okay, sorry to cut you off, by the way, Gaskin.
It's okay, forgive you.
Well, look at this, Gaskin. So they played Split against Gen G 113.9. That was map 3, by the way. Then this is all PAX Arena, by the way. They also played against Renegades on Split 13.9. They then played, well, Team Owl, but that was a bit of an outlier there. And then their other matchup was Pulse Invitational. They won 13-3 against Together We Are Terrific, which is now Team Envy. So clearly they recently have been having success on the map. So I don't know why they didn't go for it, or because they knew that C9 wasn't going to pick it, potentially.
Maybe.
I mean, there's lots to think about. Let's all collectively take that thought that Golden Boy's planted in our head like it's Inception. Let's take it into the break. And don't forget, I want to know from you guys, and you can use the hashtag Ignition Series. You can also tweet at us directly. We all got little ads down there. I want to know who you think is taking this thing. So shoot me a tweet, tell me your opinions, and maybe your dog picks, whatever you want to do. It's up to you. Let's take a little break, and we'll be right back, where we may have the conclusion and find ourselves a grand finals champion here at the PAX Arena VALORANT Invitational. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
I've been seeing that smile start to come around. I think the sun is finally coming back from the clouds. I got a feeling, I know you feel it. I think we're onto something good. I think we're onto something good. Don't let it get away. This could be everything. You know I gotta say, I think we're onto something good. I think we're onto something good. There's just something about the way you're looking at me now. It's like we found a way to climb when we're coming down. I love this feeling, I know you feel it. I think we're onto something good. I think we're onto something good. Don't let it get away. This could be everything. You know I gotta say, I think we're onto something good. 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 Don't let it get away. This could be everything. You know I gotta say, I think we're onto something good. I think we're onto something good.
Welcome back to the PAX Arena VALORANT Invitational presented by Seagate Gaming, and we are headed into a pivotal game on Split. Sentinels up 2-1 over Cloud9, a nail-biter of a last game on Bind. Golden Boy, we are set up for a pretty interesting situation here. If Cloud9 can upset, and it will be an upset considering the fact that Sentinels has a 100% win rate on Split, and take it back to Haven, or excuse me, or is it Haven or Ascent? I believe is the, yeah, it is going to be Haven.
Haven, yeah.
I mean, they would then need to potentially have to, you know, rewrite the script. They just lost 13-6. We do have the first game to focus on, but there's a bigger picture here. Golden Boy, walk us through it.
Yeah, so let's not forget that Split has been, despite the fact that it wasn't chosen explicitly by Sentinels, it does favor Sentinels because they have a 100% win rate on that map. Now, while it's only 5 matches, and 5 matches could be, you know, anywhere, right? Like you never really know what the context is of those situations, who they were facing against, right? I mean, for all we know, those could have been, you know, just like regular matches in smaller tournaments, but they were against some pretty decent teams like Renegades and Envy. Now, taking that aside, if they manage Cloud9 to win on Split, somehow, some way, Sentinels will have to figure out what went wrong on Haven and try and win that. All them while like focusing on what's going on here at Split. There is just, as you said, Moses, a broader picture here, and it is concerning and makes, I think, this match that much more pivotal for Sentinels. This is the important match, not just because this is series point for Sentinels, but because if they go to Haven, there may be no possibility of them winning that one, given what we know so far.
Gaskin, let's assume that Split is a perfectly even map. It's not defender sided, it's not attacker sided. Let's just put that discussion to bed for a second here, and let's just focus on the teams. Do you believe, and here's the stats on Split, and it is not okay, that's a pretty significant stat favorability there for Sentinels. Let's talk about Cloud9 then. Like, looking at the stats only, it's a disadvantage for them. So what are they going to have to do here to try and steal this away from Sentinels?
I think their attacking side is just, they need the coordination and they need the chemistry, which they have already displayed in other maps. But on Split now, ever since the changes and how, I don't want to say easy, but how much easier it is to take control of middle and to go into B Heaven, you can go for quite a comfortable B split if you are coordinated, if you push at the same time, if people are looking in the right areas. I just think if they let things slip even slightly, then Sentinels will take advantage of that. If there's any sort of weakness, then Cloud9 are going to get punished for it. So they need to be on point and they need to play pretty much perfect, because I think Sentinels could play this average and still win, whereas Cloud9 are going to have to play at their very, very best if they want to take this to a best of 5. And as you say, it's good news, because if they take it to a best of 5, they get one of their better maps and arguably could win the series if they can get past Split.
So I'm wondering, Golden Boy, how many rounds does Cloud9 need to take on their attacking side? I'm thinking that if they want to put themselves in a position to potentially win this thing, I think they need like 5 rounds. And that's a lot, and that is a lot considering, I mean, it's a lot to try and get on Split attack, and not to mention the odds aren't really in their favor statistically. So I mean, for you, what's the minimum C9 needs to achieve?
Well, let's first discuss those statistics that you see there, or that was on the screen just a second ago, because what that was they only played 1 game this entire, that was all PAX Arena, right? And they played 1 game of Split, and that was against Renegades, which according to Spike GG, I just want to make sure I'm correct on this, they lost 13-4. So not a good look against Renegades, to be frank. And even further reflecting on that, on their defense, they didn't win a single round. They got trounced 5-0. Okay, on their defense. On their attack, all their rounds came from their attack. They just got 4 for their effort. So even if, knowing what we know about what they've played on Split this particular tournament, okay, they've won 4 rounds, which is what we're hoping that they're able to do on attack, 4 or 5, okay? But now they're gonna have to find a way to turn that Sentinels 0 into a decent conclusion. They have to turn that 0 into what, a 9.
I'm adjusting my what they need to do on attack, and I think they need a minimum of 4. Can we go from 0 to 4? You know, and really, I've been waiting all day to use this, but if there's one thing that kind of culminates my feelings on what you just told me, Golden Boy, it's this. So I don't really know what to expect here. I really hope that we go to 5. But you know, Gaskin, we've been left you on the sideline. Walk us through this Gaskin Agent Showdown.
We've got 10s on Viper. I am totally down for this.
No.
This is gonna
Viper
be
plays?
sick. I mean, if anyone is gonna pull out some insane Viper plays, it is gonna be 10s. I know we've been harping on about it for so long, but yeah, I'm excited for this. Now, that's the major difference, of course, is Viper on Split. Viper is good on Split. It's the one map where she is viable, in my opinion, with how she can kind of separate the map and where those smokes can be used, the one-way bubbles that are available to her. Yeah, I think this is a chance for Cloud9 to show us what Viper can do and how she can be beneficial on this map.
Hold on, Golden Boy. I think we're in the same spot here, okay? Can we just... We're in a best of 5 series for a $25,000 prize. Did you spill something on yourself? I'm concerned. What happened in the background?
The stats are gone. We have no more stats. I don't even know what to expect here. I haven't seen him run a Viper. Like in the game against Renegades, they didn't run Viper. They ran Jet. I don't know what to do. What do I do with my hands?
Hyped. That's where. Shout
Dan,
out to Luke.
Dan,
I have a button here.
Was a Viper. All you wanted was a Viper, Dan.
It feels like Christmas and my birthday all combined in one. Not only do I get Viper, we get 10s on Viper as well. But I mean, to bring us back down to reality and to put Viper to the side for 1 second, I think that pistol rounds are going to be so important here. They didn't win any pistol rounds when they played Split previously. Pistol rounds on Split are even bigger than other maps. Like, attacking wise, if you can get those 2 extra rounds just by winning that pistol, that could make or break this series depending on who can get that pistol round when they are attacking.
Can we just... I understand what you're trying to say, Dan. It's all very important. I whacked my mic stand, excuse me. But I mean, can we just get some prayer hands for the fact that we're about to see a Viper in a pivotal game like this? How blessed are we, man? Hashtag blessed out there, dog. I am so excited for this. You know what? I don't want to leave, but I am legally obligated to do so. So I'm going to hand it off to Golden Boy and Gaskin. I'm going to go get some popcorn pops, and I'm going to be sitting back and watching this thing. We're headed to Split. It's Sentinels and Cloud9. A mother Viper is in play. Let's see it go down.
Dude, I am so excited. Welcome, everyone. Game number 4, pivotal for Cloud9 as Sentinels are up 2-1 in the grand finals here at PAX Arena, presented by Seagate Gaming. And what a matchup we've been treated to. And the chat is going wild seeing that Viper is going to be in play. Dan, let's discuss why Viper is good on Split. Why is it that even when Viper was kind of cheeks, still useful on this map?
So it's just the one-ways that are available and how she can manage the map, how she can kind of manipulate the opposition into forcing certain sites, whether that be with Viper's Pit and her just saying, hey, I'm going to take A site. Viper's Pit is on, so you have to go to B, or you've got to push through my gas. And she's got her walls. The toxic screen is so powerful as well, especially now with her changes, because you can send it through walls. You can cut off so many different angles, and you can give your team the ability to push so freely onto certain areas of the map. She's just such a good controller when it comes to Split. Yes, okay, other maps she's a little bit cheeks, as you say, but ever since the changes, she's had that possibility of being more and more viable. And now I think this is going to be our first chance at really witnessing what you can do with a Viper in top level Valorant.
This is either going to be one of the greatest decisions ever, or the worst mistake. What's that meme? Like, this is where he messed up. Like, it's going to be that. You know, it's a little bit more R-rated than that, but you guys know what I mean. He's got lineups too.
You need a little beat button. Of course he's going to have lineups. If he's playing Viper on this map, you have to have your lineups for the one-ways, as there's going to be the opener from Dapper, and unfortunately the lineup and the Dream Viper is not going to be there, as Tens gets taken out whilst he is trying to just suss things out over towards B side.
Well, we'll just have to wait for the next round, children, okay? We're not going to get it quite yet. So we'll see what they are able to do now that Tens is going to be out. You lose Viper, but most importantly, you lose one of your top players already at the start, the first blood.
You lose quite a significant smoke that was kind of put towards B, but now it is going to be the push from middle up to A. They're going to go up vent here, but they're going to be walking straight into Sinatra, who has boombots, he has flashbacks, and he's done so much damage. He's ripping through them right now. He gets a 3K, and that is definitely not where you wanted to go. You did not want to head into a raise there with all of a utility still available. Not the start that Cloud9 wanted.
Oh dear. Oh boy. That is not good. That is not good.
And again, we see the power of saving utility just that extra little bit longer. How many times at the start of rounds do you see a boombot just sent down middle or sent down long or sent towards B just to try and gain information? Sinatra knows that if he can save that a little bit longer, you can get kills with it.
And he got a double with the boombot too. That's getting a kill with the boombot is one thing, but a double is just a whole other can of worms. All right, so now let's go ahead and reset here. Because we're back into this one. Relix is now just going to be pushing up, and there's a kind of a precarious position that Relix has found himself in. Also seeing a weird situation with Relix playing this role. Tens, though, will be true with that Sheriff. Mitch does get cleaned up by Shazam's Bulldog. Shazam is going to be in the corner there. Vice makes quick work of him. The nade comes in, 2 kills. Oh my goodness, Sinatra. Please stop blowing them up and let me finish my sentence.
Did you see how quick Relix was able to get up ramp there, though, using the blast packs? Like, that is going to be something that Sentinels need to keep an eye on. They need to make sure that they don't get caught off guard by that, because Relix is going to try and take advantage.
But he did, and it didn't matter.
Well, he only had the pistol, right? Maybe he shouldn't have shown his cards that early, because now they know it's a possibility, but if it had worked and they'd been able to get a kill with it and been able to win the round, then great. At least they did a little bit of damage to the economy, but now it means that we're going to see plenty of rifles on the side of Sentinels here.
Still very much early days here on Split. Relix does get on top. Yeah, he's back on this position again. But it seems like he just got through here normally. And Relix working the same exact wall is being played too. A typical wall to block off the heaven location, as well as that ramp spot too, give you a clean push. Meanwhile, the mid has become accessible. Sinatra, who hasn't used an ounce of his utility, did actually shoot a shot there. If he gets paint shells, that could be big. Oh, that paint shell just did not bounce where he wanted it to go. That's going to be a little awkward, but he'll back away. For the time being, Heaven will be in the presence of Cloud9.
They can push onto this site now pretty comfortably, but they have to get rid of Cypher traps and actually get rid of a Cypher too. Dapper is there alongside Sick, and it is just cleanup crew at this point. Here comes Tens, who does have a chance to try and salvage this round. He does get the opener, but there's going to be players coming from behind, and he's going to be stuck on site on his own, and he's not going to be able to do a 1 versus 5. No ace for Tens, no incredible Viper plays just yet. 3-0 in Cloud9. Back to square one with their money, and also back to square one with their ideas of trying something here.
And it's not necessarily that Viper's being shut down. It's just the entire team being neutralized. Even with Sinatra having a bit of a flub there, it didn't really matter. They were there to support him, have his back, and thus they profited greatly for that one, winning 3 in a row. Back to pistols they go. Sheriffs again. Pete came in from Dapper.
One of my biggest takeaways from that round was just how defensive Sentinels were. They completely sat back and allowed Cloud9 to have mid control, and I think that was them just respecting the possibilities of Cloud9 and knowing how aggressive they can be and how successful they can be with their pushes. And I think that's important. It's recognizing when they have to just slightly hold back and watch some more defensive angles and just give up a little bit of control on this map.
Split is such an annoying map to play attack on. If you just don't have that confidence, the way that Sentinels have been able to successfully hold this one down quite a few times. Relix, though, does get the kill. Sinatra now going to be rotating here alongside with Sick. Last pack is out. Sick has his buddies back. They're going to just look for this last player here tucked away inside of the anime area. Ramen anime, whatever you guys want to call it. They're just flying at him. 4 rounds straight for Sentinels. They're looking good, and they're letting them know what's going on, what the business really is.
And again, though, we can look at how important the pistol round could have been for Cloud9. This could be 2-2 now instead of 4-0.
True.
And it means that when they go into their defensive half, they really have to win the pistol there. So already they're putting themselves under pressure, just losing that pistol round in the first half. But now they've got an op to work with. We've got Mitch on the op, and we know what Mitch can do. both him and Shinobi have yet to find a kill in this game, so they'll be looking to step it up. I mean, actually, if you look at it's not really been a good first 4 rounds for anyone on Cloud9 except maybe Tens, who was able to get a couple of cleanup kills. Can they get the opening pick with this op, which would be so beneficial for them to pushing on to either of these sites?
I don't know if Dapper went for the poke, but Mitch does get aggressive there in garage. Relix is hiding away inside of the sewer, and Shazam finds him right outside. The connection is beautiful. Shazam finds the target, gives them the man advantage. Now let's see what their opper can do potentially as Mitch backs away. Shazam's going to be making his way over toward A site just to support the Omen. Vice on the lurk again.
How different Sentinels approached that round. They said, previous round, we'll give you mid control. That round, we are taking it from you, and we're forcefully positioning ourselves to make it so difficult for you to be able to rotate if you have gone for a default.
Oh no. Shazam, he does the magic the only way Shazam can. Goes right over with the updraft, and just a basic but beautiful kill there. Vice unaware of what was going on, just like the way the Sinatra might actually catch a few here. Does get the intel, backs away, doesn't invest anything into it. Let the Boombot go ahead and handle that, and let them go ahead and shoot that instead. Finally, they're going to get onto the site. Shinobi and Relix get themselves 2 kills, but Relix looks away, and Sick is going to get that kill instead. One player, it's Mitch. Only one left alive. A classic and no hope to get that spike down. Sentinels are running away with this one, Gaskin. It is getting really scary. Perhaps we got a little bit ahead of ourselves, and maybe Christmas is canceled for you, my friend.
I mean, like, the Viper should really be demonstrating what she has to offer on the defensive side. Yes, okay, she can do a lot offensively as well, but she should shine when you're defending on split. So I'm not going to count out the Viper being beneficial just yet. There is still plenty left in this game. It's certainly not over, and it is split, and Sentinels are very good at split. So this 5-0, yes, it looks bad for Cloud9, but they still have the ability to get back into it. What they can't allow is Sentinels to continuously manipulate them into just saying, hey, we're going to take mid, we're going to leave mid, we're going to take mid. That little 2-step that they're having right now, they need to be decisive as to where they're going to go, because otherwise Sentinels are going to take full advantage of that, and it's going to be complete mind games throughout the rest of this game.
And one of the players that have been leading the charge with those mind games has been Sinatra. He's played different positions pretty much every single round. It has been heaven for the better part of it, but he has been successful in thwarting any of their pushes that might actually come through. Also, credit to Dapper for just baiting those shots. Gets 2. That's 2 players down. Tens and Relix. You get anything out of this one, it will be a plus. Spike is out of play, and Vice is going to be all the way in yonder.
I'm going to highlight it again. The boombot usage from Sinatra is very different from what you'll see in a typical game of Valorant. You will see the boombot used early so often. He doesn't. He keeps it because he knows how much information he can get from it. His boombot is essentially his entry fragger, right? He is just a supporting fragger with it. He sends in the boombot, knows that people have to look at it, and then he is there to just clean up afterwards.
In basketball, they will call that the 6th man, you know, just a person that's reliable. You can count on them to get you a few jumpers, a few points on the board, bring you back into the game, you know. Not necessarily like the star of the show, but
you and Moses love your basketball references, huh?
You know, it just fits right now because his name's Gary. That's what I've named him.
Not
Hiko
Hiko's
calls
child?
him child. No,
yeah, exactly.
That's Hiko's thing. He calls him child. I call him Gary.
This is a huge round though now, GB. Money back on the side of Cloud9, and look at all of the ultimates. Every single member of Cloud9 has an ult available. If they don't win this round, this would be so detrimental to their chances of winning this game.
It has to happen. Oh.
Okay.
Viper's Pit from back here. So from where the origin of the Viper Pit is going to go, it will pass through the wall, I believe. Yes, it's enough.
Slightly.
It's enough for him to get through it. Oh, but Shinobi's actually going to run in. Wait a minute. No, Zoms is there. Zoms is there. Zoms is there. Zoms gets 2. Oh, man, that is just a heartbreaker. He pokes out right at the nick of time, and it was a smart play with that Viper's Pit. The issue was Zoms held the corner, and they were pre-firing it just because they knew that someone was going to be creeping that, because that was the weakness of that Viper's Pit. But they were just a little too early on where they were shooting. Zoms had already gotten to that corner. The timing was off.
Right. Chat, I know you're all going to be spamming how bad Viper is for this map now, and you're going to be saying, lolly, pick Viper.
Here we
I
go, the
respect
Viper
them for
Defense
trying
Force.
to do something a little bit different in a map where they already knew they had a disadvantage, right? They've tried to shake things up here. Again, still not over, but that round, considering the amount of ultimates that are available, considering they've used the Viper's Pit, that was a big play from them. That's something that they've obviously strategized, they've talked about before, and it didn't work out for them. That is not going to help for their confidence going forward in their Viper plays. Because if Plan A has just failed, and it has failed badly there, I'm going to be completely honest, then how is Plan B going to fare?
Well, Plan B is so far so good. Tens needs to be careful. Sinatra followed up on the kill. Dapper goes down, but Sinatra has his back. They'll bring him back, though.
Okay.
All the way in the back, it's Sinatra. A connection onto Relics will be good enough. Shazam gets aggro inside, doesn't get the shot. You almost could have happened. Sick brings back Sinatra into the fold. He does have a showstopper. Can be a bit of a nuisance for this team to deal with. Zom's waiting in the wings, right at the edge, spikes down. Drop down job is done. Tens gets 3 kills.
This is clever. Pop in the orb just to try and make them think that he's still on site while still watching this angle at the defender's side spawn. 2 versus 2, and Cloud9 need this round, but Showstopper is popped here, GB, and he's gonna get a kill with it. That's gonna be the 3rd, and Tens can't manage to do anything from that defender's doorway. Sentinels with an 8-0 lead here, and we said how much are they gonna need? Moses said 5, you said, well, they got 4 last time. I'm even wondering whether they're gonna get any at this point.
Yeah, because the difference between Renegades and Sentinels, it's worlds apart. It's like vanilla versus strawberry. We know what's the better ice cream. Strawberry.
I mean, I don't trust you for tastes of things, considering you think cornflakes are one of the best cereals, so I worry about your taste buds.
It's a fact.
And I also worry for this buy here for Cloud9. They've just got pistols. This is going to be 9-0 unless they do anything dramatic. And considering they haven't been able to get onto sites effectively with guns, I really don't think they're going to be able to do anything with just pistols. We would need a mistake, really, from Cloud9 here. Sorry, a mistake from Sentinels to allow Cloud9 to get onto a site and even get a plant down.
So that talk screen is in a diagonal cut across, but
Toxins going up. Toxin screen down.
oh, he's juggling this one. Oh, interesting play. I actually thought that Dapper was going to go in for that challenge a bit faster. He's juggling that talk screen, throwing him off constantly. Relics has no blast packs to work with. Sinatra does back away right at that exact moment, and that is going to give Vice the ability to go in and get that kill. Site will be taken over here, but Sick to play spoiler doesn't end up happening. Shinobi lands the shots with the ghost. One player's going to be outside, and they need these wins. Gaskin, this is it.
Headshot.
This is it indeed. I mean, I said it would have to be a mistake from Sentinels, and maybe just allowing that one player onto site was enough, and just losing that early pick. Now it's all going to come down to Zoms. It's a 1 versus 4. I mean, of course he's going to go for it because of the amount of money they've got. But now rifles have been acquired by Cloud9. And we're potentially looking at their first round of the game here. And it's massive because it was a pistol round. It's when they didn't have money. Okay, they did use an ultimate. They did use Showstopper, which can be a round-winning ultimate. But this is going to be great as just a little bit of a confidence booster. If they can string a few rounds after this now, maybe they can get back into this game. I know it's going to be a hard task, but there is a possibility.
Yeah, they need to get away with these guns. There's no reason for them to try and go on the hunt. So, a thrifty round win. But it came 8 rounds later. Yikes.
But it is split, right? And for all the arguments of is it defensive heavy, is it attacking heavy, when you get a team like Sentinels, of course they are going to make this look defensive heavy. If Cloud9 have the same defense, there's no reason why they can't come back into this game in the second half and do exactly what Sentinels have just done to them. It's going to come down to the pistol, and they need to make sure they win that pistol when we get there. But this Viper pick still could be absolutely huge from TenZ, because from a defensive point, there's so many one-way smokes you can actually pop up that can really make or break a game.
Chad, I don't know if you've caught wind of it, but Gaskin really is big on the Viper. Okay, Mitch. Look at that first frag, just started off. I do appreciate your... the whole time, Gaskin's just been like, but they're not out of it yet. It'll be like 12-1. They're still not out of it. Still an opportunity. That Viper can come online.
Isn't that literally my job, Alex?
I mean, you know, look, I respect it. At some point, this has not gone very well, but you might be right. They could be playing for that defense. They just need maybe 3 rounds out of this, and that's a plus. But you're playing with fire in a grand final, and arguably one of the biggest grand finals that we've ever had.
Look, I'm just trying to keep the hopes of Cloud9 fans alive, because it is possible. I'm not saying they're definitely going to get back into this game, although now I've just said it and someone could clip it. But they have the possibilities to do so. But you're right, they do need at least a few rounds here on their attacking half, because otherwise it would just be a pistol round away from Sentinels not only winning this map, but winning this tournament.
Okay, well, here comes the execute. Zoms doesn't get the kill, and now the neural theft is out, so they'll win out A site. Huge win for them here. TenZ. Oh, man. He looked away at, like, the worst moment, just seconds, milliseconds, and he might have been able to get one more kill there.
Almost like he had too much information.
I know exactly where you are.
Now they're just going to have to burst out of this one, but in doing so, they're going to run in right into the scope of Mitch. Gets a shot through the wall. Dapper pushing right through this ramp, doing his due diligence and checking those corners. Vice is suspicious that one more could be there as well. The shots are being sent out. It's sick. The last player standing inside of the dark cover, he just decides to send some bullets. It will work out, but it's just getting so close. They're going to back out of this one. Good try, Sick. If you could have like hugged the wall, maybe it would have worked, but
just slightly like phased into the wall. Maybe. You know what? When people ask me like what agent would I like to see, I think I would like something that can phase through walls. I don't know how broken that would be.
No.
No, you don't think so? Okay, well that's just in my brain.
Or a teleport, you've got
like
Overwatch, like no, but like an Overwatch teleport. You know, sorry, not Overwatch teleport. Shadowrun. It was a game I used to play back in the day where like you used to be able to teleport through walls.
Well, 8-2 and 2 rounds is at least something here for Cloud9, and maybe they can get on a little bit of a roll here and potentially get to 3, even 4. But they have to have some flawless executes, just like the one we saw previously, and it all comes down to those opening frags, winning that first angle that you check, GB. Zoms could have won that round for Sentinels, and he's been pretty on fire throughout this series, but just in that one situation, without the Pika's advantage, he wasn't able to survive.
How different this could have been. Cloud9, their confidence would have been in shambles at that point. They had that site completely open and available to them. So last round gave us an A hit. Vice is just going to lurk around there. Mitch has been instrumental in bringing them back into this game, Gaskin.
Well, that's the thing. They haven't had the money to get the ops on them. Like, they had one round where he had the op, and that round just went to tatters. And ever since, they weren't able to build up an economy. But now they're finally getting economy together, and you can really see how the op can make a difference on the side of Cloud9.
Just got to check this corner. So TenZ with the kill. Watch out for those grenades. They go down. Sick has the angle, though. Mitch is there again for another one. He's been good for this the entire time. He has to play around TenZ here. That player was going to be hanging out right by that wall. Doesn't end up working out for them. And hey, Cloud9 gets 3 in a row. Okay. This is the best possible scenario for Cloud9 here.
And
given just how bad this half has been for them.
It's bad, but then at 8-4, suddenly you're like, okay, they've done all right there. And if we had looked at a half where it had kind of gone 2 rounds to Sentinels, 1 round to Cloud9, 2 rounds to Sentinels, 1 round to Cloud9, we'd probably be thinking Cloud9 were a little bit more comfortable in this game. But because they lost 8 on the bounce, it just looked way worse. But now they're looking a little bit better. They're starting to move together more of as a unit. They have a better plan in terms of when they're executing. There's a lot more kind of cohesion behind their pushes. And if they can get this fourth, and a lot of it could come down to Mitch on this op. He's done so well previously. And he knows that there are two players, or at least one player, that has got aggressive down middle here. So he just needs to feed that info to his team.
Tension is high here. This half has not been the best run for Cloud9, but these last 3 rounds, as Gaskin, you pointed out, that confidence, the strategy, what they've been working on has clearly been paying off. Some ults are going to be online too. Notice that Tens, without the spike, is actually going to be located on the A side. Could have gotten picked there at that exact moment. Has Viper's Pit. Kind of surprised that he's not playing with the team. Viper's Pit would be great to lock down the site.
Yeah, but maybe he's going to go for the Viper's Pit on A here. Go for the bait. Like, try and make them think they're doing that play again, but oh no!
The plan is all, it's done. It's done. They know exactly where they're going to be just because Sick held that angle and he Viper's Pit over by the A site to go for that play again. Now the confusion actually settles in here because they don't know that the Viper's Pit could be out, so they are going to go back. Instead, they hard commit onto the B site, which they will do so because they have no time remaining. Wall is down. Sinatra has to get these kills here, just has a Spectre. Shazam, though, don't forget, has the Blade Storm. Mitch, nice shot there. Will connect for another, but the paranoia is going to be too much for him to handle. Last player is now going to be Tens here, looking to hold this round down for his team, but it doesn't happen. 9-3 in the half, but it could have been a lot worse for Cloud9.
I mean, I love the idea, right? Trying to go for the bait, trying to go for this same Viper's Pit on A and make them think they're going to be there, but they were wise to it, were Sentinels, and the incredible positioning just to ensure that it wasn't going to be an easy push onto B.
It wasn't even that they were wise to it. It was just that Sick was holding this aggressive angle in garage because he hasn't done that at all. So in case they sent one lurker there, he might get something out of it. But he got a double and location that the spike was down. So that was just the entire plan thrown to pieces at that point. So it was like a little bit of just a strat, but also just them, you know, hey, the luck of the moment.
Yeah, just good timing and good positioning, and that's what can make or break sometimes. But speaking of make or break, this is going to be a make or break round, and then we're going to see one of the important one-ways that are available from Viper. And Tens has to go big here because there are 5 players walking towards him at B.
They're already going onto the site. The difference is that you can't do this against Tens. He will get himself at least 1 or 2, and he does just that. Zoms is the last player left alive. The plan fell apart, but perhaps Zoms could bring it back from the brink of defeat. Shots are going out. Zoms ain't gonna happen. So already, this pistol round that they desperately needed, and already was an advantage from what, or an improvement, excuse me, from what they did in their game against Renegades. Because I don't want to remind everyone, but they didn't win a single defensive round.
And that pistol is massive, GB. I mean, I was wondering whether Sentinels might consider just forcing up here, but maybe that gifts Cloud9 too much confidence and too much of a ticket back into this map. But now Cloud9 should be able to make this 9-5. It's going to be an aggressive A push from Sentinels now. They're going to try and go fast and furious onto site, but they're going to be running right into Cypher traps that have been laid for them over at A.
2 shots going out. Shinobi's going to back away. Relics is there to send some paint shells forward so that he can send them back. Mitch on the flank, but they're going to anticipate this one surely. Oh, Mitch! Hey, well done, Mitch. They have all that information that they're looking to double back so they can comfortably push forward here.
And the good thing is Mitch can go for that flank because he only buys a ghost in round 2, because obviously he's saving for that op in round 3. And just think about this. Defensive side split for Cloud9 with Mitch and with Tens both having ops. They need to get their economy in a state where they can comfortably buy up those ops, and there's no reason why they can't bring this back. GB, I'm just going to plant that seed yet again.
Dan, stop it.
No.
Don't give me hope. Okay? Don't give me hope.
All right, what round do you need to see Cloud9 get to before you really believe they can make a game of this?
7.
Okay. I will be back with that same conversation when they get to 7.
All right, well, the push is now going to come through fast and heavy right through the A site. Shinobi and Relics. There goes Relics by the screen. Well done, my friend. That's 5. just crawling out of this muddy, disgusting pit where everyone threw their garbage into. This is where all the Viper mains are currently, and they're just trying to claw their way out.
I mean, regardless of like whether Viper is the right or the wrong pick right now, Tens has still got 13 frags. He's still top fragging. This is another great one-way, by the way.
It doesn't change.
Exactly, yeah. He's still going to have the aim ability, right? But now, imagine if they start pushing him where he does have the one-ways just to spray them down. Like, that is a very scary factor. So I think that Sentinels are going to have to try and avoid Tens in certain areas. But Mitch is going to be the star player here for Cloud9 in this round because he has the op. He can be the difference maker.
And you are aware, if you're Sentinels, that Mitch has this. Every game, every VOD, every single moment he does that. It is no surprise.
But look how, again, he's solo holding us. Well, kind of solo holding a site. Actually, he has support from the Omen, but he is going to try and take himself away from the rest of the team because if they go the other way, Mitch just needs to save this op. Even if they don't win this round, as long as he survives, that's where this becomes important. He is going to catch one, though. That's going to be huge. But the trade does come out from Sick, which you could argue is even bigger.
Shinobi advances forward. All those footsteps. Freely can continue to push forward. Shazam, hard commit here on mid. He's coming right behind him. Shinobi's right behind him. He has a Bulldog. It might be enough. Vice can actually slow this thing down.
They found my wire.
They're going to slow this thing down. Vice just has to do some work here just to get at least 1 or 2 kills. Site's going to be wide open. And he gets through this. They have no idea that he's behind them. Gets 1 kill. Paranoia is out. That guy can't see anything. But so can't Shinobi because of that talk screen was there at the worst place. But 10's good for the kill. Zombs now. No, it's Cloud9. They are getting another round on the board here, ladies and gentlemen. Shinobi was a superstar at that round. What he did there, following up after Mitch died, was awesome.
So 7 rounds, you said, huh? So, no, I'm just trying to remind myself. 7 rounds, you said. Like, just bearing that in mind now as we see Sentinels on an eco round and Cloud9 with the op yet again on Mitch. And 3 rifles, just the 1 Bulldog for Relics. But it means that Relics has such a healthy bank balance right now. It's going to be a default setup for Sentinels. They are going to spread themselves out just to see if they can catch anyone from Cloud9 off guard. Maybe getting a little bit promiscuous down middle.
I just can't believe that they've been able to bring this one back. But it's been a combination of some playmakers. Mitch with his first bloods. He's done that so many times at this point. Shazam will tailwind through this one and will get picked off by Shinobi waiting on top of the box. He was just chomping at the bit to get that opportunity, and it paid off big time.
Ooh. They've got so much available for them now. Like, look at all that utility that just keeps them in B garage. This has been locked down. 4 versus 2. And it should be the round for Cloud9, which makes it 9-7, which makes things look so much nicer compared to the 8-0 that it was during the first half. I think it's just important that Cloud9 don't give away any guns at this point.
My camera is destroyed.
Now, I'm sure there's like a Sentinel fan or 2 in the chat right now that's saying fire Golden Boy, and that's perfectly reasonable. I would as well, but understand that the way that this game has gone. Okay, Vice. The way that this game has gone, it's Cloud9 in those first few rounds, 8 straight, Gaskin, 8 rounds straight. That will impact anyone, but now 9-7.
So now you have a little bit of belief, right? Just a little.
I do. Yes, I do.
But
I do believe that Sentinels are far from out of this.
Oh no, Sentinels still are in such a commanding position and still should win this game. But what Cloud9 can do is exactly what Sentinels did to them, and is destroy their bank balance over and over and over, so that they can't consistently have an op. This is going to be the first round for Sentinels to get Shazam on that jet on the op. If he goes big here, it could potentially be a round-winning kill that he picks up, which could potentially be a map-winning and tournament-winning kill So Sentinels, this is a huge round for them.
Yeah, and with MR12, your timing, right, is you don't have a lot of time to click with this. Mitch, an angle again.
Oh.
Again, Mitch. Man.
I mean, I said how important the op's going to be, but for Mitch to win that fight, I cannot stress enough that that is arguably the biggest kill for Mitch so far in this final. Sinatra, though, has found his way up to ramp and is in a very scary position if Cloud9 decide, hey, let's go check, see what's happening down ramp's way.
But I don't think they will, because the strategy so far has just been play back, let them make the mistake. Well, Vice did go and challenge, and he is going to pay for his life. Relic's going back to a familiar position. There goes the blast pack. Will do some damage, though, but it's not going to be enough to get the kill. Now Sinatra's in the best possible spot. He hasn't moved at all. He's perfectly fine exactly where he's going to be. In case people want to get a little gully inside of heaven, he will be there to receive them with glee.
You will not kill my ally.
Zoms kills Vice instantly as soon as he's going to be brought back. 10's onto the site. No kills for him. Only one player left alive, and it's Shinobi. Perhaps their luck could be changing here, but you got a lot of weak members of Sentinel still looking to hold this thing down. Well, at least one weak member that's going to be located right next to the spike. Shinobi has been peaked. And finally, Sentinels, they will end this reign of terror that Cloud9 has put forth on them. And they will get 10 rounds in the board, but jeez, that was looking scary for a moment.
And the money, I mean, is still a little bit iffy on the side of Sentinels. They do have enough to make it work, and of course, we do see another op coming out for Shazam. It's going to be the half buy in terms of armor for Sinatra, unless, of course, that's just the visual bug where he's just carrying it over from before, but that doesn't matter. 10-7. And Cloud9 have to respond here. I feel like if this goes 11-7, we're probably going to be looking at game. But 10-8, I think Cloud9 is still very much in it. Viper's Pit now available on the side of 10s. We've also got Neural Theft there, the teleport for Omen 2. There is also the res on the side of Sentinels, and that could change everything.
Poison's off.
They're checking left here.
Poison orb emitting.
The dark cover forces 10s to play further up, which will make it more challenging for him if he decides to drop back. Yeah, or he will have to drop back, excuse me. A little choice there. He was far too committed on that. We're still hanging out on A site, though. There goes the push. Relics from downtown.
You will not kill my ally.
Trying to get him back for another. Sick gets the res off on Shazam and also gets the follow-up kill. That's going to be 2 kills here. Sinatra all the way back toward A screens. 8 HP. And Gaskin, now this is where I start to get a little concerned for Cloud9.
Yep. Once it turns to 11, and once you start to eat away at the economy of Cloud9, things start to get a little bit tricky for them. That was an
expensive round.
It was indeed. It's going to be 3 rifles to work with. Maybe 4, actually, and 1 SMG for Cloud9. And if they lose this round, it's game over, I'm afraid. It'll be match point, it'll be tournament point for Sentinels. As much as I was all for the possibilities of a comeback, a lot of it rides on this round. Still possible, but looking less and less likely the more that Sentinels get back into things.
I think it was called out. I thought Relics was actually going to go for that play.
There.
Man, this tension is insane because at first I believed that Relics was just going to try and push forward, show stop, right? Like, who knows? He has it available to him. No first blood. Arguably the most important first blood here in the second half.
Sentinel's doing very well just to keep themselves separated because of this showstopper. Shinobi gets a little bit of information using his ultimate, but here comes Shazam, tries to go for the no-scope, the quit scope. It didn't matter what scope it was, he didn't get the kill. And as we tick down, 45 seconds left, so time running out for this push. The Sentinels need to make up their mind as to where they want to go soon.
further stall with the Viper's Pit. Potentially he's going to be sent over toward heaven. So now they really don't have a choice when they get up on there. Mitch is going to be banged up, bloodied and bruised. Will be able to get out of dodge with that one, but his teammate died around him. Tenzo working around inside, and Shazam! What a kill from Shazam! Mitch with 22 HP. He's surrounded by so many players. This is one of the most important rounds, but Relics get shut down. Shazam! What a kill for him! It's now just Shinobi. Last player left alive, and that is going to be match point, series point, and tournament point. Sentinels 1 round away from being your PAX Arena champions.
And hats off to Shazam. He has won that round for Sentinels and it's shut down not only a couple of the players on the site, not only the Viper in the Viper's Pit, not only the showstopper, but he maybe has just shut down Cloud9 completely in this tournament. And we now need to see absolutely perfect Valorant being played from Cloud9. They need 5 on the bounce to take this to overtime, and their money is not great.
And maybe you're going to try and get aggressive, but so is Shinobi! Shinobi with 2 kills! Hey, if someone needs to make a play, it better be the IGL in that instance. Shazam's going to charge all the way up here. Still has the op, also did pop the ultimate as well. Man advantage will go to Cloud9 as they're holding on to a prayer here in order to keep the drive alive in the PAX Arena Grand Finals.
This angle is so sneaky from Shazam as well. If there is even the slightest peek from Relics, oh, but he's going to reposition. Maybe he didn't realize there was a player on elbow, but he does scout his way back over there. Does have the ultimate available, but Vice outs him with the Bulldog. A huge kill to keep this round and this map alive for Cloud9. Mitch will get one of his own. Sick does trade, but he is the last remaining player in a 1 versus 3. And I think Cloud9 are just about going to stay alive here.
At least for the time being. 1v3. Sick inside of heaven. B site's going to be open and Tens will meet him. Oh boy. Oh boy. This actually changes things up quite a bit. Sick with this kill. Now the wall's down. He can get this spike off. A 1v2, but no armor. So doesn't have the cushion of the 50 HP that would be remaining. And also nowhere for him to be able to res his teammates so that they can put an exclamation mark at the end of this competition. But how amazing would it be if Sick manages to clutch up a 1v2 here when all hope appeared to be lost, and it was Sick, the battle sage, to win this one out. Player's going to be located on the site. Sick now in a 1v1. Oh no! And Sick, I cannot believe it. Sick gets it, and your champions of PAX Arena are Sentinels.
Every time I thought that Cloud9 might have just about survived, someone from Sentinels stepped up. And that is why they're your champions, because time and time again, we had clutch moments. We had so much ability shown from this squad. I'm so impressed with the Sentinels lineup that has won this tournament. Shout out to Cloud9 though, for making that one of the most entertaining, if not the most entertaining matches I've ever witnessed on Valorant. They made a match of it after going down 8-0 on split, but Sick, again, just showing us how good Sages can be, Moses.
Absolutely incredible. I mean, Sentinels, they made it so hard for Cloud9 in so many different ways. Obviously headed into the half. I was happy to see Cloud9 get 3, but we talked about what would they need to do in order to make this a game and send it to the last one, or send it to the last match. They needed those 4 or 5 rounds on attack, and they just could not get it. So ultimately, man, let's just give a big hats off to Cloud9. They've shown us so much in this tournament, and so has Sentinels. They have established the fact that they are arguably the best team in North America. Are we even going to say arguably? Are we calling Sentinels the best now? Because I mean, look, let's just recap the run they went on, man. It was an absolutely incredible showing from start to finish. They dominated TSM. You know what? Let's take the arguable out. They're the best team in North America, Golden Boy.
Wow. You know what? With how much this game shakes up, as it currently stands, unquestionably, Sentinels, they are at the top of the mountain. And it's going to take a lot for people to try and take them down, because like, just across that entire team, every player has played a pivotal role at one point or another that allowed them to be able to get win after win, whether it was in group stage playoffs or here in the grand finals. Sick has always been a great player for this team, always a reliable one, but 21-10, just a huge final for him. And then Shazam, what a, like, the man, that Viper's Pit round where he got the kill with the op in Viper's Pit, I really thought 10's locked down all of heaven, but Shazam went in there with so much confidence and just needed to nail that shot, and he did so gloriously. And I will commend Cloud9 for taking the risk playing Viper. Your previous results on Split were not the best, so I understand why they did what they were going to do here. And hey, it did work out. They did give me hope. But Sentinels, they deserve this. They fought, they clawed. Everyone memed on them. They kept saying like, "Oh yeah, you know, Sentinels, you got an Overwatch player."
by the way.
Lol. And look at that. And one of the best players in the game right now is Sinatra, and just he's surrounded by just titans.
Absolutely. Gaskin, I mean, we're talking a little bit about the Viper pick. Obviously, we're excited to see it. I don't think you can lay any blame on the Viper pick there. That was just a force of nature from Sentinels in that first half of the game. Even though there was some interesting usage of Viper, I don't know if a Jet or a Raze would obviously be a great choice as well. But realistically, I don't imagine that choosing Viper there would have made the critical decision. But man, I really wish that we could have seen a little bit more from Cloud9 there. What do you think that if they were to play that game back again, what's the first change they make?
Kill Shazam and don't allow Shazam to clutch up like that, because if Shazam doesn't clutch up in those rounds, that's an entirely different round. Like, the Viper's pick, it did work. Like, Viper's Pit was decent in heaven there, but unfortunately Shazam just hit a worldie, then Shazam hit another worldie onto the show-stopping Raze, like completely winning that round. Otherwise, Cloud9 is still in that game. I mean, and you also look on the attacking side from the Viper, like the Viper's Pit trying to be used to push onto a site, that nearly worked if it wasn't for Zoms just stepping up and reacting well. Like, they were just wise to it. Just very intelligent play from Sentinels. I think Cloud9 just need a little bit more work on Split. Like, yes, there's only 4 maps, but also that is probably one of their weaker ones, which is fine. You can't be perfect on every single map, but I was impressed with what they had to offer, and ultimately Sentinels were just too good on Split, and they are our deserved champions.
The final score, 3-1 for Sentinels over Cloud9, the final map being Split, and it was a relatively dominant victory. Not from start to finish. It was a close series, but Sentinels really showed how much they've grown. And now I feel guilty because I was giving Shazam a little bit of crap for being our constant interviewee, and I would have loved to have said congratulations to him. But we are blessed with an alternate interviewee has stepped up to the plate, and he was critical through the entire series. It's Zoms himself. He hooked up the webcam. How you doing, brother?
I heard you guys wanted to interview everyone before me. I was like the last choice here.
Oh, I did not say that. Who told you that? Who said that? That's the producers talking trash.
They came in, they're like, we want to interview Sinatra or Dapper, and then I was the last one to step up.
Okay, first of all, I had nothing to do with that. I've been saying, let's get Zoms on the show. Where's Zoms at?
Yeah,
he
totally
doesn't get enough shine.
Zoms Nation, you know.
You know what? Let's just. I'll ask you the softball question first. Walk me through those final moments. How is it to be in the team speak? What was the energy like there at that last moment?
It was amazing. I mean, after fucking
don't worry about it. It's allowed.
We'll delete the VOD. Don't worry about it, buddy.
I mean, Sick has to be like one of the best players ever. Like that 1v3s, and he's got so many 1v3s this series. It was insane. Like just watching him play is insane. We were all screaming after he clutched that. Is insane play.
Okay, and you know, I see something on my run of show here that I'm gonna have to save for the very end, and you're gonna have to forgive me for this. This thing's got your name on it, but I'll have to save this. So I'm gonna ask you the next question, okay? Let's talk about the overall effort, and you know, the beginnings you guys started at. You know, there was a lot of questions about Sentinels. Are they? You know, is it just an Overwatch player? You know, who are these other guys? Who are Sentinels now in your mind? I'm thinking that you're probably the best in North America. Do you agree with me?
Yeah, I mean, I always knew we were. It's just, you know, in the beginning, we played a tournament like without ever playing a scrim, and we didn't even have a full roster. And I think people were like judging us like so much off of just like the first event only, when we didn't have like much practice or anything. Like they focused like pretty heavily on that.
Absolutely. Golden Boy, any questions for Zoms?
Zoms, I mean, my dude, I've casted you playing so many different games
I've known
at this
you
point.
forever now.
I know, man, it's nuts. And you've had quite the journey. This has just been an incredible turnaround for this team. You've grown immensely. what has your experience in those other games right now brought to Valorant and brought to this squad? Because there's a lot of veterans on this team with a lot of veteran voices, but what does this kind of help to culminate and create this roster and allow people to do the things that they do? What did your experience, I guess, allow this squad to kind of grow as a team? How did you guys manage to accomplish such great growth in a short time?
Yeah, I mean, everyone came from a lot of different backgrounds, so I feel like we individually had a lot of knowledge on how to play a lot of situations, especially coming into Valorant, like with abilities and stuff. Like, obviously, coming from Overwatch, you know how to use a lot of those better and stuff and make plays off of them. But I think everyone, like, contributes, like, a lot, and coming from their respective games, like, it's good to have different perspectives from all of them.
Gaskin, any questions for our boy Zoms?
Zoms, come. Let's talk Viper, because we've discussed a lot of Viper. They picked it there. What were your thoughts and the team's thoughts when Viper popped up? Did you feel like you could comfortably work around it? Was there any worries or anything like that?
Instantly knew we won. Come on, 10's on Viper. He needs to be on Jet or Raze only.
Ooh.
There we go.
That was just obvious. Like,
needed.
they can only cheese kills, you know?
Oh, snap, son. Damn, burn. No, I like
love
that.
the fire, dude. I love the fire. And you know what? Ultimately, you guys have shown to have, the ability to adapt. You have so many different skill sets and so many, and this is, I guess, the best thing about watching you guys. So many different options, so many different ways that you can hurt other teams. And ultimately, I cannot wait to see what comes next. So I'm going to present this to you digitally. We are socially distanced, as unfortunate as it is, but I've got this little guy with your name on it. I'm so happy to show it to you. Sentinels and Zoms especially, congratulations for doing such a great job and showing your skill and ultimately becoming the series champions here at the PAX Invitational. I've got this guy with your name on it. I'm going to pack it up real nice. I'll ship it off to you. And I mean, I might even buff it up a little bit. It was a little dusty. We got a sticker on the bottom.
So
there, but,
you know what? Real quick, Zoms, what's next, man? Is this it?
Yeah.
Is the reign of terror for Sentinels now a thing, or are you guys just gonna start clapping all these different events? What's the deal here?
First, just gonna keep grinding, keep doing our thing. Expect a lot of more wins in the future, man. I can't wait till they have LAN events when COVID starts to die down. I can't wait.
Absolutely. Zoms, enjoy it with your team. Thank you so much for taking the time to talk with us. It's been an absolute pleasure watching you. We can't wait to see more. And congrats again, man.
Thanks, appreciate it.
All right, we'll talk to you soon. The man Zoms from Sentinels, our series champions here at the PAX Valorant Invitational. PAX Arena Valorant Invitational, excuse me. Presented by Seagate. I mean, let's bring it down, Golden Boy. Let's talk about how incredible it's been to watch this. And before we do that, actually, maybe let's talk a little bit about how incredible it is to have these Seagate products.
That's right,
standing
baby.
by.
So real quick, because I know that everyone's always going to be like, ads. But I do want you guys to truly, please understand that without Seagate, this event is impossible. Without PAX Arena, this event is impossible. So a huge shout out to Seagate Gaming for providing, support for our game, the game that we love, Valorant, and also for supporting gamers out there with their incredible hard drives. This one's for Xbox, but here's the kicker, folks. Actually, you get Xbox Game Pass Ultimate, which is arguably one of the greatest services available for gamers right now, and you can access it on your PC. So you get this for your Xbox, and then you also get Game Pass Ultimate for your PC. Pretty awesome. 4 terabytes of goodness. The read and write speed on this thing is utterly ridiculous. I have one of them hooked up to my Xbox right now. Trust me, it's a beast. Huge shout out to Seagate Gaming for supporting this competition and allowing competitive Valorant to live on here in North America. What an event this has been.
Absolutely. And a shout out to the chat as well, sticking around with us, being so supportive of our various casting styles all the entire way through the weekend. Gaskin, Golden Boy, let's do a quick recap. I mean, obviously we've been talking a lot about it, but what does this mean for like the global? I mean, obviously we're not going to be able to find out the global implications of a match like this, but to have a team like Sentinels, in a world laden with Counter-Strike expats, this is a team that, even though they do have a few themselves, has been innovative, has been exciting, and hopefully this is just the start for teams like this to start finding success in Valorant.
Yeah, players are going to have to really learn fast, because I'm sure we'll have another North American Ignition Series event, sooner rather than later. They're going to have to learn fast what value they want to be able to pull from their utility and why Sentinels does so good at just manipulating the map and putting players where they want them to go. I know that there were a few instances where, yes, it simply comes down to raw gun skill in moments like where Shazam just does some god tier plays. But, you know, also having that diversity too. We knew that Split was going to be a tough map for Cloud9. Henceforth, why we said that bind game was so important, because of the way that things unfolded. We knew that that was going to happen. The numbers this time, they didn't lie. They gave us exactly what we needed and allowed us to be able to tell that story. And I think more teams need to take note of this and start to work on all those holes in their game. It's not just about the gun skill, Valorant. It's a different game. You have to shine not only with your guns, but with your utility. And if you're not doing that, you will not be able to hoist a trophy the way the Sentinels has this weekend.
And I think it was important, Moses, because we've always been talking about kind of TSM and T1 as those top teams, right? And we've been saying, like, that's the final that we should have in Valorant, and everyone's predicting that. TSM and T1 got shut down, which means that TSM and T1 are going to get better, which is pretty scary as well. As long as someone else wins, you're always going to see the rest of the teams look to improve. They are going to watch the VODs back. They're going to want to like try and top themselves and try and get a little bit better than they were in that previous tournament. So now we're going to see a newly improved TSM and T1 next time, which is terrifying, but also very exciting. And we're going to talk about teams like Homeless, who had no organization, were kind of a huggy team put together, and they demonstrated that actually if you put the right players together at the right time, they can pull off some pretty destructive things.
Absolutely, and it's always the perpetual carrot and stick, especially when it comes to competition like this. I really do hope we see some of those teams innovate, and I really hope to see continual improvement so we can have more exciting events like this one. So for Golden Boy and Gaskin, thank you so much for joining us. It's been an absolute pleasure having the cast. You did a tremendous job. Now, go and have some dinner. Go to sleep. Get Gaskin out of here. Don't even get to say goodbye. That's kind of I did that. That was mine. I'm pressing the stream deck to get him out of here. Ladies and gentlemen, what an absolute pleasure it has been to be your host, to be here, to watch the PAX Arena Invitational. And thank you to Seagate Gaming for being the sponsor. Shout out to Riot Games for the Ignition Series. And thank you, of course, to you, the fans, for being here in droves. An absolute crazy amount of you out there today supporting Valorant Esports and making it an absolute pleasure for us to cast. And, of course, the observers, all the crew behind the scenes. The production value here has been through the roof, and it all comes down to them being able to pull the trigger. So to our producers, our observers, the game directors, everyone behind the scenes, thank you as well. I've been WTF Moses. This has been the PAX Arena Valorant Invitational. Congratulations to Sentinels. And until next time, I'll see you out there.
take a breath, I'm not gonna lose. This is what I came here to do. I walk that wire and I take that step. Won't look down, got no regrets. Won't look down, got no regrets. I was made for this. I was made for this. Born in the wild, formed in the fire, built for the battle. Oh, I was made for this. I was made for this. Mind over matter, silence the doubters. I have the power. Oh, I was made for this. I don't give up, I won't back down. Goodbye worries, no time to doubt. I feel the power, I won't be afraid. Fear won't stop me, I don't break. I was made for this. I was made for this. Born in the wild, formed in the fire, built for the battle. Oh, I was made for this. I was made for this. Mind over matter, silence the doubters. I have the power. Oh, I was made for this. I'm a soul on a wire, that's where I feel alive. Open up the skies. I'm a soul on a wire, that's where I feel alive. Open up the skies, I am free to fly. I was made for this. I was made for this. Born in the wild. I'm just telling you the facts. Oh, these chains can keep me down. Yeah. I can be rude.
I can be rotten. I can be cool, man, like a fool, but never forgotten. Creeping in the dark, waiting for you.